What's up, guys? Welcome to Cosmic Wand. We've got something special today. What if Harry was declared a squib at age 7 but a voice in his head said, "Infinite mana detected, system booting, don't forget to like and subscribe." Let's dive in. Chapter 1, The boy who wasn't the man from the ministry had soft hands and a clipboard that smelled like burnt sage. Harry noticed the hands first because they were the kind that had never scrubbed a floor or weeded a garden or been wrapped with a wooden spoon for reaching toward the wrong shelf. They were pink and clean and the fingernails were filed into perfect half-moons, and when the man set his clipboard on the Dursleys' kitchen table, he did it with the careful precision of someone who believed his paperwork mattered very much. Right then, the man said. His name was Cattermole, or something like it. Harry hadn't been listening when Aunt Petunia introduced him because Aunt Petunia had been gripping Harry's shoulder hard enough to leave fingerprint bruises, steering him into the kitchen like a misbehaving dog being presented to the vet. "Shall we begin?" Vernon Dursley stood in the doorway with his arms crossed and his mustache bristling. He'd taken the morning off work for this. Harry understood, in the way children understand things they're never told directly, that this was supposed to be a good day for the Dursleys. A day that would fix something. A day that would make him officially, legally, permanently not their problem in the way that mattered most. "How long will it take?" Vernon asked. "I've got a meeting at 2. "Shouldn't be more than an hour, Mr. Dursley. The squib certification process is quite straightforward for children this age. 3 tests, a signature, and we're done." Cattermole smiled. He had the kind of smile people use when they're being professional about something sad. "Harry, is it?" Harry nodded. "Do you know why I'm here today, Harry?" "Yes." He did. Aunt Petunia had explained it last night in the clipped, strained voice she used whenever she was forced to acknowledge that magic existed. "A man is coming tomorrow to do some tests. You will sit still and do as he says. When it's over, we'll never have to deal with this nonsense again." She hadn't said the word squib. She didn't need to. Harry had heard it before, pressed against the thin wall of his cupboard while Petunia and Vernon argued in the kitchen. "Dumbledore said he might be, that there's a chance he's, and if he is, there's no reason to keep." The word meant broken. It meant a wizard who wasn't a wizard. It meant Harry was the punchline of a joke he'd never been told. "Excellent." Cattermole opened his clipboard and uncapped a self-inking quill that Harry watched with quiet fascination. The quill was a deep violet color and it hovered a quarter-inch above the parchment, waiting. A magical thing, in the Dursleys' aggressively non-magical kitchen, floating between the ceramic rooster cookie jar and the wall calendar from the local insurance agency. "First test is simple. I'm going to place a series of objects in front of you, and I'd like you to touch each one. That's all. Just touch them." He reached into his briefcase, which was larger on the inside than the outside, Harry noticed, watching a full-length wooden case emerge from a bag that couldn't have held a loaf of bread, and laid out 5 objects on the kitchen table. A wand. Short, dark wood, unvarnished. A smooth stone that shimmered like the inside of an oyster shell. A glass veil filled with something that shifted between silver and gold. A black feather that was too large to have come from any bird Harry had seen. And a crystal sphere, perfectly clear, about the size of a cricket ball. "Go ahead," Cattermole said. "Start with whichever you like." Harry looked at the objects. He looked at Cattermole. He looked at Aunt Petunia, who was standing by the sink with her arms folded and her lips pressed so thin they'd nearly disappeared. She gave him a sharp nod. "Get on with it." Harry reached for the wand first. It felt like a stick. Just wood. A little warm from being inside the briefcase, maybe, but there was no spark, no hum, no rush of something answering something else. He'd read about wands. Well, he'd read about them in the scraps of information he'd been able to piece together from overheard conversations and the one magical newspaper he'd found lining the bottom of Aunt Petunia's wardrobe, shoved under mothballed coats. Wands were supposed to react. Even to children. This one didn't. Cattermole made a note. The quill scratched by itself. Harry set the wand down. The stone was next. Nothing. It stayed cool and pretty and inert. Harry ran his thumb across its surface and felt only smoothness. The vial didn't change color when he held it. Catamol's smile got a little tighter. The feather didn't move. Harry held it for a long time, willing something to happen, because the feather was beautiful and strange and he wanted it to do something, even just a twitch, even just a faint vibration that he could pretend was meaningful. It hung limp between his fingers. And the last one, please, Catamol said. Harry picked up the crystal sphere. It was heavy and cold and perfectly, mercilessly clear. He could see the kitchen through it, warped and curved, the window, the garden beyond, the shed where Vernon kept his golf clubs. No light kindled inside it. No color. No fog or spark or ghostly image. He held it for 30 seconds. A minute. Catamol was writing again, and the sound of the quill was very loud in the silent kitchen. Thank you, Harry. Catamol took the sphere from him gently. Those soft hands again. That's the first test done. Shall we move on? The second test involved potions. Catamol set up a small brass scale and 3 glass beakers on the kitchen table and asked Harry to add ingredients to a bubbling base potion, something Catamol heated with a tap of his own wand. The potion was supposed to change color based on the magical ability of the person who stirred it. Catamol explained this carefully, the way adults explain things to children when they want to seem kind about delivering bad news. For most magical children your age, the potion will turn blue or green. Sometimes purple for a strong magical core. Even children with very modest ability tend to produce at least a slight change, a yellowish tinge, perhaps. Harry stirred. The potion stayed gray. A flat, dull, nothing gray, like dishwater. Behind him, Vernon made a sound that was almost a laugh. Petunia shushed him. And the third test? Harry said. His voice was steady. He was good at keeping his voice steady. You learned that in this house. Catamol hesitated for the first time. The third test, it turned out, was the simplest and the most brutal. Catamol held his wand over Harry's chest and cast a diagnostic spell. Harry felt a faint warmth, like standing near a radiator, and read the result. Magical core, undetectable, Catamol said, reading from the glowing text that appeared in the air between them. He set it to his clipboard, not to Harry. Ambient magical resonance, negligible. Accidental magic history, he looked up. Mrs. Dursley, you confirmed in your intake form that Harry has never displayed accidental magic. Never, Petunia said. Not once. This was a lie. Harry knew it was a lie. When he was 5, he'd somehow ended up on the school roof. When he was 6, Aunt Petunia had sheared his hair down to stubble and it had grown back overnight. Just last month, a plate had cracked clean in half when Dudley threw a handful of peas at Harry's face during dinner. But Petunia said, never, and her voice didn't waver, and Catamol wrote it down. Well, Catamol said. He capped his quill. He closed his clipboard. He looked at Harry with that professional sadness again, and Harry realized with a distant, hollow clarity that the man had known how this would end before he walked through the door. The tests were a formality. The paperwork was already filled out. I'm sorry, Harry. Based on the results of the standard 3-tier Squib certification assessment, I'm classifying you as a non-magical person of magical descent. A squib. He said the word carefully, like it was a medical diagnosis. Like it was cancer. What does that mean? Harry asked, because he wanted to hear someone say it plainly. It means you don't have magic, dear, Petunia said from the sink. She didn't sound cruel. That was the worst part. She sounded relieved. Catamol produced a certificate. It was thick parchment, cream-colored, with an official seal embossed in dark red wax. He signed it with his magical quill and then pressed his wand tip to the seal, which glowed briefly. This will be filed with the Ministry of Magic and a copy sent to the relevant educational institutions. Harry will not be eligible for enrollment at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry or any other magical academy. He is, however, entitled to. We don't want anything from your lot, Vernon said from the doorway. He'd uncrossed his arms. He was smiling. A real smile, broad and satisfied. We've done our bit. Took the boy in, raised him proper, and now it's settled. He's normal. He's ours. The word ours landed on Harry like a stone. Cattermole packed up his briefcase. He shook Vernon's hand. He offered Harry a small, sympathetic nod. And then he left, stepping out the front door of number 4, Privet Drive, and disapparating from behind the hedge with a pop that made Mrs. Next Door's cat bolt across the lawn. Vernon closed the door. He turned around. He looked at Harry standing in the hallway, 7 years old and small for his age, in Dudley's hand-me-down clothes that hung off him like a scarecrow's rags, and something in Vernon's face shifted from satisfaction into something harder. Something that had been held in check by the faint, uncertain fear that the boy might one day be something, and now that fear was gone. Back to your cupboard, Vernon said. And be grateful we keep you at all. Harry went. The cupboard under the stairs was 4 feet wide and 6 feet long, and it smelled like dust and old shoes and the particular musty sweetness of a space that never got enough air. Harry's mattress, thin, stained, dragged from a skip 3 years ago, took up most of the floor. His blanket was a scratchy wool thing that Petunia had retired from the guest bedroom. He had a shelf made from a plank balanced on 2 stacks of old phone books, and on it sat his entire collection of worldly possessions, a broken watch he'd found at school, 2 marbles, 1 blue, 1 green, a stub of pencil, and a library book on astronomy that was 6 weeks overdue. He lay on the mattress and stared at the underside of the stairs. He could hear the Dursleys in the kitchen. Vernon's booming voice, triumphant. Petunia's measured tone. The words drifted through the thin walls like smoke. Finally settled, then. Normal boy. Put him in Stonewall in September, and that's the end of it. Still have to keep him, Vernon. Dumbledore said, Dumbledore can stuff it. What's he going to do? The boy's a dud. No magic. No use to any of them. We'll raise him up, put him to work when he's old enough, and, Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the crystal sphere. The way it had stayed clear. The way the light had passed through it without catching on anything, without finding anything inside him worth illuminating. He thought about the word squib. How it sounded like something being stepped on. Something small and wet being crushed underfoot. He was 7 years old and he had just been told, officially, by a man with a clipboard and a government seal, that he was nothing. He lay in the dark and breathed in dust and felt the weight of the stairs above him, each step a rib in the cage of his life, and he thought, this is it, then. This is what I am. The thought was so large and so final that it filled the entire cupboard, pressing against the walls, pushing the air out, and Harry lay very still inside it, crushed flat, barely breathing. And then the voice came. It didn't come from outside. It didn't come from the walls or the door or the vent near the floor where spiders lived. It came from inside, from a place behind his eyes and below his thoughts, from somewhere so deep it felt like it was coming from the center of the earth, rising up through the floor and through the mattress and through his bones. Infinite mana detected, Harry's eyes snapped open. The cupboard was dark. Nothing had changed. The Dursleys were still talking in the kitchen. The spider in the vent was still spinning its web. But the words hung in the darkness in front of him, glowing faintly, not with light exactly, but with presence, like afterimages burned into his retinas, readable even with his eyes closed. System booting. 7.3% complete, Harry sat up. His head nearly hit the underside of the stairs. He stared at the words, they were blue, he realized. A cool, electric blue, like the color of a gas flame. What? He whispered. Host identified, Harry James Potter, age, 7, magical core, not found, mana reservoir, infinity, status, system loading. Estimated time 2 full activation, unknown. Harry reached out and tried to touch the words. His fingers passed through them. They weren't there, not in the way the walls were there, or the blanket, or his own hands. They were in him, projected onto his vision like a film screen only he could see. Initial boot sequence will proceed in background, basic interface now available, quest generated, a new line appeared, separate from the others, boxed in a thin blue border, quest, survive, objective, remain alive, duration, ongoing, reward, continued existence. Harry stared at it. His heart was hammering. His hands were shaking. He was 7 years old, lying in a cupboard under the stairs, and something inside his head was talking to him in glowing blue letters. He did what any reasonable 7-year-old would do. He pulled the blanket over his head and held very, very still. The letters didn't go away. He could see them through the blanket, through his closed eyelids, persistent and patient and impossible. After a long time, minutes, maybe hours, Harry couldn't tell, he lowered the blanket. "Are you real?" he whispered. "System is operational. Define real." Something between a laugh and a sob caught in Harry's throat. He swallowed it. "In this house, you didn't make sounds like that. Sounds like that brought attention. Attention brought pain. Am I going mad?" he tried instead. Host mental status, stable. No pathological indicators detected. "That's exactly what a hallucination would say," Harry muttered. The system didn't respond to that. It just hung there, blue and patient, waiting. Harry lay back down. He stared at the words. The words stared back, in whatever way words could stare. "Infinite mana," he said quietly. "What's mana?" "Mana, base energy unit underlying all magical and metaphysical processes. Host possesses functionally unlimited mana generation." Note, mana is distinct from magical core, as defined by local magical taxonomy. Host does not possess a magical core. Host possesses something else. Something else, Harry repeated. System is still loading. More information will become available as boot sequence progresses. Current completion, 7.4%, that's not very fast. Noted. And despite everything, despite the cupboard and the certificate and the word Squib and Uncle Vernon's voice still rumbling through the walls, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Curiosity. The system, as Harry learned over the following days, was not chatty. It answered direct questions when it could. It displayed information when it deemed it relevant. It did not volunteer opinions, make small talk, or offer comfort. It was, as far as Harry could tell, exactly what it claimed to be, a system. A program. A framework of rules and measurements overlaid on his reality like a transparency sheet laid over a map. By the end of the first week, the boot sequence had crawled to 11.2%, and Harry had learned exactly 3 useful things. First, he could see his own stats. Or, rather, the beginnings of stats. Most of the interface was grayed out, locked behind the incomplete boot sequence, but a basic status screen was available if he thought the word status with intention. Harry James Potter, level, 1, HP, 85/100, mana, infinity/infinity, strength, 4, agility, 5, endurance, 3, intelligence, 12, wisdom, 8, charisma, 3, luck. The numbers were low. Harry didn't have a frame of reference for what they should be, but a strength of 4 for a 7-year-old boy who was underfed and undersized felt about right. The intelligence of 12 was a small, private point of pride. The charisma of 3 stung, but he couldn't argue with it. You didn't develop charisma in a cupboard. The luck stat was a question mark, which Harry found either ominous or appropriate, depending on his mood. Second, his HP was not at full. It sat at 85 out of 100, and it didn't seem to go up. Harry guessed, correctly, as the system confirmed when he asked, that the missing 15 points reflected his general state of health. Malnourishment, the system informed him in its flat, clinical way. Minor vitamin deficiencies. Healed fractures in 2 ribs, he remembered that one, Dudley and his gang, last autumn, in the park. The HP wouldn't reach 100 until his body was properly cared for. Harry filed this away and kept eating whatever scraps the Dursleys gave him. Third, and this was the one that changed everything, he could use mana. He discovered this by accident, on the 4th night after the system booted. He was lying in his cupboard, trying to see how many of the grayed-out menu options he could make sense of, when he noticed a new notification blinking in the corner of his vision. Skill discovered, Mana Sense, Passive, LV. 1. You can now perceive ambient mana in your environment. Harry blinked. And then he felt it. It was like a new sense switching on, not sight, not sound, not touch, but something adjacent to all 3. The world suddenly had a texture it hadn't had before. The cupboard walls were dull, flat, magically inert. But beyond them, out there, in the house and the street and the sky, mana moved. It flowed in slow, invisible rivers, pooling in some places, thin in others. He could feel it in the earth beneath the house, ancient and deep. He could feel it in the air, faint but omnipresent. And he could feel it in himself. Not a pool. Not a core. A spring. An upwelling from somewhere impossibly deep, constantly flowing, constantly renewing, pouring into him from a source the system itself seemed unable to locate. He raised his hand in the darkness. Can I push it? He thought. He tried. He imagined the mana in him, that infinite, renewing spring, flowing up through his arm, into his fingers, and out. A faint blue-white glow appeared at his fingertips. Barely visible. Barely there. But there. Skill discovered, Mana Manipulation, Active, LV, 1, you can now direct mana through your body and project it externally. Current output, minimal. Skill level increase will improve control and volume. Harry stared at his glowing fingers. The light was the same blue as the system text, cool, steady, real. He was supposed to be a squib. He had a certificate that said so. His fingers glowed in the dark. Harry pressed his hand against the wall of the cupboard and pushed the mana into the wood. He didn't know what would happen. He didn't have a plan. He just wanted to see. The wood warmed under his palm. For a moment, nothing else. Then, very slowly, the grain of the wood began to shift, not breaking, not splintering, but smoothing, as if years of wear and age were running backward. The rough, splintery patch under his hand became satin soft. The old nail hole near his thumb filled in and sealed. Skill discovered, Mana Infusion, Active, LV, 1, you can channel mana into objects to reinforce, repair, or alter them. Harry pulled his hand away. He touched the smoothed wood. It felt like a piece of furniture from a catalogue, the kind of thing in the living room that he wasn't allowed to sit on. He looked at his hand. He looked at the wall. He thought about the man from the ministry with his soft hands and his clipboard and his sorrowful smile. Magical core, undetectable. Harry smiled in the dark. It was a small smile. A thin, sharp thing, more edge than warmth. He wasn't wrong, Harry whispered. I don't have a magical core. He flexed his fingers. Blue light danced between them. I have something else. 3 years is a long time when you're young. 3 years is long enough to learn a great deal, if you're patient, and careful, and if you have an infinite well of energy and a system that rewards you for using it. Harry turned 8. Then 9. Then 10. The Dursleys didn't notice anything. Why would they? Harry had always been a quiet, invisible presence in their home, a shadow in oversized clothes, a pair of hands that did chores, a closed door in the hallway. The Squib certificate had, if anything, made him more invisible to them. Whatever lingering anxiety Vernon and Petunia had harbored about the boy's potential, the unspoken fear that one day he might do something, evaporated after Cattermole's visit. Harry was certified mundane. They stopped watching him. They stopped worrying. This was the greatest gift they ever gave him. Because Harry was not mundane. Harry was, in fact, spending every unsupervised moment of his life becoming something that the Ministry of Magic had no certification for. The system boot progressed slowly. By his 8th birthday, it hit 23%. By 9, 41%. By 10, it was approaching 60%, and with each percentage point, new features unlocked. A mini-map appeared in the corner of his vision when he focused, a pale blue overlay that showed him the layout of nearby spaces and the positions of living things as small dots. A quest log that tracked the ongoing survive quest and occasionally generated smaller tasks. Practice mana manipulation for 1 hour, reward, +1 skill level. Run 2 miles, reward, +0.5 endurance. Read for 3 hours, reward, +0.2 intelligence. An inventory system that let him store small objects in a pocket dimension that existed, as far as Harry could tell, slightly to the left of reality. But the real progress was in his skills. Mana manipulation leveled fastest, because Harry used it constantly. In the cupboard at night, he practiced shaping mana into forms, spheres, threads, sheets, spirals. At first, the shapes were clumsy, dissolving the moment his concentration wavered. But the system rewarded repetition. Every hour of practice, every successful shape, every failed attempt that taught him something about how mana wanted to move, it all translated into experience, and experience translated into skill levels, and skill levels translated into control. By age 9, he could hold a mana sphere the size of a marble for an hour without thinking about it. He could thread mana through a needle and use it to mend his clothes, not perfectly, but serviceably. He could press mana into his own body and feel it knitting micro-tears in his muscles, speeding recovery from the physical chores the Dursleys piled on him. Skill discovered, body reinforcement, active, LV1, channel mana through your physical form to enhance strength, speed, and durability. That one changed things. Not immediately, at level 1, the effect was marginal, a slight edge that might have been imagined. But Harry ground it. He ground it the way the system had taught him to grind everything, patiently, methodically, in stolen moments. Carrying heavy laundry baskets up the stairs while feeding mana into his legs. Scrubbing floors while reinforcing his arms. Running from Dudley's gang, which still happened, Harry hadn't become invincible, with mana surging through his lungs and heart. By 10, his body didn't match his stats anymore. The system still showed his strength at 7, up from 4, but nothing extraordinary, but those numbers, Harry had learned, reflected his base attributes. With body reinforcement active, he could double them. He tested this once, carefully, in the small park near Privet Drive, at night, when no one was watching. He jumped and cleared the top of the 8-foot chain-link fence around the tennis court without touching it. He landed silently on the other side, mana cushioning the impact, and stood in the dark with his heart pounding and a wild, fierce joy singing through him. He could have cleared 12 feet. He'd been holding back. Mana sense leveled on its own, a passive skill that deepened without deliberate effort. By age 10, Harry could feel the magical wards around number 4, old, powerful enchantments laid into the very foundations, keyed to something in his blood and Petunia's blood, a net of protective energy that the system classified as Blood Ward Array, Ancient. Maintained by, Sacrifice Anchor, Lily J. Potter, deceased. Harry read that notification 3 times. He didn't know much about his mother. The Dursleys refused to speak about her. But the wards were hers, or made from her, or powered by her, some echo of what she'd done the night she died. He didn't touch the wards. He studied them. The system mapped their structure at his request, and Harry spent long evenings in his cupboard, which he'd been allowed to trade for Dudley's second bedroom at age 9, after Dudley complained about the smell, tracing the patterns, trying to understand how protective magic worked. The wards were beautiful, in a way the system's cold analysis couldn't capture. They were woven tight, layered deep, and they pulsed with a warmth that had nothing to do with mana and everything to do with love. "Mom," Harry thought sometimes, lying in the dark, feeling the wards hum around the house. "I wish I could have known you." The system had no response to that. Mana infusion grew into something strange. Harry discovered he could push mana into living things, plants, insects, once a stray cat that had been hit by a car and was dying in the gutter near Magnolia Crescent. He'd knelt beside it, glanced around to make sure he was alone, and pressed his hands against its broken ribs. Skill discovered, mana healing, active, LV1, channel mana into living organisms to repair damage and accelerate natural healing. Warning, this skill is mana intensive. Recommended only for hosts with significant mana reserves. Harry almost laughed at the warning. Mana intensive. He had infinite mana. He poured it in and the cat's ribs knitted and its breathing steadied and it blinked up at him with wide golden eyes and then bolted into a hedge without so much as a thank you. He healed his own ribs next, the two that had healed crooked after Dudley's gang. He lay in bed and worked mana through them carefully, feeling the old fracture lines soften and reshape, and when it was done, he took a deep breath and for the first time in over a year, his chest didn't ache. HP, 93/100. Not perfect. He was still underfed, still vitamin deficient, still a skinny kid in too big clothes. But climbing. And then there was the other thing. The thing the system had mentioned once, early on, and never elaborated on. Foreign entity detected in host, location, cranial scar tissue, classification, parasitic soul fragment, status, quarantined, action, passive absorption in progress. Harry's scar. The lightning bolt. He'd always known it was special, it was the one thing Petunia had told him about his parents, grudgingly, in fragments. A car crash. That's how you got it. Don't ask again. But the system said something else was in there. A piece of a soul. Someone else's soul, lodged in his scar like a splinter in skin. He'd asked the system about it exactly once, at age 8. Whose soul? Insufficient data. Fragment is degraded and partially absorbed. Original source cannot be identified with current system capabilities. Is it dangerous? Quarantine is holding. Fragment is being converted to mana at a rate of 0.003% per day. At current rate, full absorption will complete in approximately 91 years. So it's fuel. Affirmative. Harry had decided, at age 8, that he would think about this later. There was a piece of someone's soul in his head and it was being slowly digested into energy and this was, by any measure, deeply horrifying, but he was 8 and living in a cupboard and he had approximately 10,000 other problems to deal with first. He filed it away. It stayed filed. The system kept eating, and Harry kept growing, and the soul fragment got smaller by increments too tiny to notice. The Hogwarts Letter arrived on a Tuesday in late July, 6 days before Harry's 11th birthday. He was in the kitchen making breakfast, eggs and bacon for the Dursleys, toast and margarine for himself, when the post came through the slot. Dudley was too focused on the television to get it. Vernon was reading the paper. Petunia was arranging flowers in the sitting room. "Get the post, boy," Vernon said without looking up. Harry wiped his hands on a dish rag and walked to the front door. 3 letters on the mat. A bill. A postcard from Vernon's sister Marge, the mini-map showed it as a faintly malicious orange dot, which Harry had learned to associate with objects that carried strong negative emotions. Aunt Marge's correspondence always pulsed with them. And a thick envelope made of heavy parchment, sealed with a wax crest, addressed in emerald green ink to, Mr. H. Potter, the 2nd bedroom 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry stared at it. A notification pulsed at the edge of his vision. Quest updated, survive, new subquest, the invitation, a letter has arrived from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You have been admitted. Note, you are officially classified as a squib. This invitation should not exist. Objective, gain entry to Hogwarts. Reward, access to magical education, resources, and information. Plus 500 XP. Harry's pulse quickened. He turned the envelope over. The wax seal bore a coat of arms, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. He'd known this might happen. The system had hinted at it. Over the past year, as the boot sequence passed 55%, Harry had gained access to a rudimentary information database, fragments of magical knowledge that the system had somehow absorbed from the ambient mana of the blood wards, or from the soul fragment, or from some source Harry couldn't identify. It wasn't comprehensive. It was like reading an encyclopedia that had been dropped in a river, pages missing, entries smudged, whole sections blank. But it contained a few key facts, and one of them was this: the Book of Admittance at Hogwarts, which recorded the names of magical children at birth, used criteria that predated the Ministry's Squib certification process by several centuries. The book didn't check for a magical core. It checked for magical potential. Harry had potential. The system was proof of that. Whether the book recognized infinite mana or simply detected something that its ancient enchantments couldn't categorize, Harry's name had apparently stayed in its pages. He walked back to the kitchen. He considered, briefly, handing the letter to Vernon with the rest of the post. He imagined Vernon's face purpling. He imagined the letter being snatched, torn, burned. He imagined the shouting. Instead, he slipped the letter into his inventory, a flick of mana, a twist of intention, and the envelope vanished from his hand into that pocket dimension that existed slightly to the left of reality. It happened in less than a second. To anyone watching, it would have looked like he'd simply shifted the post from one hand to the other. "Just a bill and a postcard from Marge," Harry said, setting them on the table. Vernon grunted. He didn't look up. Harry went back to the eggs. His hands were steady. His heart was calm. But inside his mind, the system pulsed with a slow, anticipatory glow. System boot, 62.1%, Harry cracked an egg into the pan and thought about castles. More letters came. 1 the next day. 3 the day after that. Then 10. Then 20. Harry intercepted them all, inventory, 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 and the Dursleys never saw a single one. He didn't know why Hogwarts kept sending them. Perhaps there was an automated system that resent until confirmed. Perhaps whoever was in charge of admissions was confused about why a certified squib's acceptance letters were disappearing into thin air. On the 5th day, he sat on his bed in Dudley's second bedroom and read the letter properly. It was exactly what he'd expected: an acceptance letter, a supply list, a request for confirmation by owl. He didn't have an owl. He didn't need one. Harry closed his eyes and concentrated. The system's database had a fragmentary entry on Hogwarts communication protocols. Owls were standard, but not the only option. The Hogwarts wards accepted magical signatures as confirmation. A student who showed up on September 1st was, by ancient tradition, considered to have accepted. He would simply show up. The question was how. He had no money, that he knew of, no wand, no supplies, and no way to get to King's Cross Station in London on September 1st. The Dursleys would never take him. He could run away, but that would trigger the blood wards, which the system had warned him were tied to his continued residence at number 4. He was strategizing solutions. The system helped, presenting options as a branching decision tree that Harry could rotate in his mind like a three-dimensional puzzle, when the doorbell rang. It was a Sunday evening. The Dursleys were watching television. Dudley was eating ice cream. Harry was in his room, which was where the Dursleys preferred him to be. The doorbell rang again. Then a fist hammered on the door, and the whole house shook. Harry's mini-map flared. A dot had appeared at the front door, massive, bright gold, pulsing with a magical signature so powerful it made Harry's mana sense ring like a bell. He was at the top of the stairs when Vernon wrenched the door open. The man on the doorstep was the largest human being Harry had ever seen. He was nearly twice the height of Vernon, who was not a small man, and roughly 4 times as wide. His face was almost entirely hidden behind a wild tangle of black beard and hair, and his eyes, small, dark, glittering, peered out from the tangle with an expression of cheerful determination. "Evenin'," the giant said. "I'm lookin' for Harry Potter." Vernon's face went through several colors. "There's no one here by that name." "Course there is. I got the address right here." The giant held up a crumpled piece of parchment. "Number 4, Privet Drive. Harry Potter. Second bedroom." He peered past Vernon into the hallway and looked up. His eyes found Harry on the stairs. The grin that split his beard was enormous. "There ya are. Look at ya, you're the spittin' image of your dad, ya are, but ye've got your mum's eyes. Last time I saw ya was just a baby." He sniffed loudly and wiped his nose on his sleeve. "I'm Hagrid. Rubeus Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." Harry came down the stairs. The system was running a passive scan on Hagrid and the results were streaming across his vision in a quiet cascade. Rubeus Hagrid, half-giant, level. Threat level, none, allied, magical signature, significant, partially suppressed, note, subject's wand has been officially snapped. Fragments detected in umbrella. Harry almost smiled at that last part. "Now see here," Vernon blustered, stepping in front of Harry. "I don't know who you are or what you want, but the boy is a squib. Certified. Official. He's got no business with your lot and I'll thank you to, a squib." Hagrid's eyebrows shot up. He looked at Harry. "Is that what they told ya?" "It's what the ministry certified," Harry said. 3 tests. No magical core detected. Hagrid made a sound like a steam engine clearing its throat. "Well, the ministry can stuff their tests. Dumbledore himself sent me. Your name's been in the Book of Admittance since the day ye were born, Harry. Hogwarts wants ye. Squib or no squib. He's not going." Vernon roared. What followed was the sort of scene that Harry had learned, over 10 years of living with the Dursleys, to observe with clinical detachment. Vernon shouted. Hagrid loomed. Petunia tried to intervene and was ignored by both parties. Dudley, still holding his ice cream, stared from the sitting room doorway with his mouth open. Harry watched the 2 men argue and felt the system tracking the interaction like a chess game. Vernon's arguments were predictable: "The boy is ours, we don't want your kind, you can't just barge in." Hagrid's rebuttals were emotional but effective. He invoked Dumbledore, Harry's parents, the tradition of Hogwarts. When Hagrid mentioned James and Lily, Petunia flinched. Harry noticed. "You knew my parents," Harry said to Hagrid, cutting through the noise. Both men stopped shouting. "Knew them." Hagrid's voice went thick. "Course I knew them. James and Lily Potter, finest witch and wizard I ever met. And they didn't die in no car crash, whatever these." He glared at the Dursleys. "People told ya." Harry looked at Petunia. She looked away. "I know they didn't die in a car crash," Harry said quietly. Everyone stared at him. "How d'ya know that?" Hagrid asked. Harry had thought about this moment. He'd gamed it out in a dozen variations, running scenarios through the system's decision tree. How much to reveal? How much to hide? The answer, he'd decided, was almost nothing. The system was his. He wasn't ready to share it. "I remember a green light," he said. "You don't get a green light from a car crash." Hagrid's eyes went very bright. He sniffed again, harder. "You're a sharp one, Harry. Your mum'd be proud." He straightened up, which meant his head brushed the ceiling. "Now. Ye've got a letter to answer and supplies to buy. I'm talking, yeah, to Diagon Alley tomorrow morning. Anyone got a problem with that? He looked at Vernon. Vernon looked at Hagrid's massive fists. Vernon did not have a problem with that. Right then. Hagrid beamed. I'll kip on the sofa. 'Fraid I'll break your beds. He laughed at his own joke. No one else did, but that didn't seem to bother him. Harry lay in bed that night and stared at the ceiling. The system hummed quietly, its blue text a comfort in the darkness. Subquest update, the invitation, transport to Diagon Alley, secured, next objective, acquire supplies for Hogwarts, note, host has no wizarding currency. Suggest investigating inheritance. Inheritance. Harry hadn't thought about that. His parents were wizards, famous wizards, from the fragments he'd gathered. Famous wizards probably had money. Money that would have gone, where? Insufficient data. Recommend querying Hagrid. Noted, Harry whispered, and closed his eyes. Below him, the sofa groaned under Hagrid's weight. Outside, the blood wards pulsed. The night was warm and still and full of potential, and Harry Potter, certified squib, level 5, infinite mana, fell asleep for the last time in the house on Privet Drive feeling something remarkably close to hope. Diagon Alley hit him like a wall of sensation. Harry had spent 3 years developing his mana sense, slowly, carefully, in the magically barren suburb of Little Whinging, where the only significant source of mana was the blood wards and the occasional passing witch or wizard, visible on his minimap as bright dots moving through the otherwise dim landscape. He'd calibrated his senses to that environment. He was used to quiet. Diagon Alley was not quiet. Diagon Alley was a riot. Every shop, every cobblestone, every awning and signpost and window display blazed with magical energy. Harry's mana sense, level 14 after 3 years of diligent grinding, screamed with input. He staggered slightly as he stepped through the brick archway behind Hagrid, and for a moment, the alley swam, overlaid with a shimmering web of mana lines so dense they almost obscured the physical world. Mana-dense environment detected, mana sense recalibrating. Please stand by, tip, focus on a single point to reduce sensory overload. Harry focused on Hagrid's broad back. The giant's magical signature was a warm, golden glow, steady, strong, simple. Like a campfire. Harry locked onto it and the rest of the alley faded to manageable background noise. Yeah, all right there, Harry. Hagrid glanced back. Yeah, look a bit peaky. Fine, Harry said. Just, a lot to take in. Hagrid laughed. Wait till ya see Hogwarts. They went to Gringotts first. The Goblin Bank was a shock, not the goblins themselves, though they were fascinating. The system scanned everyone they passed and returned data that was mostly question marks, which meant goblin magic was something the system couldn't easily categorize, but the vault. Harry's vault. It was his parents'. Hagrid had a key, Dumbledore had given it to him, apparently, and when the goblin, Griphook, opened the heavy iron door, Harry stood in the entrance and stared. Gold. Silver. Bronze. Piles of it. Mountains of it. A fortune in wizarding currency, just sitting in the dark under London, waiting for him. Currency detected, wizarding galleons, sickles, nuts, estimated value, significant, note, this is a trust vault. Primary Potter family vault exists but is locked until host reaches majority. A trust vault. Meaning there was more. Harry filled a bag with coins. Hagrid watched with a slightly guilty expression. He'd known about the vault, clearly, and the fact that Harry had been living in poverty at the Dursleys while a fortune gathered dust underground was a truth that sat uncomfortably between them. Neither of them mentioned it. Some truths were too large for a Tuesday morning. The supply run was efficient. Harry let Hagrid guide him. The half-giant knew the alley well and had a list from Hogwarts, and they moved from shop to shop in a routine that was almost ordinary except for the stairs. People recognized Harry. Or rather, they recognized his scar. And they knew, of course they knew, that Harry Potter had been certified a squib. The wizarding world was small and gossip traveled fast, and a boy with a lightning scar buying school supplies in Diagon Alley was a curiosity that drew whispers and pointed fingers and expressions that Harry learned to categorize quickly: pity, mostly. Curiosity. Some hostility, from the older pure-blood families whose children gave Harry cold looks from behind their parents' robes. And something else, from a few. Something that looked almost like hope. Harry ignored all of it. He bought his cauldron, his scales, his telescope, his robes. Madame Malkin measured him with pursed lips and muttered about how thin he was. He bought his books from Flourish and Blots and had to physically restrain himself from buying the entire shop. The system awarded experience for reading, and a magical bookstore was a goldmine. He bought potions ingredients from the apothecary. He bought parchment and quills. He bought a trunk with brass fittings and an enchantment that made it weigh the same whether it was empty or full, and the system scanned the enchantment and filed it away for later analysis. And then they went to Ollivanders. The wand shop was narrow and dusty and packed floor to ceiling with thin boxes stacked on shelves that stretched back into shadows so deep Harry's mini-map couldn't map them. The mana in here was dense and layered, thousands of wands, each containing a magical core, each humming with latent potential. To Harry's mana sense, the shop sounded like an orchestra tuning up. Discordant, chaotic, but with an underlying sense of something waiting to become music. "Ah," said a soft voice. "Harry Potter." Ollivander emerged from the shadows like a ghost materializing. He was old, thin, pale-eyed, and his magical signature was unlike anything Harry had encountered, not bright or warm or strong, but precise. Like a laser compared to Hagrid's campfire. Every mote of the man's magic was controlled, directed, intentional. Garrick Ollivander, level. Threat level, none. Classification, Master Wandcrafter. Note, subject's mana control is exceptional. Exercise caution. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you," Ollivander said. He was staring at Harry with those luminous eyes, and Harry had the uncomfortable feeling of being looked through, not at. "Your mother favored willow. 10¼ inches, swishy, with a unicorn hair core. Excellent for charm work. Your father preferred mahogany. 11 inches, pliable, dragon heartstring. A powerful wand for transfiguration." He paused. His gaze drifted to Harry's forehead. "And the wand that gave you that scar, you, 13½ inches, phoenix feather core. A terrible wand, Mr. Potter." "Terrible, but great." Harry said nothing. He was watching Ollivander the way he'd learned to watch everyone, quietly, carefully, cataloging. "Now," Ollivander said, rubbing his hands together, "you present an interesting challenge. The Ministry says you're a squib. But the Book of Admittance says otherwise, and Hogwarts has accepted you. So let's see what the wands say, shall we?" He pulled a box from a shelf and opened it, revealing a wand of light-colored wood. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. "Give it a wave." Harry took the wand. The reaction was immediate. The wand blazed hot in his hand, not warm, not tingling, but scorching, as if he'd grabbed a poker from the fire. He dropped it instinctively and the wand clattered to the counter, smoking faintly. "Warning, mana overflow detected, wand core unable to process host's mana output, risk, core overload, wand destruction." Ollivander's eyebrows rose. "Interesting. That's not a rejection reaction. That's an overload." He picked up the wand with careful fingers and examined it. The wood had darkened where Harry had gripped it, and a thin crack ran along its length. "You burned out a dragon heartstring in 3 seconds. That shouldn't be possible for a squib. That shouldn't be possible for anyone." He reached for another box. "Let's try unicorn hair. More flexible, better at channeling excess energy. Maple, 7 inches. This one lasted 5 seconds. Harry felt the mana surge through it, his infinite spring, pouring into a channel designed for a garden hose, and the wand vibrated violently before the core inside it gave a high, thin whine and went dark. The wood cracked. Ollivander caught it as it fell. His eyes were wide now, not with fear, but with a fascination so intense it bordered on mania. "Phoenix feather," he murmured. "We need a phoenix feather core. The most adaptable, the most resilient." He was moving through his shelves now, pulling boxes with the speed and certainty of a man who knew every wand in his shop by touch. Holly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather. This phoenix feather, the twin of the one that gave you your scar. I've always wondered about this wand, Mr. Potter. Always wondered. He held it out. Harry looked at it. Holly, pale and smooth. He could feel it with his mana sense, the phoenix feather core inside, burning faintly, alive in a way the other wands hadn't been. He reached for it. And the system did something it had never done before. Compatibility issue detected. Host mana signature is incompatible with standard wand core interface, initiating adaptation protocol, rewriting mana output frequency TO match wand core resonance, adaptation complete. It happened in less than a second. Harry felt something shift inside him, not in his body, but in his mana. The infinite spring, which had always flowed in its own pattern, its own frequency, suddenly tuned itself, like a radio dial clicking into place. The wild, overwhelming torrent that had burned out 2 wands in seconds narrowed, focused, became something that could flow through a phoenix feather core without destroying it. Harry's fingers closed around the holly wand. Warmth. Not burning, not scorching, but a deep, resonant warmth that traveled up his arm and into his chest. The wand hummed. Red and gold sparks erupted from its tip, not the chaotic blaze of the overloaded wands, but a controlled fountain, graceful and bright, that lit up the shop like a Roman candle. Wand acquired, Holly, 11 inches, Phoenix feather core, wand compatibility, 73%, adapted. Note, wand is a focus tool only. Host's mana does not require a wand for expression. Wand serves as a limiter and interface for standard magical spells. A limiter. The wand wasn't amplifying his power, it was constraining it, shaping his raw mana into a form that the wizarding world would recognize as magic. Without it, he was a fire hose. With it, he was a wand-wielding wizard. Or at least, he could pretend to be one. "Oh, bravo," Ollivander whispered. He was clapping, softly, his pale eyes gleaming. "Yes, yes. Very good. I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. The wand that gave you your scar, its brother chooses you. Curious. Very curious." Harry paid 7 galleons. He slid the wand into the inner pocket of his jacket, and as they left the shop, he felt it pulse against his ribs, warm and alive and ready. Behind them, Ollivander stood in the doorway of his shop and watched them go. His expression was no longer fascination. It was something closer to awe. And, buried beneath it, a thin thread of unease. Because Garrick Ollivander had been making and selling wands for over 60 years, and in all that time, he had never, not once, seen a wand core change its resonance frequency to match a customer. Wand choosing was a one-way street. The wand chose the wizard. The wizard didn't rewrite the wand. Whatever Harry Potter was, he wasn't a squib. And Ollivander was no longer certain he was a wizard, either. Harry spent August preparing. Not in the way a normal student prepares for school, reading the textbooks, practicing penmanship, worrying about making friends. Harry did all of that, but underneath the surface-level preparation, something deeper was happening. The system boot hit 67% on August 3rd. New features unlocked daily now, cascading like dominoes. A basic skill tree appeared, mostly grayed out, but the visible branches were enough to make Harry's breath catch. Skill trees available: partial, branch 1, mana shaping, the art of forming raw mana into spells, constructs, and effects without a wand or traditional incantation. Branch 2, Standard Magic, interface for traditional wizarding spells when using a wand focus. Branch 3, Body Cultivation, physical enhancement through mana integration. Branch 4 to 7, Locked, requires system boot 75% plus, 3 available branches. Harry invested his accumulated skill points, he had a modest stockpile from 3 years of grinding, into all 3, but weighted toward mana shaping and standard magic. He needed to be able to pass as a normal, if weak, wizard at Hogwarts while maintaining his real abilities in secret. The standard magic branch was particularly interesting. Each spell in the Hogwarts curriculum appeared as a node on the tree, and when Harry invested a point, the system didn't just teach him the spell, it translated it, showing him how the wand movements and incantations mapped onto mana patterns, how each spell was essentially a compression algorithm for directing mana through a wand core in a specific way. Wizards learn spells through practice and repetition, fumbling their way toward the correct technique through trial and error. Harry learned spells through understanding, seeing the underlying architecture and reproducing it precisely. He practiced in his room at night, casting silently. The system's mana-shaping branch let him bypass incantations entirely, but through the wand, he still needed to mount the words for the spell to take the correct shape, a limitation of the wand interface, not of his own ability. Lumos was first. The tip of his holly wand lit up on the first try, a steady white glow. Spell learned, Lumos, LV, 1, plus 25 XP, then Nox. Then Wingardium Leviosa, floating his astronomy book off the desk and spinning it slowly in the air. Then Reparo, mending a cracked teacup he'd taken from the kitchen. Then a dozen more, working through the first-year curriculum spell by spell, each one clicking into place like a puzzle piece. By mid-August, he'd completed the entire first-year standard magic branch. Every spell, learned and leveled to at least level 3. He could have pushed further, the second-year branch was visible, grayed out but accessible, but he held back. He needed to appear to learn at Hogwarts. Showing up already capable of advanced magic would blow his cover. Cover. He was thinking in terms of cover now, like a spy. The system approved. It had begun generating what it called stealth objectives, optional subquests that rewarded him for keeping his true abilities hidden. Stealth objective, maintain squib perception. The wizarding world believes you are a squib. This belief is strategically advantageous. Maintain this perception for as long as possible. Reward, ongoing XP bonus, stealth multiplier. Harry agreed with the strategy, if not the cold framing. People who thought you were weak didn't watch you closely. People who pitied you gave you room. And Harry needed room to grow, room to experiment, room to figure out what the system was and why it had chosen him and what it wanted. Because it wanted something. He was sure of that now. A tool didn't generate quests. A framework didn't have objectives. The system presented itself as neutral, mechanical, indifferent, but it was shaping him, guiding his growth along specific paths, rewarding certain behaviors and punishing others. It had an agenda. Harry just couldn't see it yet. System boot, 68.9%, soon. When the boot finished, he'd have access to the full interface. The full skill trees. The full information database. And maybe, just maybe, the system's own source code. Until then, he'd play the game. He'd go to Hogwarts. He'd be the squib who somehow got accepted. He'd sit in classes and pretend to struggle and let the other students whisper and the teachers pity him and the world believe he was nothing. And underneath it all, the spring would flow. Infinite. Patient. Waiting. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Harry arrived at King's Cross at 10:30 on September 1st, having escaped the Dursleys through a combination of careful planning and a single, devastating threat. He'd told Vernon, calmly, over breakfast, that Hagrid would be coming back if Harry didn't make it to the train. Vernon had turned purple. Then white. Then he'd driven Harry to the station in furious silence and left him on the curb without a word. Harry found the platform the old-fashioned way, by following the mana trails. Hundreds of witches and wizards had passed through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, and each one left a trace. To Harry's senses, the barrier glowed like a neon sign. He walked through it without hesitation. The Hogwarts Express was a massive scarlet steam engine belching white smoke into the enchanted ceiling of the hidden platform. Students swarmed everywhere, hundreds of them, dragging trunks and owl cages and broomsticks. Parents hugged their children. First years clutched their wands with nervous excitement. Older students greeted each other with shouts and laughter. Harry stood at the edge of it all and watched. The system was in overdrive, scanning every person who passed, generating a constant stream of data, names, levels, magical signatures, threat assessments. Most of the students registered as level 1 through 3, with older years ranging higher. Most of the parents were level 10 to 20. Note, level system is calibrated to host's framework and may not reflect subject's actual combat capability or magical knowledge. Use as rough guideline only. Fair enough. Harry dismissed the flood of notifications and focused on finding a compartment. He chose one near the back of the train. Empty. He stored his trunk in the overhead rack, lifting it easily with a subtle pulse of body reinforcement, and sat down by the window. The platform was still crowded. 10 minutes to departure. The compartment door slid open. Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. The boy in the doorway was tall for 11, with red hair and freckles and a smudge of dirt on his nose. He looked nervous and hopeful and slightly embarrassed, the way people look when they're trying very hard to seem casual. Ron Weasley, level 1, magical core, average, threat level, none, go ahead, Harry said. Ron sat down. He glanced at Harry. Did a double take. His eyes flicked to the scar. Are you? He stopped. Went red. Sorry. I wasn't going to, my brothers told me Harry Potter might be on the train, and I'm Harry, Harry said. And yeah, I know. The scar. Ron's ears turned crimson. I wasn't staring. You were a bit. Okay, yeah. Sorry. It's just, you're sort of famous, aren't you? I mean, everyone knows about, well, he faltered, and Harry could see him trying to navigate the awkwardness. Everyone knew about Harry Potter. Everyone also knew Harry Potter was a squib. Mentioning the first felt fawning. Mentioning the second felt cruel. Ron was trapped. Harry decided to rescue him. I'm the famous squib, yeah. Here anyway, for some reason. Honestly not sure how long they'll let me stay. Ron blinked. Then he grinned, a sudden, surprised, genuine grin that transformed his face from nervous to warm in an instant. That's a pretty good attitude about it. I've had time to adjust. My brothers, Fred and George, they're third years, they said there's never been a squib at Hogwarts. So you'd be the first. That's kind of cool, actually. That's one way to look at it. Better than the other way. Ron shrugged. He pulled a squashed sandwich from his pocket and offered half to Harry without being asked. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry took the sandwich. It was corned beef, slightly sad, but it was offered freely and that made it the best thing he'd been given in a long time. They talked. Ron was easy to talk to, open, funny, self-deprecating in a way that made Harry suspect he was the youngest of many brothers and had learned to survive by making people laugh. He talked about his family, enormous, magical, not wealthy, about Hogwarts, his brother's stories, conflicting and probably exaggerated, about Quidditch, at length, with great passion, using hand gestures that nearly knocked the sandwich off his lap. Harry listened more than he talked. This was partly strategic, the less he said about himself, the fewer lies he'd have to maintain, but mostly it was because he liked listening to Ron. Ron spoke the way he thought, directly, without subtext, without calculation. After 10 years of the Dursleys, where every sentence was a weapon or a wall, Ron's openness was startling. Like walking into sunlight after a long time in a basement. The compartment door opened again about an hour into the journey. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. The girl was already in her Hogwarts robes. Bushy brown hair, front teeth slightly too large, an expression of focused determination that made her look like a very small general surveying a battlefield. She was holding her wand. Hermione Granger, level 1, magical core, above average, threat level, none, note, subject has already learned multiple first-year spells. Magical knowledge exceeds expected level for Muggleborn first year. Harry filed that away. A Muggleborn who'd already studied ahead. Interesting. Haven't seen a toad, Ron said. Sorry. Hermione nodded, but she didn't leave. Her eyes had found Harry's scar, and he watched the calculation happen in real time, recognition, surprise, a flash of pity quickly suppressed, then curiosity. You're Harry Potter, she said. Not a question. Guilty. I've read about you. In modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Busy summer. I like to be prepared. She paused. The books all mention the Squib certification. I looked into the testing methodology, it's actually quite controversial. Several magical theorists have argued that the three-tier assessment is fundamentally flawed because it only measures one type of magical expression, and, she stopped herself. Went a little pink. Sorry. I do that. Go on about things. I thought it was interesting, Harry said, and meant it. Hermione blinked. Nobody, her expression suggested, had ever called her going on about things interesting before. Well, she said. If you see a toad. Brown, slightly warty. His name is Trevor. She turned to go, then paused in the doorway. I hope they let you stay. At Hogwarts, I mean. I think it would be good. Having someone different. She left. Ron raised his eyebrows. Intense, he said. Yeah, Harry said, watching the doorway. I liked her. Ron gave him a look that suggested this was an unusual reaction. The train rolled on. The landscape changed from city to suburbs to countryside, green and gold under a September sky. Harry leaned his head against the window and let the rhythm of the rails sink into him, and for a few hours, he was just a boy on a train going to school, and the system was quiet, and the spring inside him flowed gently, and the world outside was beautiful and wide and full of possibility. Approaching destination, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, System Boot, 71.3%, prepare for arrival. The train began to slow. Hogwarts, seen from the lake, was a cathedral made of starlight. Harry sat in a boat with Ron and two other first-years, Neville Longbottom, a round-faced boy who clutched his recovered toad with desperate gratitude, and a girl named Susan Bones, who was quiet and watchful and reminded Harry, a little, of himself. The boats glided across black water without oars or engines, guided by magic so old it barely registered on the system's scans, and ahead of them, the castle rose. Towers. Turrets. Windows lit with golden light. The whole structure perched on a cliff above the lake like something that had grown there, organic and ancient and alive. Harry's mana sense, even dialed down, even filtered, told him that Hogwarts was saturated with magic. Not just enchantments and wards, but magic in the stones themselves, in the earth, in the air. 1,000 years of witches and wizards casting spells and brewing potions and studying and fighting and living and dying had soaked the castle in mana so dense it was almost a physical substance. Location entered, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, mana density, extreme, ambient mana absorption, active, host mana regeneration boosted, Harry almost laughed. His mana was already infinite. Boosting infinity was meaningless. But the system logged it anyway, because the system logged everything. Neville was staring at the castle with his mouth open. It's real, he whispered. Gran told me, but I didn't, it's real. Yeah, Harry said. The castle's reflection shimmered on the water below them, a ghost of itself. The boats docked. Hagrid led them up a flight of stone steps to a massive oak door. He knocked 3 times. The door opened. Professor McGonagall was tall, stern, and radiated authority like a furnace radiates heat. Her magical signature was sharp and precise, different from Ollivander's laser focus, more like a blade. She looked at the first years the way a diamond cutter looks at rough stones, assessing, measuring, already planning what to make of them. Her eyes lingered on Harry for exactly 1 second longer than on anyone else. Then she led them into the entrance hall. The Great Hall. 4 long tables. Hundreds of students. Candles floating in midair. A ceiling enchanted to mirror the night sky, stars scattered across it like spilled sugar. At the head of the hall, a table of adults, teachers, Harry assumed. One of them, in the center, was very old, very tall, and had a beard that reached his waist. Half-moon spectacles. Bright blue eyes. Albus Dumbledore, level. Threat level, none, allied, magical signature, immense, exceeds scanner parameters. Harry's scanner had never returned exceeds parameters before. He looked at Dumbledore more carefully. The old man was watching the first year's file in, and his expression was grandfatherly and warm, and Harry didn't trust it for a second. Anyone with that much power who chose to look that harmless was doing it on purpose. The Sorting Hat sat on a stool at the front of the hall. It was old, patched, frayed, and magically dense in a way that surprised Harry. The hat had a magical signature comparable to some of the teachers. It sang a song. Harry didn't really listen. He was watching the other students, reading the room, cataloging. The names began. Abbott, Hannah. Bones, Susan. Boot, Terry. Names called in alphabetical order, students sitting on the stool, the hat deliberating, shouting its verdict. Gryffindor. Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw. Slytherin. Granger, Hermione went to Gryffindor. She looked relieved. Longbottom, Neville went to Gryffindor too. He looked stunned. Malfoy, Draco, a pale, pointed boy who'd been loud and unpleasant in the entrance hall, went to Slytherin before the hat fully touched his head. And then, Potter, Harry. The whispering started immediately. A wave of it, rippling through the hall like wind through wheat. Harry heard his name and the word squib passed back and forth in a dozen simultaneous conversations. He felt 400 pairs of eyes turned toward him. He walked to the stool. He sat down. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Darkness. Then a voice. Not the system, something different. Ancient, dry, amused. Well, well. Harry Potter. I've been looking forward to this. Harry said nothing. He waited. Oh, you're a careful one, aren't you? Most children can't stop thinking. You've learned to be still. That's unusual for an 11-year-old. That's unusual for anyone. The hat was rifling through his thoughts, Harry realized. He could feel it, a gentle pressure, like fingers turning pages. It wasn't invasive, exactly, but it was thorough. Let me see what oh. The hat stopped. What is this? Harry felt the hat encounter the system. Not the interface, not the blue text and the stat screens, but the source, the thing underneath. The infinite spring. The mana reservoir that shouldn't exist. The hat recoiled. Gently but unmistakably. Harry felt it pull back, like a hand jerking away from a hot stove. That is not magic, the hat said, and for the first time, there was something in its voice that wasn't confidence. I have sat on 10,000 heads, Mr. Potter, and I have never encountered anything like what is inside yours. That is not a magical core. That is not a gift. That is. I don't have a word for what that is. The system calls it mana, Harry thought at the hat. The system. Yes. I can see it, or rather, I can see the edges of it. It's very careful about what it lets me access. A pause. It's protecting you from me. Do you realize that? It's standing between your mind and mine like a wall. Harry hadn't known that. He felt a complicated twist of emotion, gratitude and unease in equal measure. Mr. Potter, I must be honest with you. I don't know what you are. You are not a squib. You are not a wizard. You are something that shouldn't exist, and the thing inside you is older than I am, and I am very, very old. Can you sort me anyway? I can sort anyone. The sorting is about character, not power. And your character is quite clear. The Hat's voice warmed slightly. You are brave, but not reckless. You are clever, but not cunning. You value loyalty above all things, because you have never had it. You hunger for knowledge, but you hunger for belonging more. You have been alone your entire life, Mr. Potter, and you are tired of it. Harry's throat tightened. He didn't respond. Ravenclaw would sharpen your mind. Slytherin would hone your ambition. But neither of them would give you what you actually need. And what's that? Friends, Mr. Potter. You need friends. People who will see you, the real you, not the squib, not the system, and stay anyway. The Hat was quiet for a long moment. When it spoke again, it was barely a whisper. I'm going to put you in Gryffindor. Not because you're the bravest person I've sorted today, that honor goes to young Longbottom, though he doesn't know it yet. I'm putting you in Gryffindor because courage is what you'll need most. The courage to let people in. The courage to trust. The courage to be seen. And then, louder, so the whole hall could hear, and Mr. Potter. Be careful. The thing inside you is growing. It is patient, and it is hungry, and it does not care about you the way you want it to. The last sentence was for Harry alone. Gryffindor. The hall erupted. Not with cheers, not entirely, but with noise. Surprise, mostly. The squib, in Gryffindor. There was applause from the Gryffindor table, but it was uncertain, confused. Polite rather than enthusiastic. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down between Hermione and Neville. Hermione gave him a quick, bright smile. Neville scooted over to make room, his round face open and welcoming. Ron, sorted a few minutes later into Gryffindor with a whoop of relief, dropped into the seat across from them and immediately reached for the feast that had appeared on golden plates. Harry looked at the food. More food than he'd ever seen. Roast beef and chicken and pork chops, potatoes in every form, vegetables gleaming with butter, gravy boats that refilled themselves, pies and puddings and trifles. Note: consuming adequate nutrition will restore host HP to maximum over time. Harry served himself a plate. Then a second. Then a third. Hungry? Ron said through a mouthful of chicken. You have no idea, Harry said. He ate. He listened to the conversations around him, the older students eyeing him with curiosity, the first years asking Ron about his brothers, Hermione quizzing Percy Weasley about the curriculum. He felt the castle humming beneath him, ancient and vast. He felt the system ticking quietly in the back of his mind, processing, scanning, cataloging. He felt, for the first time in his life, like he was somewhere he was supposed to be. At the head table, Dumbledore was watching him. Blue eyes, half-moon spectacles, an expression of gentle interest that concealed fathomless calculation. Next to Dumbledore, a man with greasy black hair and a hooked nose was also watching Harry. His expression was not gentle. His magical signature was dark and complex and shot through with something that felt, to Harry's senses, like old pain. Severus Snape, level. Threat level, low, magical signature, significant, dark and light elements present, emotional state, conflicted, and further along the table, a man in a purple turban was watching Harry too. His face was twitching. His hands were clenched under the table. His magical signature was, Harry's blood went cold. Quirrell's Quirrell, level. Threat level. Unable to assess, warning, dual magical signature detected, warning, secondary signature matches parasitic soul fragment in host, warning, hostile entity detected, threat level. Extreme caution advised. Harry looked away. He picked up his fork. He ate another bite of roast beef. His hands did not shake. The system pulsed once, urgently, quest updated, survive, new threat identified, difficulty, increased. Harry chewed. Swallowed. Reached for the potatoes. This is brilliant, Ron was saying. Isn't this brilliant, Harry? Yeah, Harry said. He smiled. It was a real smile, because the food was good and the castle was beautiful and he was sitting between two people who seemed to genuinely want him there. But underneath the smile, underneath the warmth and the wonder and the belonging, the system churned with cold blue calculations. Something was wearing a professor like a mask. Something connected to the fragment of soul embedded in Harry's scar. Something that had killed his parents. And Harry was sitting 30 feet away from it, eating potatoes, level 5, 11 years old, with an infinite mana pool and a system that was still only 71% loaded. He was going to need those friends the hat had mentioned. He was going to need them very badly. Chapter 2, The Squib Who Stayed the First Morning at Hogwarts began with Harry getting lost. Not genuinely lost, the mini-map in the corner of his vision tracked every corridor and staircase he passed through, building a real-time blueprint of the castle that grew more detailed with every step. But the other first years were getting lost, spectacularly, and Harry couldn't exactly pull up a glowing mental map and say, oh, it's the third left past that tapestry of dancing trolls. So he got lost with them, trailing behind Ron and Neville and a handful of other Gryffindors as they stumbled down wrong corridors and argued about whether they'd already passed that suit of armor. I swear that staircase moved, Ron said, staring back the way they'd come. It had. Harry had watched it happen on his mini-map, the whole structure detaching from the landing and swinging to connect with a different floor. The castle was alive, or at least magical enough to behave as if it were alive, and the system was struggling to keep up. His map kept redrawing itself as hallways shifted and doors relocated. Mapping in progress. Hogwarts architecture is dynamic. Note, pattern recognition suggests changes follow recurring cycles. Full predictive model requires additional data. Meaning the castle moved on a schedule, and if Harry tracked it long enough, he could predict where everything would be at any given time. He filed that away for later. Excuse me, Hermione said, pushing to the front of the group. She had her schedule in one hand and a copy of Hogwarts, a history wedged under her arm. Transfiguration is on the 3rd floor, East Wing. We need to go back to the main staircase and take the second landing. How do you know that? Asked Seamus Finnegan, an Irish boy with a perpetual look of mild confusion. I studied the floor plan. It was in the appendix of, course it was, Ron muttered. Hermione's jaw tightened, but she didn't snap. She just turned and started walking, and because she was walking with confidence and no one else had a better idea, they followed her. Harry fell into step beside her. Thanks, he said. For what? For knowing where we're going. She glanced at him sideways. There was something careful in the look, an appraisal. You don't seem very lost. I'm good at following. She didn't push it, but Harry caught the way her eyes lingered on him for a half-second too long. Hermione Granger noticed things. He'd need to remember that. Transfiguration was taught by Professor McGonagall, who revealed herself to be both the head of Gryffindor House and the kind of teacher who could silence a room by raising one eyebrow. She opened the first class by turning her desk into a pig and back again, a display that left the first years open-mouthed and Harry's system racing through analytical data. Spell identified, transfiguration, macro-object transformation, estimated spell level, advanced, mana cost, significant, for standard magical core. Note, subject McGonagall's technique shows exceptional efficiency. Mana waste, 2%, less than 2% waste. Most of the spells Harry had analyzed in Diagon Alley showed waste rates of 15 to 30%, ambient mana that bled off during casting, energy lost to imprecise wand movements or unfocused intent. McGonagall cast like a surgeon operated, no unnecessary motion, no wasted energy, every ounce of power directed exactly where it needed to go. Harry filed away her technique for study. If he was going to pretend to be a struggling squib who somehow got in, he'd need to understand what struggling looked like. And to understand failure, he needed to deeply understand success. Transfiguration, McGonagall said, sweeping her gaze across the room, is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. Nobody messed about. The first lesson was turning a match into a needle. McGonagall distributed matches and instructed the class to attempt the transformation. Around the room, 11-year-olds pointed wands at matchsticks and screwed up their faces in concentration. Nothing happened. Then more nothing. A few matches shivered. Dean Thomas's caught fire. Harry held his wand over his match and considered. The spell was simple. He'd already learned it from his skill tree, a level 1 transfiguration that mapped mana into the molecular structure of the target and reorganized it. Through the wand, it required a specific tap-and-twist motion and the incantation, which he'd practiced silently in his room at the Dursleys. He could do it perfectly. He could probably do it wandlessly, though it would be messier. But the stealth objective was active. Stealth objective reminder, maintain squib perception, recommended action, fail convincingly. Harry tapped his match. Nothing happened. He tapped it again. Nothing. He frowned, adjusted his grip on his wand, mouthed the incantation with deliberate imprecision, too much emphasis on the second syllable, wand angle 3 degrees off, and tapped a third time. The match turned slightly silver at the tip. Not a needle. Not a match. Something in between. McGonagall noticed. She came over and looked at Harry's match with an expression that was hard to read. An attempt, Mr. Potter, she said. A genuine attempt. Keep at it. Was that surprise? Expectation? Pity? Harry couldn't tell. McGonagall's emotional state was locked down tighter than Gringotts. Beside him, Hermione jabbed her match with focused aggression. It transformed, not fully, but significantly, the wooden body turning to metal, the head sharpening to a point. McGonagall awarded Gryffindor 5 points and Hermione glowed. Harry smiled at her. Nice one. Thanks. She looked at his half-transformed match. You nearly had it. I think your wand angle was a little off, try angling from the wrist, not the elbow. She was correcting his technique. And she was right about the angle, at least from the perspective of standard wand casting. Harry felt a warm pulse of something like respect. I'll try that, he said. On his next attempt, he let the match transform a little further, silvery all the way through now, pointy at one end, but still thick and rough. A bad needle. A needle made by someone who was trying very, very hard and almost getting there. Stealth objective, performance calibrated, convincing, plus 50 XP, stealth bonus, the system was rewarding him for underperforming. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about that. Charms was next, taught by Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who stood on a stack of books behind his desk and beamed at his students with infectious enthusiasm. Where McGonagall was precision and control, Flitwick was joy and curiosity. His magical signature sparkled, literally, with a brightness that made Harry's mana sense twitch pleasantly. They started with the theory of spellcasting. Flitwick explained wand movements, incantations, the importance of intent. Harry already knew all of this, knew it better than Flitwick did, arguably, because the system showed him the why behind the techniques, the mana mechanics that the wizarding world had never formalized into a coherent framework. Wizards, Harry was beginning to understand, were like medieval herbalists who knew that certain plants cured certain diseases but had no concept of biochemistry. Their magic worked, often brilliantly, but their understanding of why it worked was incomplete and riddled with superstition. The system showed him the molecular level. The atomic level. The level beneath that, where mana interacted with the fabric of reality itself. It was beautiful. It was humbling. And it made playing dumb physically painful. The levitation charm, Flitwick squeaked, is one of the most fundamental charms you'll learn. We won't attempt it today, that's a few weeks off, but I want you to start practicing the wand movement. Swish and flick. Like this, he demonstrated. The class mimicked him, wands waving. Harry swished and flicked with slightly too much swish and not enough flick, a calibrated error that produced exactly nothing. Hermione, beside him again, she'd gravitated to his general orbit, whether by coincidence or design, practiced the motion with meticulous precision. Her form was excellent. Her determination was almost visible, radiating off her like heat. "You're very good at this," Harry said. "I've been practicing since I got my letter," she said. "I wanted to be ready. I thought, well, I'm Muggle-born, so I thought I'd be behind everyone. But it turns out most of the purebloods haven't practiced at all. It's strange. If I had grown up knowing magic was real, I'd have been studying since I could read." "Different cultures," Harry said. "Purebloods grow up surrounded by magic. They take it for granted. That doesn't make sense. Just because something is common doesn't mean you shouldn't study it. Gravity is common and we still study physics." Harry blinked. That was a genuinely insightful analogy for an 11-year-old. "That's a really good point." Hermione flushed. "Most people think I'm showing off when I say things like that." "You are showing off. But you're right, so it doesn't matter." She stared at him. Then she laughed, a short, surprised laugh, like something had been startled out of her. It was the first time Harry had heard her laugh. It sounded like it didn't get enough practice. At the end of the row, Ron glanced over and raised an eyebrow. Harry shrugged. Ron shrugged back. A friendship, building in the shared language of shrugs and half-smiles and offering each other food. Potions was the class Harry had been dreading. Not because of the subject, the system's analysis of potions was fascinating, revealing a discipline that was essentially chemistry with mana-infused reagents, governed by rules that were systematic and logical even if wizards treated them as arcane tradition. Harry loved the idea of potions. He dreaded the teacher. Severus Snape's classroom was in the dungeons, cold and dim, lined with jars of specimens that glowed faintly with preservative enchantments. The man himself was already there when the students filed in, standing at the front of the room like a shadow given form, black robes, black hair, black eyes that moved across the class with the lazy menace of a predator surveying a herd. Severus Snape, detailed scan, level. Magical core, exceptional, specialization, potions, occlumency, dark arts, defensive, emotional state, hostile, ambient, conflicted, regarding host, note, subject is a skilled legilimens. Exercise extreme caution with surface thoughts. A legilimens. A mind reader. Harry's pulse ticked up and the system responded immediately. Occlumency, passive defense, not yet available, system firewall active, basic protection against external mental intrusion, warning, firewall efficacy against skilled legilimens is uncertain, so the system would try to protect his mind, but it couldn't guarantee success against someone of Snape's caliber. Harry would need to be careful. Very careful. Snape started the class by taking attendance. He read each name in a low, silky voice, barely glancing up, until, yes. Harry Potter. Our new, celebrity. The word dripped with disdain. A few students snickered, mostly Slytherins, who shared this class with Gryffindor. Harry kept his face neutral. Snape looked up. His black eyes locked onto Harry's, and Harry felt it, a subtle pressure against his thoughts, like someone leaning against a closed door. Not pushing, not forcing. Just testing. The system flared, external mental probe detected, passive scan, system firewall, engaged, result, probe deflected, subject returned null read. Snape's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. A null read. Harry knew enough about legilimency from the system's database to understand what that meant. Snape had tried to skim Harry's surface thoughts and found nothing. Not occlumency shields, not resistance, just an absence. As if Harry's mind wasn't there at all. For a squib, that was wrong. Squibs had unshielded minds. Everyone did, unless they'd trained in occlumency. A null read from an 11-year-old squib was like finding a locked vault in an empty building. Snape filed it away. Harry could see him do it, the fractional narrowing of the eyes, the barely perceptible tightening of the jaw. Snape was smart. Snape was suspicious. And now Snape was interested. "Tell me, Potter," Snape said, leaning forward slightly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The answer was the draft of living death. Harry knew this. The system had catalogued every first-year potions fact weeks ago. But the stealth objective, "I don't know, sir," Harry said. "Tut, tut. Let's try again. Where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat." "I'm not sure, sir." "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They were the same plant." "I don't know." Snape's lip curled. Clearly, fame isn't everything. He glanced at the rest of the class. "Well? Why aren't you all copying that down?" Students scrambled for quills. Hermione's hand, which had been raised for all three questions, slowly lowered. She shot Harry a look that was equal parts sympathetic and frustrated. She'd known the answers. She'd wanted to give them. And Snape hadn't called on her. The class proceeded. They brewed a simple boil-curing potion. Harry followed the instructions precisely, the textbook instructions, which he already knew were slightly suboptimal. The system's analysis suggested that crushing the snake fangs instead of slicing them would improve potency by 12%, and that 2 counterclockwise stirs at step 4 was more efficient than 3. He made the potion correctly. Correctly, but not impressively. A solid, middle-of-the-road attempt. Snape prowled the room, criticizing everything. He sneered at Neville's potion, too thick, mocked Ron's, wrong color, and praised Draco Malfoy's, which was objectively worse than Harry's but had the advantage of being brewed by a Slytherin. When Snape reached Harry's station, he stopped. He looked at the potion. He looked at Harry. "Adequate," he said, and moved on. Adequate. Not bad. Not good. Just, adequate. Harry understood the message. Snape had expected him to fail. A squib in a potions class should have been a disaster. Instead, Harry had produced a competent potion, and Snape didn't know what to do with that information. After class, Harry lingered in the corridor, pretending to adjust his bag while the other students streamed past. Through the dungeon wall, he could feel Snape's magical signature, dark, complex, troubled. The man was standing at his desk, not moving. Harry walked away before Snape could come looking. Stealth objective update, Snape suspicion level, elevated, recommendation, vary performance. Avoid consistent competence in areas where squib should struggle. In other words, be worse, sometimes. Be randomly good at one thing and bad at another. Be unpredictable. Harry sighed. Playing dumb was turning out to be harder than being smart. The pattern of his first week settled into a rhythm. Classes in the morning, meals in the Great Hall, study sessions in the Gryffindor Common Room at night. Harry calibrated his performance carefully, middling in Transfiguration, passable in Charms, adequate in Potions, unexpectedly decent in Herbology. He let himself be slightly better there because it was the most physical subject, the one where a squib's lack of magic mattered least. History of Magic required no calibration at all because Professor Binns was a ghost who droned through lectures without ever noticing whether students were awake, let alone paying attention. Astronomy was the one class where Harry let the mask slip, just a fraction. It was his oldest love, that overdue library book in the cupboard, the nights spent staring through the Dursley's kitchen window at the stars. When Professor Sinistra asked the class to identify constellations, Harry named 12 in 30 seconds, and the surprise on Sinistra's face was so genuine that he almost felt guilty. "Very impressive, Mr. Potter. Have you studied astronomy before?" "I used to read about it," Harry said. "Before everything." The "before everything" hung in the air like smoke. Every teacher knew his story. The Squib diagnosis, the boy who lived, the complicated tragedy of it all. When Harry referenced his past, even obliquely, it created a pocket of silence that he could fill however he chose. He chose to fill it with a small, brave smile. The kind that said, "I'm doing my best despite everything." It was manipulative. He knew it was manipulative. The system probably would have approved if it were the kind of thing the system had opinions about. But the alternative was letting people define him by the Squib certificate, and Harry had decided, somewhere in the long years in the cupboard, that he would never again let someone else's paperwork determine his worth. The real work happened at night. After the common room emptied, after Ron's snores began echoing through the dormitory and Neville's toad stopped croaking and the castle settled into its ancient, creaking silence, Harry lay in his four-poster bed with the curtains drawn and trained. Not with his wand. The wand was a prop, a limiter, a tool for maintaining his cover. At night, Harry worked with raw mana. He started with mana shaping. The skill had reached level 18 over the summer, and the Hogwarts environment, drenched in ambient magic, seemed to accelerate his progress. He formed shapes in the dark, spheres, cubes, pyramids, more complex geometries. Then he pushed further, shaping mana into thin filaments that he could extend like fingers, reaching through the curtains, across the room, through the walls. He could feel the castle through these threads, the ancient stones, the wards layered into the foundations, the slow pulse of the building's magical heartbeat. Skill level up, mana shaping, LV, 19, new sub-skill available, mana thread, active, create fine filaments of mana for sensory extension, object manipulation, or remote spell delivery. Mana threads changed everything. With them, Harry could extend his senses throughout the castle without moving from his bed. Over the course of his first week, he mapped 3 floors of Hogwarts in exquisite detail, every room, every corridor, every hidden passage. The mini-map expanded exponentially. He found the kitchens, in the basement, behind a painting of a fruit bowl that concealed an entrance crawling with house elf signatures. He found the room of requirement, or rather, he found an anomaly on the 7th floor that his mana threads couldn't penetrate, a dead zone that shouldn't exist, which the system flagged as a spatial distortion. He found the library, the restricted section, the headmaster's office, the Ollery. And he found the 3rd floor corridor. The one Dumbledore had warned them about at the start of term feast, with a cheerful mention of painful death that seemed wildly inappropriate for a school full of children. Harry's mana threads approached it cautiously, feeling their way along the stone walls until, dungeon detected, location, 3rd floor corridor, right-hand side, classification, multi-stage defensive array, contents, guardian creature, massive, trapdoor, multiple enchanted obstacles, estimated difficulty, extreme, for host's current level, note, final chamber contains item of extraordinary magical significance. Harry pulled his threads back. He stared at the canopy of his bed. A dungeon. The system was treating the 3rd floor corridor like a game dungeon, an instanced zone with stages and a boss and loot at the end. And Dumbledore had put it in a school. Why? What was down there that was valuable enough to hide behind deadly obstacles in a building full of children? Insufficient data. Investigation recommended. Not yet, Harry whispered. He wasn't ready. Level 5, system at 72%, he needed more tools, more skills, more understanding. The dungeon wasn't going anywhere. But the thing-wearing Professor Quirrell was also interested in it. Harry had tracked Quirrell's movements on his mini-map for the entire first week, and the man circled the third-floor corridor like a moth around a flame, never entering, but always nearby. The dual magical signature pulsed with an intensity that made Harry's scar ache faintly whenever Quirrell was within 50 meters. Parasitic soul fragment resonance detected, host scar tissue responding to proximity of matched signature, recommendation, maintain distance from source. Harry maintained distance. But he watched. And he planned. 2 weeks into term, Neville lost Trevor again. This was, by Harry's count, the 4th time. The Toad had a talent for escape that bordered on the supernatural, and Neville's frantic searches through the castle had become a running subplot of first-year Gryffindor life. Usually, someone found Trevor in a bathroom or under a bench and returned him to Neville's grateful, slightly tearful custody. This time was different. This time, Trevor had gotten into the dungeons. Harry knew this because his mini-map showed a small, cold-blooded dot moving through the lower corridors at 7 in the evening, heading deeper, toward sections of the castle that first-years had no business being in. Neville didn't know this, obviously. Neville just knew his Toad was missing and dinner was over and he'd already checked everywhere else. "I'll help you look," Harry said. They were in the common room. Ron was playing chess with Seamus, and winning handily. Ron was devastatingly good at chess, a fact that had surprised everyone, possibly including Ron. Hermione was reading ahead in the Charms textbook. "Really?" Neville looked pathetically grateful. "You don't have to, I want to. Come on." They left the common room together. Harry led them through the castle with a confidence that he had to consciously dial back. He knew exactly where Trevor was, the green dot blipping steadily on his map, but he couldn't just march straight there. He had to pretend to search. "Let's try the ground floor," Harry said. "He likes damp places, right? The entrance hall has that fountain." "Good thinking," Neville said, trotting beside him. They checked the entrance hall, no Trevor, as Harry knew. They checked the ground floor corridors. They worked their way down, gradually, naturally, until they were at the top of the dungeon stairs. He wouldn't have gone down there, would he? Neville asked, peering into the gloom. "Toads like cold, damp places." "It's possible." Neville swallowed. The dungeons were Slytherin territory, and Neville was afraid of Slytherins the way small animals are afraid of hawks, instinctively, viscerally, in a way that no amount of rational argument could touch. "I'll be right there with you," Harry said. Neville nodded. They went down. The dungeons were darker and colder than the rest of the castle, the walls lined with green-tinged torches that gave everything an underwater quality. Harry's mana threads extended ahead of them, mapping the corridors, checking for other students or teachers. The path was clear, but he kept one thread permanently fixed on Trevor's position. The Toad was 2 corridors away, sitting in a puddle near a disused classroom. They were halfway there when voices echoed from a side passage. "Don't see why we have to share classes with Gryffindors at all. Bad enough without him there, my father says it's a disgrace. A squib at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's finally lost it." Harry stopped. Neville froze beside him. Draco Malfoy emerged from the side passage with his 2 ever-present satellites, Crabbe and Goyle. They were thick, dull-eyed boys who reminded Harry of Dudley's gang, the kind of people who followed strength because they had none of their own. Malfoy spotted Harry and his lip curled. "Well, well. The squib and the almost squib. What are you doing down here, Potter? Lost?" "Looking for a toad," Harry said mildly. "A toad. How fitting. A squib and a toad, wandering the dungeons. This is what Hogwarts has come to." Neville's face was burning red. His hands were clenched at his sides. Harry could feel the boy's shame and anger like heat from a fire, and something cold and precise clicked into place in his mind. Draco Malfoy was predictable. The system didn't need to scan him to know that. Harry had spent 10 years with Dudley Dursley, and bullies operated on the same basic firmware regardless of blood status. They targeted weakness. They avoided strength. They performed for audiences. Right now, Malfoy's audience was Crabbe and Goyle. 2 people. Not enough for a real show. Sorry, Harry said. Didn't mean to intrude on your territory. We'll be out of here in a minute. He said it without sarcasm, without edge, with the flat, unbothered tone of someone who genuinely didn't consider Malfoy worth getting upset about. It was, Harry had learned, the most devastating response to a bully, not anger, not fear, not submission, but indifference. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. He'd expected a reaction. A flinch from Neville, at least. Instead, the supposed squib was looking at him the way someone looks at a mildly inconvenient queue at the shops. My father is going to have you removed, Potter, Malfoy said. He's already written to the Board of Governors. A squib doesn't belong at Hogwarts. Everyone knows it. Your father sounds very busy, Harry said. Behind Malfoy, Crabbe snorted. Malfoy shot him a venomous look. Laugh all you want. When the board makes its decision, you'll be back with the Muggles where you belong. Enjoying your time while it lasts. Very much, actually. The food's excellent. Malfoy opened his mouth. Closed it. He didn't have a comeback for someone who refused to be wounded, and the realization was visibly frustrating. He settled for a sneer, jerked his head at Crabbe and Goyle, and swept past them down the corridor with his robes billowing in what he probably hoped was an intimidating fashion. When they were gone, Neville let out a shaky breath. How do you do that? Do what? Not care. He was awful and you didn't even blink. Harry looked at Neville. The boy was still flushed, still trembling slightly. Neville Longbottom was terrified of confrontation, and Harry understood why. The system had picked up fragments of Neville's background from overheard conversations and the Hogwarts rumor mill. Raised by his grandmother. Parents tortured into insanity. Almost classified as a squib himself. Neville carried a weight of expectation and inadequacy that would have crushed most adults, let alone an 11-year-old. Malfoy's a kid with an opinion, Harry said. Opinions aren't dangerous. His father's opinion might be. If the Board of Governors really votes, then I'll deal with that when it happens. Right now, we have a toad to find. They found Trevor exactly where Harry's map said he'd be, sitting in a puddle, looking smug in the way that only toads can look smug. Neville scooped him up with a noise of pure relief and clutched the toad to his chest. Thank you, Harry. Really. Anytime. They walked back up to Gryffindor Tower together, and something had shifted between them. Not dramatically, there was no declaration of friendship, no bonding speech. Just a quiet understanding. Harry had walked into the dungeons with Neville when Neville was afraid, and he hadn't made Neville feel stupid for being afraid, and he hadn't needed Neville to be anything other than what he was. It was, Harry thought, probably what friendship felt like. He didn't have much basis for comparison. Relationship update, Neville Longbottom, trust level increased, note, trust is a two-way metric. Current reciprocation rate, moderate. The system quantified everything. Harry was still deciding how he felt about that. The flying lesson happened on a Thursday. Harry had been bracing for it. Flying was the most physical magical discipline at Hogwarts, and it was also the one most likely to expose him. Brooms were magical objects that responded to the rider's magical signature. Theoretically, a squib shouldn't be able to make one fly at all. The system had a workaround. Magical Object Interface, Broom, standard interface requires magical core resonance, host lacks this. Alternative, mana injection, host can directly power Broom via mana channeling. Note, this approach is inefficient but functional. Broom will respond but may behave erratically. Erratically. Harry could work with erratically. A broom that behaved erratically was exactly what people would expect from a squib trying to fly. Madam Hooch lined the first years up on the lawn, Gryffindors on one side, Slytherins on the other, with a row of school brooms between them. The brooms were old, battered, and the system rated their magical integrity at roughly 40%. Some of them had twigs sticking out at odd angles. "Stick your right hand over your broom," Hooch barked, "and say, 'Up.'" "Up," shouted 20-odd students. Malfoy's broom jumped into his hand immediately. So did Harry's, because Harry pumped a thread of mana into the broom handle at the exact moment he gave the command, and the broom leapt up with startled eagerness, like a sleeping dog prodded awake. Several students stared. A Squib's broom wasn't supposed to respond like that. Harry looked at the broom in his hand with a carefully constructed expression of surprise. "Ha," he said. Ron's broom rolled over on the ground. Hermione's rose reluctantly to waist height and hovered there, vibrating. Neville's didn't move at all until Neville begged it, at which point it drifted up with the enthusiasm of a teenager getting out of bed. "Good," Hooch said. "Now mount your brooms," and on my whistle. Neville, nervous and off balance, kicked off too early. His broom shot upward like a startled bird, carrying him 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet into the air while Neville clung to it and howled. Harry tracked him on the minimap. The broom was out of control, its enchantments were degraded, and Neville's fear was destabilizing whatever tenuous connection he had with it. At 40 feet, the broom bucked. Neville slipped. At 45 feet, he fell. Harry was already moving. Not visibly. Not dramatically. He was standing on the ground with a broom between his legs, one student among many, and his hand was in his pocket, and his fingers were curled around his wand. Body reinforcement, legs. Mana thread, extend, target Neville. Two things happened simultaneously. Harry pushed mana into the ground beneath Neville's trajectory, not a spell, not anything visible, just raw mana soaking into the grass and dirt, softening it, turning a patch of hard-packed lawn into something with the consistency of a gymnastics mat. And he sent a mana thread, invisible, intangible, faster than thought, to Neville's robe. Not to catch him. He couldn't do that without revealing himself. But he could slow him. A mana thread wrapped around the back of Neville's cloak, creating just enough drag to change his fall from a plummet to a tumble. Neville hit the ground. Hard, but not critically. He rolled, gasped, clutched his wrist. Something crunched. "Broken wrist," Hooch said, kneeling beside him. "Right, come on, dear, hospital wing. The rest of you, keep your feet on the ground while I take this boy to Madame Pomfrey, or you'll be out of this school before you can say, Quidditch." She led Neville away. He was crying, which made Harry's chest tighten with a complicated mix of sympathy and guilt. He could have done more. Could have slowed the fall further, cushioned the landing better. But the stealth objective was a leash, and every overt action was a risk. Hidden quest complete, protect ally, Neville Longbottom's fall damage reduced by 43%, without intervention, estimated injuries, broken wrist, fractured collarbone, concussion, with intervention, actual injuries, broken wrist, reward, plus 200 XP, plus 1 wisdom. Harry dismissed the notification. He didn't want to think about the fractured collarbone and concussion that Neville would have gotten if Harry hadn't acted. He didn't want to think about the calculus of risk and reward, about the system turning a boy's pain into experience points and stat bonuses. Malfoy was laughing. He'd picked up something from the grass, a small glass sphere filled with red smoke. Neville's remembrall, a gift from his grandmother. "Did you see his face, the great lump? Give that back, Malfoy," Harry said. Malfoy turned. His grin widened. "Or what? Going to curse me, Squib? Oh wait, you can't." Malfoy mounted his broom and kicked off, soaring up into the air with the remembrall clutched in his fist. He was a good flyer, Harry noted clinically. Natural talent, probably years of private lessons on expensive brooms. He hovered 30 feet up and held the remembrall out. "Come and get it, Potter. Or is flying too magical for you?" Harry looked at his broom. He looked at Malfoy. He looked at the ground where Neville had fallen. Stealth objective warning: engaging in aerial pursuit will draw significant attention, risk of exposure, high, recommended action, allow Malfoy to, Harry dismissed the notification. He mounted his broom. He kicked off. The broom bucked and shuddered, the school broom's degraded enchantments fought against his mana injection, the interface rough and janky. Harry gritted his teeth and poured power into it, not finessing, just flooding the broom with enough mana to overwhelm its creaky systems and make it go. It went. The acceleration slammed him back. He shot upward, the ground dropping away, the wind tearing at his hair and robes. His mini-map showed altitude, 20 feet, 30, 40, matching Malfoy's height in seconds. The other students were screaming below, a mix of shock and excitement, and Hermione's distinctive voice yelling, "Harry, no." Malfoy's face went from triumphant to startled in the time it took Harry to cross the distance between them. He hadn't expected the squib to fly. He definitely hadn't expected the squib to fly like this, raw, unstable, but fast, closing the gap with reckless abandon. "Give it back," Harry said, hovering opposite Malfoy. His broom was vibrating beneath him, the handle hot with channeled mana. He was burning through the broom's enchantments at an unsustainable rate. He had maybe 60 seconds before the whole thing gave out. Malfoy's eyes were wide. Not scared, he was 30 feet in the air on a broom he controlled perfectly, and Harry was on a school broom that was visibly shaking. But surprised. And something else, the faintest flicker of respect, quickly buried. "Catch it, then," Malfoy said, and threw the remembrall. Not at Harry. Over his head, hard, a long arc toward the castle wall. A throw designed to make Harry chase it, and if he missed, the remembrall would shatter against stone. Harry didn't think. He leaned forward and the broom screamed beneath him, a sound like tearing metal, and he was moving, the world blurring, the castle wall rushing up, and the remembrall was a tiny glass sphere falling in a long, lazy parabola, and Harry reached out, time slowed. Not metaphorically. The system did something, he felt it engage, felt a new process spin up, something he'd never accessed before. Skill activated, mana perception, passive, LV1, temporal perception enhanced, reaction time reduced by 40%, the world went crystalline. Every detail sharpened. He could see the remembrall rotating slowly in the air, the red smoke inside it swirling. He could see the individual bricks of the castle wall approaching. He could feel the exact trajectory of his broom, the exact angle of his arm, the exact moment his fingers would intersect the sphere's path. He closed his hand around it. The broom died. The enchantments failed catastrophically, too much mana, too fast, through a channel that was never designed for it. The broom went rigid and started to drop. Harry was 30 feet up. He didn't panic. Body reinforcement surged through his legs and torso, max output, and he kicked free of the broom, twisting in the air, converting his forward momentum into a controlled arc. He hit the ground in a roll that would have shattered a normal 11-year-old's ankles, but the mana cushioning his joints absorbed the impact, and he came up on his feet with the remembrall in his hand and the dead broom clattering to the grass beside him. Silence. Absolute, ringing silence. 40 students staring. Then noise. A wave of it, gasps, shouts, Seamus yelling, "Did you see that?" Ron bellowing something incoherent, Hermione with both hands over her mouth. Stealth objective update, squib perception, compromised, new narrative required, suggestion, attribute performance to adrenaline and beginner's luck, Harry Potter. McGonagall was striding across the lawn, and her expression was thunderous. Harry's stomach dropped. This was it. She'd seen everything. She was going to demand answers. She was going to, "Come with me. Now." Harry followed her into the castle, the remembrall still in his hand. McGonagall walked fast, robes snapping, and didn't speak until they'd reached the first floor and she'd stopped outside a classroom door. "Wait here." She went in. Harry heard muffled voices. She emerged a moment later with a fifth-year boy, tall, stocky, wearing Quidditch gloves. "Potter, this is Oliver Wood." Wood, I found you a seeker. Harry blinked. Wood blinked. He's a first year, Wood said. He just caught a glass sphere the size of a marble in a 50-foot dive on a school broom that broke mid-flight and landed on his feet. McGonagall's voice was clipped, almost fierce. I don't care if he's a first year. I don't care if he's a, she stopped. Recalibrated. He can fly, Wood. I've never seen anything like it. But Wood glanced at Harry. At the scar. He didn't say the word squib, but it hung between them like a curtain. He caught it, didn't he? McGonagall said. The broom responded to him. That's enough. First years aren't allowed brooms. And no offense, Professor, but if he can't do magic, how's he going to? We'll deal with the details. I am not losing the House Cup to Slytherin for a 7th year because we can't find a decent seeker. She looked at Harry. Can you do it again? What you just did? Harry considered the question. The honest answer was, yes, easily, on a broom that wasn't falling apart. The strategic answer was more complicated. Being on the Quidditch team meant visibility. Attention. Scrutiny. Everything the stealth objective warned against. But it also meant belonging. A place on a team. A reason for people to want him here. Yes, Harry said. I can do it again. McGonagall almost smiled. It was the closest thing to approval he'd seen from her. Wood will set up practice times. You'll need a proper broom. I'll speak to Professor Dumbledore about making an exception to the first-year rule. She paused. And Potter? I know the circumstances of your admission are unusual. There will be questions. There will be people who object. But as long as you're in my house, you have my support. Is that clear? Yes, Professor. Thank you. She nodded sharply and walked away. Wood looked at Harry with an expression that was rapidly transitioning from skepticism to hungry excitement. You really caught it mid-dive? On a school broom? The broom broke. That part wasn't planned. Wood grinned. It was the grin of a man who has been lost in a desert and just found water. Practice starts Saturday. 6 a.m. If you're late, I'll find another seeker. I don't care what they say about, he gestured vaguely at Harry's everything. If you can fly, you can fly. He strode off, already muttering about formations and strategy. Harry stood alone in the corridor. He opened his hand and looked at the remembrall. The red smoke inside it swirled lazily. Quest complete, defend allies' property, reward, plus 100 XP, bonus, Quidditch team position acquired, seeker, stealth assessment, cover partially blown. Current explanation, natural flying talent, is holding but fragile. Natural flying talent. That was the story, and it was almost true. Harry was a natural flyer, the instincts, the spatial awareness, the fearlessness were genuine. The mana channeling that made it possible was the secret, but no one had seen that part. They'd seen a kid on a broom doing something extraordinary, and in the wizarding world, extraordinary things had explanations that didn't involve mysterious systems with infinite mana. For now, the cover held. Harry pocketed the remembrall and went to find Neville. The hospital wing smelled like antiseptic and herbs. Neville was sitting on a bed with his wrist in a splint, looking miserable. Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, was bustling around him with potions and bandages. Drink this, she said, thrusting a goblet at Neville. Skill grow, tastes awful, works wonders. Neville drank. Made a face that suggested awful was an understatement. Then he saw Harry in the doorway and his expression shifted to anxious hope. Trevor's fine. He's in our dorm. And here. Harry held up the remembrall. Neville took it with his good hand. Where'd you, Malfoy nicked it after you fell. I got it back. How? Harry told him a version of the story, the flying, the dive, the catch. He left out the mana channeling, the temporal perception boost, the body reinforcement that had saved his ankles. The version Neville heard was, Harry got on a broom, chased Malfoy, caught the Remembrall, landed hard but fine. Even the edited version made Neville's eyes go wide. You flew. But you're a squib. Yeah. Harry sat on the edge of the bed. Apparently brooms don't care about that. That's brilliant, Harry. McGonagall made me Seeker for the Gryffindor team. What? First-year Seeker. She's going to bend the broom rule. Neville stared at him. Then he started laughing, not the nervous, uncertain laughter Harry was used to hearing from him, but a real, full laugh that shook his whole body and made Madame Pomfrey poke her head around the curtain to check he wasn't having a fit. Oh, Malfoy is going to be furious, Neville said, wiping his eyes. He tried to get you in trouble and instead you got on the Quidditch team. Harry grinned. Yeah. That part is pretty good. They sat together for a while. Neville talked about his grandmother, who had played chaser for Gryffindor in her day. Harry talked about flying, the real feeling of it, the wind and the speed and the way the ground fell away and everything small became smaller. Neville listened with the attentiveness of someone who understood what it meant to find the one thing you were good at. When Madame Pomfrey chased Harry out at curfew, Neville called after him. Harry. Thanks. For the Remembrall. And for, just thanks. Anytime, Neville. He meant it. The system tracked trust levels and relationship metrics and strategic alliance values, but underneath all that machinery, something simpler was happening. Harry was making friends. Real ones. The kind the Hat had said he needed. He walked back to Gryffindor Tower in the quiet castle, and for a few minutes, he didn't check his mini-map or scan passing portraits or calculate threat levels. He just walked, and felt the ancient stones beneath his feet, and thought about how strange it was that the best day of his life had involved a broken broom and a glass ball and a boy who couldn't keep track of his toad. The news about Harry making Seeker spread through Hogwarts like fire through dry grass. By breakfast the next morning, everyone knew. The reactions split along predictable lines. Gryffindor was cautiously excited, a Seeker was a Seeker, even a Squib Seeker, Slytherin was outraged, Ravenclaw was intrigued, and Hufflepuff was. Hufflepuff. Generally supportive, mildly concerned about safety regulations. Malfoy was, as Neville had predicted, furious. He accosted Harry in the corridor after breakfast, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, his pale face flushed with indignation. You think you're so clever, don't you, Potter? Getting yourself on the Quidditch team, my father will hear about this. A squib on a house team? It's against the rules. McGonagall cleared it. McGonagall isn't the Board of Governors. My father has friends on the board, Potter. Important friends. This won't stand. Harry met Malfoy's eyes. The system was scanning, threat level low, emotional state elevated, no actual danger. Just a boy with too much pride and not enough sense. Malfoy, Harry said, your father has been trying to get me expelled since September 1st. I'm still here. At some point, you might want to consider that maybe the system isn't as easy to game as you think. Something shifted in Malfoy's expression. Not fear, not quite. But a recognition, maybe, that the squib in front of him wasn't reacting the way a squib should. Squibs were supposed to be ashamed. Apologetic. Grateful for whatever crumbs the magical world deigned to throw them. Harry was none of those things. Harry was calm and direct and utterly unintimidated, and Malfoy, who had been raised to believe that power was the only currency that mattered, couldn't figure out where that confidence was coming from. You'll regret this, Malfoy said, but the fire had gone out of it. He turned and left, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him. Ron appeared at Harry's elbow. You know he's going to challenge you to a wizard's duel at midnight or something stupid like that. Probably. And you'll go? Probably not. I've got practice at 6 a.m. Ron laughed. Priorities. I like it. The Nimbus 2000 arrived at breakfast the following Monday, delivered by 6 school owls who carried the long, thin package between them and dropped it on the Gryffindor table with a clatter that turned every head in the Great Hall. Harry unwrapped it carefully. The broom was beautiful, sleek, polished, with golden registration numbers along the handle and a tail of perfectly aligned birch twigs. The system scanned it immediately. Nimbus 2000, racing broom, enchantment integrity, 98%, maximum speed, 150 miles per hour, estimated, mana interface, standard core resonance. Note, host will need TO adapt mana output for smooth interface. Previous brute force approach viable but suboptimal. Suboptimal. The system loved that word. Harry ran his fingers along the handle and felt the broom's enchantments purr, well-maintained and eager. This wasn't a battered school broom, this was a precision instrument. He could learn to interface with it properly, to channel mana at the exact frequency the broom expected, and the result would be flight that was indistinguishable from what any wizard could achieve. Better, actually. Because a wizard's magical core was finite, and Harry's mana was not. On a long enough flight, every wizard would tire. Harry wouldn't. He looked up and caught Hermione watching him from across the table. She wasn't looking at the broom. She was looking at him, at the way he held it, the way his fingers moved along the wood, the quiet certainty in his expression. She looked away quickly when their eyes met. But Harry had seen it. She was thinking. Calculating. Hermione Granger was the most observant person in his year, and she was starting to notice things that didn't add up. A squib who made potions adequately. A squib whose broom obeyed him. A squib who dove 50 feet and landed on his feet. A squib who never seemed afraid. The individual data points were ambiguous. Together, they formed a pattern that a girl with Hermione's intelligence would eventually trace to its source. Harry was going to have to deal with that. Not today. Not yet. But soon. Stealth alert, Hermione Granger, suspicion level, moderate, recommend, preemptive partial disclosure or enhanced concealment, neither option was good. Partial disclosure meant trusting someone with a secret that could destroy his position at Hogwarts. Enhanced concealment meant deliberately deceiving someone he liked, someone who was becoming his friend. Harry tucked the Nimbus under his arm and went to class. October crept in with cold mornings and fog that pooled in the castle's lower corridors like standing water. Harry's routine solidified, classes during the day, calibrated underperformance, Quidditch practice 3 evenings a week, where he could let himself be genuinely good, since flying was the one area where his cover story, natural talent, not magic, actually held up, and midnight training sessions in his dormitory, pushing mana through his body and mind and out into the castle, mapping and learning and growing. The system boot hit 75% on October 14th. System boot, 75% complete, new skill trees unlocked, branch 4, soul architecture, the study and manipulation of soul-based magic, branch 5, reality scripting, direct manipulation of magical laws and environmental constants, branch 6, void channeling, access 2 extra-dimensional energy sources, branch 7, locked, requires system boot 90% plus. Harry stared at the new branches. Soul architecture. Reality scripting. Void channeling. These weren't wizard skills. They weren't even on the same spectrum as wizard skills. They were something else entirely, disciplines that the wizarding world had no names for, no framework for, possibly no awareness of. He explored the soul architecture tree first, because of the Horcrux. The tree was extensive, with nodes branching in dozens of directions: soul sight, soul ward, soul binding, soul fracture, soul repair, soul consumption. Soul consumption, the ability to absorb soul fragments and convert them to mana and experience. Note, this process is already occurring passively with host's parasitic soul fragment. Investing skill points in this node will increase absorption rate. Harry closed the tree. His hands were cold. The system was already eating the soul in his scar. It wanted him to make it eat faster. He didn't invest the points. Not yet. Not until he understood more. Reality scripting was equally unsettling. The introductory note described it as, the ability to alter the fundamental rules governing magical interactions within a localized area. Harry read that 3 times. Alter fundamental rules. That wasn't a spell. That was rewriting reality. He didn't invest there either. Void channeling was the most alien of the 3, something about accessing energy from dimensional boundaries and null spaces. Harry read the description, felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October weather, and closed the tree. New tools. Powerful tools. Tools that scared him. He focused on what he knew: mana shaping, standard magic, body cultivation. Safe branches. Familiar branches. The branches that kept him alive and hidden and growing at a pace that wouldn't attract the attention of things that ate souls and rewrote reality. But the new trees glowed in the corner of his vision, waiting. Patient. Hungry. Just like the hat had warned. Hermione cornered him on a Saturday afternoon in late October. Harry was in the library, which had become his favorite place in the castle. The system's database was incomplete, but Hogwarts' library was vast, and every book Harry read fed into the system's knowledge banks, expanding its analytical capabilities. He could feel the system processing each page as he turned it, cross-referencing, categorizing, building a model of magical theory that grew more sophisticated by the day. He was reading a third-year charms textbook, hidden inside the cover of a first-year history of magic text, a precaution against nosy classmates, when Hermione sat down across from him. "We need to talk," she said. Harry closed his book. About? About the fact that you're not a squib. The library was quiet. A few older students studying at distant tables, a house elf shelving books in the restricted section. Nobody within earshot. Harry looked at Hermione. She looked back. Her expression was determined, her jaw set, her eyes bright with the particular intensity of someone who has spent weeks building a case and is finally ready to present it. "What makes you think that?" Harry said. "I've been watching you. Not in a creepy way. But I notice things, Harry, and the things I've noticed don't make sense." She pulled out a parchment. She'd made notes. "Your transfiguration work. You're performing at approximately the 35th percentile of our class. Consistent, right in the middle of the lower half. But your errors aren't random, they're specific. You always get the wand angle slightly wrong, and it's always the same degree off. That's not incompetence. Incompetent people make different mistakes each time. You're making the same mistake, deliberately, because you've calculated exactly how wrong you need to be to produce a mediocre result." Harry said nothing. "Your potions work. Snape calls it adequate. But I've looked at your technique, not the results, the technique. Your knife work is precise. Your timing is exact. You measure ingredients with a consistency that most professional potioneers would envy. You're making perfect potions and then, I think you're sabotaging them. Adding a pinch too much of something, or stirring one time too many. Just enough to bring the result down from excellent to mediocre." She flipped the parchment over. She'd filled both sides. "Flying. Everyone says you're a natural, and maybe you are. But you landed a 50-foot fall on your feet without a scratch. I looked up the physics. At that velocity, hitting the ground should have broken both your ankles and probably your legs. You rolled, which helps, but the angles were wrong for a roll, you hit with too much vertical velocity. Something absorbed the impact. Something that isn't normal." She set the parchment down. "And then there's your scar. It twinges when Professor Quirrell is nearby. I've seen you touch it. I've tracked the correlation, every time Quirrell is within about 50 meters, you wince. Just for a second. Just enough that most people wouldn't notice. But I notice." She folded her hands on the table. "You're not a squib, Harry. I don't know what you are, but you're not what you're pretending to be. And I want to know why you're pretending. The silence stretched. Harry looked at Hermione's notes, her careful, methodical, devastatingly accurate notes, and felt something between admiration and alarm. The system was flashing notifications: stealth objective, critically compromised, subject Hermione Granger has deduced deception with high confidence, options, 1. Deny, low probability of success given evidence presented, 2. Partial disclosure, moderate risk, potential alliance gain, 3. Full disclosure, high risk, high reward, 4. Obliviate, memory modification spell available in standard magic tree. Harry dismissed option 4 so hard the notification fizzled. The idea of erasing Hermione's memory, of reaching into her brilliant, meticulous mind and taking something from her, made him physically ill. He looked at her. She was watching him with an expression that was half challenge and half vulnerability. She'd put herself on the line. She'd shared her observations, her analysis, her conclusions, and in doing so, she'd shown him her hand. If he denied everything, she'd be exposed as the girl who accused Harry Potter of faking his disability. The social consequences would be severe. She'd risked that. For the truth. You're right, Harry said quietly. Hermione's breath caught. I'm not a squib. Not exactly. But I'm not a normal wizard either. The Ministry's tests weren't wrong, I don't have a magical core. What I have is, different. And I can't explain all of it because I don't understand all of it myself. How different? Harry considered. The system wanted him to calculate, to optimize, to give her exactly enough truth to secure her loyalty without exposing critical vulnerabilities. But Hermione had just trusted him with something enormous, her deduction, her evidence, her willingness to be wrong, and the least he could do was trust her back. I can use magic, he said. But not the way wizards do. I don't channel through a core. I generate energy. A lot of it. Constantly. And I can shape it into things that look like spells, but underneath, the mechanism is different. How much energy? Harry hesitated. Harry. How much? A lot. More than a lot. I don't run out. Hermione blinked. You don't run out. No. Of magical energy. It's not exactly magical energy. It's similar, but you're saying you have unlimited power. I'm saying I have unlimited fuel. Power requires control, skill, knowledge. I have fuel. The rest, I'm still learning. She sat back in her chair. He could see her processing, her mind racing through implications and questions and revised models of reality. She was, he realized, doing what the system did, reorganizing her entire understanding to accommodate new data. How long, she asked. How long have you been able to do this? Since I was 7. Since the Squib certification. 4 years. You've been hiding this for 4 years. I've been learning. Alone. With no teachers, no textbooks, no one to ask. He met her eyes. Do you understand why I hid it? If the Ministry found out, if anyone found out, I'd be a lab experiment. Or a weapon. Or a threat. I'm an 11-year-old with a power that no one can explain, and the last person who had mysterious power associated with my scar murdered my parents. Hermione was quiet for a long time. The library clock ticked. A house elf drifted past with an armload of books, humming softly. I won't tell anyone, Hermione said. Obviously. But I have conditions. Harry raised an eyebrow. First, you stop patronizing me in study sessions. I've been trying to help you improve for weeks, and it's been driving me mad knowing that you're deliberately underperforming. If we're going to work together, and we are going to work together, I need to see your real ability. At least in private. Fair. Second, you tell me about the scar thing. The Quirrell connection. If you're in danger, I want to know. Harry hesitated. The Quirrell situation was the most dangerous piece of the puzzle, the dual signature, the soul fragment match, the hostile entity hiding behind a professor's face. Telling Hermione meant putting her in the crosshairs. But she was already in the crosshairs. She sat next to him in every class. She studied with him every evening. If something went wrong with Quirrell, she'd be nearby regardless. Quirrell has something attached to him, Harry said carefully. Something dark. Something that connects to me, to my scar. I don't know what it is yet. But it's dangerous, and it's interested in whatever is hidden on the third floor. Hermione's eyes widened. The forbidden corridor. You know what's down there. Not specifically. But I know it's something valuable enough to put deadly protections around, and I know Quirrell wants it. How do you know all this? I can sense magical energy. It's one of the things I can do. And Quirrell's energy signature is, wrong. Split. Like there are two entities occupying one body. Hermione was gripping the edge of the table. Harry, that sounds like possession. Dark magical possession. We should tell a teacher. We should tell Dumbledore. And say what? I can sense magical signatures and Quirrell's is suspicious. The first question anyone asks is how I can sense magical signatures. And then we're back to explaining what I am, which is the thing I can't do. So we just, do nothing. We watch. We learn. We prepare. And if Quirrell makes a move, we act. Hermione stared at him. He could see the war on her face, the rule follower versus the problem solver, the good student versus the girl who'd just been handed the most interesting mystery of her life. The problem solver won. Fine, she said. But we do this together. No more lone wolf rubbish. If you're going to investigate a potentially possessed teacher and a secret vault of deadly obstacles, you're not doing it alone. Hermione, those are my conditions, Harry. Take them or I go to McGonagall right now. She meant it. He could see it in her jaw, in her eyes, in the set of her shoulders. Hermione Granger did not bluff. Harry extended his hand. Deal. She shook it. Her grip was firm, her palms slightly sweaty with nervous energy, and when she pulled her hand back, she was smiling, a fierce, bright smile that made her look, for a moment, like something out of a legend. This is going to be the most interesting year of my life, she said. That's one way to put it, Harry said. That evening, in the common room, Harry sat in his usual chair by the fire with Ron and Neville. Ron was working through a chess problem in the Daily Prophet. He'd solved it in 4 moves, the paper said the solution was 12. Neville was repotting a small, prickly plant that Professor Sprout had given him as extra credit. Hermione settled into the chair beside Harry with a stack of books. She opened the top one, Magical Theory, Foundations and Frontiers, and began reading. She didn't look at Harry. She didn't signal anything unusual. But when she turned to the chapter on ambient magical fields and ran her finger along a passage, she angled the book slightly so Harry could read it too. It was their first act of collaboration. Tiny. Invisible. The beginning of something. Ron glanced up from his chess problem. You two are getting along well. She's helping me with theory, Harry said. Course she is. Hermione helps everyone with everything whether they want it or not. I can hear you, Ronald. I know. I meant it as a compliment. It didn't sound like a compliment. That's because my compliment game is weak. Harry, tell her my compliment game is weak. Your compliment game is weak, Harry confirmed. See? Honesty. That's what friends are for. Hermione huffed, but the corners of her mouth twitched. Neville's plant made a small gurgling noise and he apologized to it, and Ron went back to his chess, and the fire crackled, and the common room was warm and golden and full of the comfortable noise of people existing in the same space. Harry leaned his head back against the chair and closed his eyes. Relationship update, Core Alliance forming, Hermione Granger, trust level, high, Ron Weasley, trust level, moderate high, Neville Longbottom, trust level, moderate high. Note, social bonds improve mental stability and provide tactical advantages in hostile scenarios. The system quantified it. Reduced it to metrics and tactical assessments. That was what it did. It measured, it optimized, it calculated. But the warmth in Harry's chest wasn't a metric. The feeling of being surrounded by people who chose to sit near him, who argued with him and teased him and shared their books and their snacks and their time, that wasn't a stat on a screen. The system could track his relationships all it wanted. It couldn't touch what they actually meant. Harry opened his eyes. The fire popped. Ron muttered, "Checkmate," to his newspaper. Neville's plant made another noise. Hermione turned a page. And outside the castle, in the cold October darkness, something stirred. Harry felt it through his mana threads, a pulse from the third-floor corridor, faint but unmistakable. Something probing the defenses. Testing. Searching. Quirrell. Moving in the dark. Quest reminder, survive, threat status, active, the hostile entity is growing bolder, estimated time to confrontation, decreasing. Harry opened his status screen and looked at his level. 6. Up from 5 at the start of term, but still low. Too low for what was coming. He closed the screen. He looked at his friends, his allies, his people. The people the hat said he needed. He was going to get stronger. Faster. Smarter. Not because the system told him to. Not because a quest demanded it. Because these people were sitting around him in a warm common room, and they trusted him, and something in the third-floor corridor was hungry, and Harry Potter, level 6, certified squib, infinite mana, terrified, was not going to let it touch them. He picked up Hermione's book and started reading. Chapter 3, The Weight of Pretending November arrived with teeth. The temperature plummeted overnight, turning the castle's stone corridors into wind tunnels that bit through robes and scarves alike. The lake froze at its edges, thin plates of ice creeping inward from the banks like slow-moving armor. The forbidden forest, visible from the Gryffindor Tower windows, turned skeletal, bare branches clawing at a sky that couldn't decide between iron gray and bone white. Harry barely noticed the cold. Body reinforcement, running at a low, constant hum through his system, kept his core temperature stable regardless of external conditions. It was one of those small, invisible advantages that accumulated into something significant. While other students shivered and layered and complained, Harry moved through the freezing castle in his standard robes, comfortable, alert, undistracted. It was Neville who pointed it out. "You're not wearing a scarf," Neville said at breakfast, spooning porridge into his mouth. He himself was bundled in approximately 4 layers, his Gryffindor scarf wound so tightly around his neck that it looked like it was trying to strangle him. "Forgot it," Harry said. "You forgot it yesterday too. And the day before. I run warm." Neville accepted this with a shrug. Ron, across the table, was too busy arguing with Seamus about the Chudley Cannon's chances this season to notice anything. But Hermione, 2 seats down, glanced at Harry over the top of her Ancient Runes primer. She was reading ahead, 2 years ahead, because of course she was, and her expression said, "Careful." She was right. Small inconsistencies. A boy who didn't shiver when everyone shivered. A boy who never got sick, never seemed tired, never had the dark circles and pale complexion that plagued his classmates as the days shortened. Each one was trivial in isolation. Together, they painted a picture of someone whose body wasn't operating by the same rules as everyone else's. Harry started wearing a scarf. Quidditch practice consumed 3 evenings a week and most of Saturday morning. Oliver Wood was, to put it diplomatically, an obsessive. He had diagrams. He had playbooks. He had a 3-dimensional tactical model of the Quidditch pitch that he'd enchanted himself and carried around in a velvet-lined box like a holy relic. The thing about Seekers, Wood said, standing in the changing room with his tactical model spinning in the air between them, is that most people think the job is just catching the snitch. Flying fast, good eyes, quick reflexes. And yeah, all of that matters. But the real job of a Seeker is controlling time. Harry toweled off his hair. They'd just finished a 2-hour practice in driving rain, and the rest of the team, Katie Bell, Angelina Johnson, and Alicia Spinnet as chasers, Fred and George Weasley as beaters, had already headed back to the castle. Wood always wanted to talk strategy afterward, and Harry always stayed, because Wood's tactical mind was genuinely impressive and Harry was learning things that the system's database didn't cover. Explain, Harry said. Quidditch is a 2-track game. There's the chaser's game, goals, passing, defense, and there's the seeker's game, the snitch. 150 points for the snitch, 10 points per goal. Mathematically, the snitch is almost always decisive. So the question isn't can you catch it, it's when do you catch it. Wood rotated the model. Tiny figures zipped around a miniature pitch. Catch it too early, and you might end the game before our chasers have built a lead. If we're down by more than 150, catching the snitch means we win the match but lose on aggregate points. Catch it too late, and you risk the other seeker getting it first. The seeker's job is to read the game, both games, simultaneously, and decide the exact right moment to end it. Harry nodded. He'd already worked most of this out intuitively, but hearing Wood articulate it clarified something the system's stat-based analysis missed. Quidditch wasn't just athletics. It was game theory. So in the match against Slytherin, Wood continued, I need you to do something difficult. I need you to not catch the snitch immediately. You want me to stall. I want you to control. Slytherin's got a strong chaser line, Flint, Pusey, Montague. They'll score on us. Guaranteed. So I need our chasers to score more, and I need you to keep their seeker, Higgs, decent flyer, not brilliant, occupied without actually ending the game until we're up by enough. Can you do that? Harry thought about it. Controlling a Quidditch match from the seeker position meant flying with precision and restraint, feinting, diving, drawing Higgs away from the snitch without being obvious about it. It was the opposite of raw power. It was subtlety. Yeah, Harry said. I can do that. Wood grinned. It was the grin of a captain who just realized his wild card was actually an ace. Good lad. Saturday. Slytherin. Don't eat too much at breakfast. The library sessions with Hermione became the spine of Harry's week. They met every Tuesday and Thursday evening in the back corner of the library, behind the restricted section, at a table partially concealed by a shelf of goblin metallurgy texts that nobody ever checked out. Hermione brought books. Harry brought questions. Together, they built a working model of how his power fit, or didn't fit, into the wizarding world's magical framework. The fundamental unit of magical energy in standard theory, Hermione said, consulting a text so advanced it was technically on the 4th-year syllabus, is called a thaumic pulse. It's generated by the magical core, which is located, well, nobody agrees on where it's located. Some theorists say the heart. Others say the brain. Dumbledore's 1947 paper argues it's distributed throughout the body like a secondary nervous system. The system calls my energy mana, Harry said. And it says I don't have a magical core at all. Right. So the question is, what's generating your mana? If it's not a core, it's not your body. It has to be coming from somewhere. Harry had asked the system this question dozens of times. The answer was always the same, source unknown. Mana generation appears to originate from a dimensional interface located at or near the host's cranial scar tissue. The scar. The Horcrux. The thing the system was slowly eating. He hadn't told Hermione about the Horcrux. That was a bridge he wasn't ready to cross. But he told her about the dimensional interface, the idea that his mana was coming from somewhere outside normal reality, pouring through a pinhole in the fabric of the world that happened to be located in his forehead. Hermione's reaction was pure, distilled Hermione. She went silent for 45 seconds, staring at nothing, her mouth moving slightly as she processed. Then she said, "That's not magic. That's physics." "What do you mean?" "I mean, in Muggle physics, there are theories about dimensional boundaries. Brain cosmology. The idea that our universe is a membrane floating in a higher dimensional space, and that energy can leak between dimensions under certain conditions." She grabbed a fresh piece of parchment and started drawing. "If your scar is a puncture point, a place where the dimensional membrane is damaged, then what's flowing through it might be the energy of the space between dimensions. Not magic as wizards understand it, but something more fundamental. The raw stuff that magic is made of." Harry stared at her diagram. It was rough, hurried, but the concept was clear: two parallel planes with a puncture connecting them, energy flowing from the gap between. "That would explain why the Ministry couldn't detect it," Harry said slowly. "Their tests look for a magical core, a specific structure within the body. What I have isn't a structure. It's a leak. An infinite leak. Because the space between dimensions is presumably infinite." They looked at each other. The weight of the idea sat between them like a physical thing. "This is terrifying," Hermione said. "Yeah. We're 11. Also yeah." She laughed, that short, surprised laugh he'd heard in Charms class. "Okay. So. Working theory, your scar is a dimensional puncture that leaks raw mana from the space between realities. The system is some kind of framework? Interface? Something that installed itself to manage the flow and give you tools to direct it. That's my best guess. And the system is still loading. 77% as of this morning. What happens at 100? Harry didn't answer, because he didn't know, and the not knowing was the thing that kept him awake at night. The system at 77% was already extraordinary: stats, skills, a mini-map, mana manipulation that could mimic any spell in the Hogwarts curriculum. What would 100% look like? What final features were locked behind that last quarter of the boot sequence? And the question underneath that: who built it? What is it for? "We'll find out," Harry said, and Hermione nodded, and they went back to their books. Snape was watching him. Not obviously. Snape didn't stare or follow or confront. He was subtler than that: a glance during meals, a lingering pause while passing in the corridor, a question in potions class that was slightly too pointed, slightly too specific. "Potter. What would happen if you added essence of Dittany to a swelling solution?" "It would neutralize the swelling agent and produce a mild healing salve, sir." This was a third-year question. Harry answered it without thinking, the system feeding the information directly into his recall, and he didn't realize his mistake until he saw Snape's eyes narrow. "And how," Snape said softly, "does a squib with no magical education know the properties of essence of Dittany?" The classroom was silent. 20-odd students holding their breath. "I read ahead, sir," Harry said. "The library's got a very good potions section." Snape stared at him. That subtle mental probe brushed against Harry's thoughts again, the system's firewall deflected it, returning null, and Snape's jaw tightened fractionally. 5 points from Gryffindor for showing off, Snape said, and moved on. After class, Hermione caught Harry's arm in the corridor. "You need to be more careful." That was a third-year answer. "I know. It slipped. You can't afford slips. Not with Snape." She lowered her voice. "He knows something's wrong, Harry. I can see it in how he watches you. He's not like the other teachers, he's not pitying you or rooting for you. He's studying you." She was right. Harry's own assessment matched hers perfectly. Snape was intelligent, suspicious, and had specific reasons to pay attention to Harry: the connection to Lily, the null read on legitimacy, the impossible competence of a certified squib. The system had upgraded Snape's threat assessment twice since the start of term. Not because Snape was hostile, the system still classified him as conflicted rather than dangerous, but because the probability of Snape uncovering the truth was climbing steadily. Snape deduction probability, 34% and rising. Note, subject is a former spy. His analytical capabilities exceed most Hogwarts staff. A former spy. Harry had picked that up from fragments, the system's ambient data collection, overheard conversations, implications in the way other teachers treated Snape. The man had history. Dark history. The kind of history that made you very good at spotting lies. "I'll be more careful," Harry said. "Promise me." "I promise." He meant it. But the challenge of playing dumb was becoming physically exhausting. Not the magic, the acting. Sitting in classes where he already knew the material, deliberately making mistakes, watching other students struggle with concepts he'd mastered months ago. The system's stealth objective provided XP bonuses for successful deception, but it also tracked something it called cognitive dissonance stress, a metric that measured the psychological toll of sustained pretense. Cognitive dissonance stress, 47/100, warning, prolonged high-level deception may impact host mental health. Recommendation, find safe outlets for genuine expression, safe outlets. Quidditch was one. The library sessions with Hermione were another. But what Harry really needed was a place where he could stop pretending entirely, a space where he could train at full capacity, experiment with his abilities, push the boundaries of what the system could do. He thought about the room of requirement. The anomaly on the 7th floor that his mana threads couldn't penetrate. A spatial distortion that shouldn't exist. Time to investigate. Harry went alone, at midnight, on a Tuesday. The 7th floor corridor was empty. His mini-map confirmed it, no dots, no signatures, nothing but stone and torchlight and the faint, perpetual hum of the castle's wards. He walked slowly, extending mana threads in all directions, scanning. The anomaly was centered on a stretch of blank wall opposite a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls ballet. Harry stood in front of it and looked, not with his eyes, but with his mana sense, dialed up to maximum sensitivity. The wall wasn't a wall. Or rather, it was a wall, but behind it, through it, underneath it, in some direction that wasn't any of the standard three, there was a space. A folded space, compressed into a dimensional pocket, accessible only through a specific trigger. Spatial anomaly confirmed, classification, responsive dimensional pocket, interface method, intent-based activation. Note, this space responds to the desires of the user. Walk past the wall 3 times while concentrating on what you need. The room will configure itself accordingly. Intent-based activation. The room gave you what you needed. Harry filed that away as one of the most remarkable pieces of magic he'd ever encountered, not a static enchantment but a responsive one, reading the user's mind and reshaping reality to match. He walked past the wall 3 times, thinking, I need a place to train. A place where no one can find me. A place where I can use my full power without anyone knowing. A door appeared in the wall. Dark wood, iron-banded, with no handle, just a smooth surface that yielded when Harry pushed. The room beyond was enormous. Cathedral ceilings, stone floors, warm light from sourceless flames. One wall was lined with mirrors. Another held weapon racks, empty, waiting to be filled. The floor was marked with training circles, sparring zones, target ranges. In the far corner, a shelf held books, not specific titles, but blank spines that pulsed with potential, as if the room was offering to generate whatever texts he needed. Location discovered, room of requirement, classification, responsive dimensional training space, mana density, extreme, room generates its own ambient field, privacy, absolute, no external scrying or detection methods can penetrate this space, quest generated, utilize this space to advance skill development, reward, variable, based on training intensity and duration, absolute privacy. No detection. A space that configured itself to his needs and generated its own mana field. Harry stood in the center of the room and, for the first time since the system booted 4 years ago, dropped every pretense. He raised both hands. Mana flowed, not the careful trickle he used in class, not the calibrated drip through his wand. The full torrent. The infinite spring, unshackled, pouring through him and out of him in a river of blue-white energy that lit up the room like a star being born. Mana output, unrestricted, warning, current output exceeds all recorded magical signatures in system database, this is normal for host. Proceed. The power roared through him. Raw, vast, limitless. He shaped it, spheres, walls, blades, spirals. Complex geometries that folded in on themselves and unfolded into something new. He formed a mana construct the size of a car and held it in the air, then compressed it to the size of a marble, then released it in a controlled burst that hit the far wall and left a scorch mark 3 feet wide. He cast spells. Not through the wand, wandlessly, wordlessly, directly from mana to effect. Lumos blazed like a searchlight. Wingardium Leviosa lifted every object in the room simultaneously. Protego produced a shield so dense it was visible to the naked eye, a shimmering dome of blue-white force that the system rated as capable of blocking most conventional magical attacks. He went further. Mana shaping, level 22 now, produced constructs that weren't spells at all, pillars of solid mana that he could stand on, platforms that floated in the air, a lattice of mana threads that covered the entire room like a three-dimensional web and let him feel every molecule of air, every mote of dust, every vibration. He ran. Body reinforcement at maximum, sprinting the length of the room in under 2 seconds, the air cracking around him. He jumped, hit the ceiling, pushed off, landed in a roll, and came up casting, a barrage of mana bolts that punched holes in a conjured target dummy with the rapid-fire precision of a machine gun. Skill level up, mana shaping, LV, 23, skill level up, body reinforcement, LV, 15, skill level up, mana manipulation, LV, 25, new sub-skill available, mana burst, active, release a concentrated pulse of mana in a targeted direction, plus 750 XP, he trained for 3 hours. When he stopped, the room was scarred, blast marks on the walls, cracked floor tiles, the target dummy reduced to smoking fragments. Harry stood in the wreckage, breathing hard, not from exhaustion, infinite mana didn't tire, but from the sheer intensity of sustained full power output, and felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Freedom. This was what he was. Not the careful boy in the classroom, not the calibrated underperformer, not the squib who somehow flies. This. Raw power and infinite potential and the fierce, singing joy of being exactly what he was without apology. The room repaired itself around him, cracks sealing, scorch marks fading, the target dummy reassembling from its component molecules. Within a minute, the space was pristine again, ready for the next session. Harry sat cross-legged in the center of the floor and pulled up his status screen. Harry James Potter, level, 7, HP, 97/100, mana, infinity/infinity, strength, 8, base/16, reinforced, agility, 9, base/18, reinforced, endurance, 7, base/14, reinforced, intelligence, 16, wisdom, 12, charisma, 6, luck. He'd gained a level. His stats were climbing. His skills were sharpening. And the system boot was at 78%, crawling steadily toward whatever awaited at completion. He wasn't ready for Quirrell. Not yet. But he was getting closer. Harry dismissed the screen, left the room of requirement, and slipped back to Gryffindor Tower with the taste of power still singing in his blood. The Quidditch match against Slytherin was scheduled for the second Saturday of November. Harry woke at 5, ate a light breakfast alone in the Great Hall. The house elves, who had taken a liking to him after he'd healed one of their numbers burned hand with mana healing, always set out food early for him, and was on the pitch by 6 for a final pre-game run-through with Wood. The morning was bright and brutally cold. Frost glittered on the stands and the grass crunched underfoot. Harry's breath misted in the air. He'd dialed down body reinforcement enough to let himself shiver slightly, maintaining appearances, and the Nimbus 2000 hummed in his hand, eager. "Remember," Wood said, pacing in front of the team like a general before battle. "We need to be up by at least 50 before Harry catches the snitch. If Slytherin scores more than we do in the first hour, we hold off. Harry, keep Higgs busy. Draw him away. Make him chase you. You're faster than him, use that. Got it. Beaters, keep the bludgers off Harry. I don't care about anyone else. Protect the Seeker." "Aye aye, Captain," Fred said. "Your wish is our command, O fearless leader," George added. "I'm serious." "So are we." "Seriously." Wood looked like he wanted to strangle them. He settled for a deep breath and a final, "Let's go." The stands were packed by the time the teams walked onto the pitch. Harry could feel the crowd's energy, not just the noise, but the actual mana of it. Hundreds of witches and wizards in one place, their emotional states radiating magical signatures that colored the air. Excitement was gold. Anxiety was gray. Hostility, from the Slytherin section, was a sharp, cold green. Madam Hooch stood in the center of the pitch with the game chest. "Captains, shake hands." Wood and Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, gripped each other's hands like they were trying to cause structural damage. Flint was huge, trollish, with a smile that showed too many teeth. "Mount your brooms." "On my whistle, 3, 2, 1, the whistle shrieked. 14 brooms launched. The quaffle was released. The bludgers erupted from the chest like angry cannonballs. Harry shot upward, climbing high above the pitch, and the Nimbus responded beautifully. His mana interface was smooth now, tuned over weeks of practice, and the broom moved like an extension of his body. Terrence Higgs, the Slytherin Seeker, climbed after him, mirroring his altitude. The Chasers' game began below. Angelina scored first, a beautiful shot from 30 yards that sailed past Slytherin's keeper. The Gryffindor stands erupted. 10-0. Slytherin answered immediately. Flint shouldered Katie Bell out of the way, no foul called. Hooch missed it, and scored from close range. 10-0. Harry circled high above the pitch, scanning. The snitch was invisible, hidden somewhere in the vast expanse of the pitch, its magical signature too faint to detect at this distance. He extended mana threads downward, thin as spider silk, weaving them through the playing space. If the snitch crossed one of those threads, he'd feel it. Higgs was tracking him. Not closely, the Slytherin Seeker was staying 50 feet away, keeping Harry in sight while scanning on his own. Standard defensive seeking. Don't let the other Seeker get to the snitch first, otherwise, wait. Harry needed to change that. He needed Higgs chasing him, not watching. He dove. Not toward anything, just down, hard, a sudden plummet that sent the wind screaming past his ears. Behind him, he heard Higgs swear and follow. The crowd gasped. Lee Jordan, commentating, shouted, "Potter's seen the snitch. He's diving, look at him go." Harry pulled up 10 feet above the ground, leveling out with a smoothness that pressed his stomach against his spine. Higgs, caught off guard by the feint, overcommit, he dove too steeply, corrected too late, and barely avoided plowing into the grass. By the time he recovered, Harry was back at altitude, circling innocently. "False alarm," Lee Jordan said, sounding deflated. In the Gryffindor stands, Hermione shook her head slowly. Ron, beside her, was grinning. Neville was clutching his scarf with both hands. The game continued. Gryffindor scored twice more. Slytherin scored once. 30-20, Gryffindor lead. Harry ran Higgs through 2 more feints, one toward the teacher's stands, one along the base of the Slytherin hoops, and each time, Higgs followed, increasingly frustrated, increasingly reckless. 40 minutes in, the score was 50-30, Gryffindor. Wood's threshold. Harry began searching in earnest. His mana thread swept the pitch in a systematic grid. The snitch was small, fast, and its magical signature was designed to be elusive, an enchantment specifically intended to make it hard to track. But Harry's senses operated outside the standard magical framework. The snitch's evasion enchantment was calibrated to resist wizard detection methods. It had never encountered raw mana threads. There. A tiny golden blip, hovering near the base of the Ravenclaw stands. Harry felt it brush against a thread and immediately triangulated: direction, distance, speed. The snitch was drifting slowly southward, about 4 feet off the ground. He didn't dive immediately. He checked the score, 60-30, checked Higgs's position, too far away to intercept, and then, his scar exploded with pain. It wasn't the dull ache he felt near Quirrell. This was sharp, hot, targeted, a spike driven into his forehead that made his vision white out for a split second. The nimbus lurched beneath him as his concentration shattered. Warning: external magical attack detected, source, teacher stands, dual signature entity, Quirrell, attack type, focused curse, target, hosts broom enchantments, effect, broom control interface destabilized, the broom bucked. Hard. Harry gripped the handle and poured mana into it, fighting for control, but the curse was persistent, a steady stream of hostile magic hammering at the nimbus's enchantments, trying to override Harry's mana interface and seize control of the broom. Below, the crowd was pointing. Harry's broom was jerking and rolling, and from the outside, it looked like the broom had gone haywire, a malfunction, a jinx, something terribly wrong. Harry. Ron's voice, distant, panicked. Harry gritted his teeth. The curse was strong, Quirrell was channeling serious power into it, far more than a defense professor should have been capable of. The dual signature blazed in Harry's mana sense, the secondary entity behind Quirrell's magic lending its own terrible strength. The system offered options, countermeasure options: 1. Overpower, flood broom with mana to overwhelm curse. Risk, broom destruction, similar to school broom incident. 2. Adapt, retune mana interface to frequency outside curse's targeting parameters. Risk, temporary loss of control during retune. 3. Sever, cut broom's enchantment link entirely. Fly on raw mana injection only. Risk, extremely visible, impossible for a squib. None of the options were good. Harry's broom lurched again, nearly throwing him. He was 60 feet up. A fall from this height, even with body reinforcement, would be serious. He chose option 2. The retune hit him like a power outage. For 3 seconds, the nimbus went completely dead, no enchantments, no mana interface, just a piece of polished wood. Harry dropped. The crowd screamed. He fell 10 feet, 15, 20, the retune completed. The mana interface snapped back online at a new frequency, one the curse couldn't lock onto, and Harry's control returned in a rush. He pulled out of the fall, the nimbus surging beneath him, and shot sideways across the pitch so fast that the wind tore the gasp from his throat. In the teacher's stands, he felt Quirrell's curse flail, seeking his broom's signature at the old frequency, finding nothing, confused. The secondary entity surged, trying to adapt, but Harry was already moving, already climbing, already back in the game. He found the snitch in 4 seconds. It was still near the Ravenclaw stands, drifting, oblivious. Harry dove. This dive was real. No feinting, no strategy, no calculation. Just speed, raw, pure, desperate speed, the nimbus screaming through the air. Harry pressed flat against the handle with one arm extended. Higgs saw him dive and tried to follow. Too late. Too slow. Too far away. Harry's fingers closed around the snitch. The crowd detonated. Lee Jordan's voice cracked as he screamed the score. The Gryffindor stands became a single, roaring entity. Fred and George nearly knocked Harry off his broom in mid-air, whooping and pounding his back. Harry held the snitch up. Its wings fluttered feebly against his fingers. In his other hand, the nimbus vibrated with residual mana, hot to the touch. Quest complete, win first Quidditch match, reward, plus 500 XP, plus 1 agility, bonus, curse countermeasure successful, plus 200 XP, note, hostile entities attack suggests escalating interest in host. Exercise increased caution. Harry landed on the pitch. His teammates mobbed him. Wood was crying, actually crying, tears streaming down his face while he babbled about house cups and undefeated seasons. The noise was enormous, joyful, overwhelming. Through the chaos, Harry looked up at the teacher's stands. Quirrell was pale, his turban slightly askew, his hands clenched in his lap. Beside him, not beside him, a few seats away, Snape was staring at Harry with an expression of such focused intensity that it cut through the celebration like a knife. Snape had seen something. Harry didn't know what, exactly, but the man's dark eyes were burning with a certainty that hadn't been there before. Snape had been watching the teacher's stands during the broom malfunction. He'd seen Quirrell muttering. And now he was looking at Harry with the expression of a man who just confirmed a suspicion. But which suspicion? That Quirrell had jinxed the broom? Or that Harry had countered the jinx in a way no squib should have been able to? Both, maybe. Both. Harry broke eye contact and let the celebration carry him. That evening, the Gryffindor common room was a party. Someone, Fred and George, almost certainly, had raided the kitchens for food, and butterbeers appeared from somewhere, and music was playing from an enchanted gramophone, and the Quidditch team was lifted on shoulders and toasted and serenaded. Harry extracted himself after an hour. He wasn't antisocial, the warmth and noise and belonging were intoxicating, but he needed to think, and thinking required quiet. He found it on a window ledge in a deserted corridor on the 5th floor. The window overlooked the lake, silver under a half moon, and Harry sat with his back against the cold stone and let the silence settle around him. Quirrell had tried to kill him. Not, might have. Not, possibly. The system's analysis was unambiguous, the curse targeting his broom was lethal in intent. If Harry hadn't had the mana reserves to counter it, the broom would have bucked him off at 60 feet, and without body reinforcement, the fall would have killed him. Quirrell, or rather, the entity inside Quirrell, had looked at Harry Potter on a broomstick and decided that killing him was worth the risk of exposure. Why? Harry had been careful. He'd maintained his squib cover. He'd given no outward sign that he was anything more than a lucky kid with good reflexes. So why had the hostile entity escalated to murder? The scar. The resonance. The parasitic soul fragment in Harry's head was connected to whatever was hiding behind Quirrell's turban, and the connection went both ways. If Harry could sense the entity could sense Harry. And what it sensed, analysis. Hostile entity may have detected system's absorption of soul fragment, the fragment is being consumed at 0.003% per day, original soul owner would experience this as a gradual weakening of the Horcrux bond. Conclusion, hostile entity is aware that something is wrong with its soul fragment and has identified host as the cause. Harry's blood ran cold. Voldemort, because that's who it was, it had to be, the scar and the soul fragment and the murdered parents all pointed to one name, could feel his Horcrux being eaten. And he tried to kill Harry to stop it. The calculus was terrifying. Voldemort was willing to destroy his own Horcrux, by killing its host, rather than let the system continue absorbing it. Which meant either the absorption process was more threatening to Voldemort than losing a Horcrux, or, and this thought made Harry's stomach drop, Voldemort had other Horcruxes. Enough that losing one was acceptable. Hypothesis, multiple Horcruxes probable, soul fragment in host is degraded and small, consistent with creation of multiple anchors, if accurate, hostile entity cannot be permanently destroyed until all Horcruxes are eliminated. Harry leaned his head against the stone wall and closed his eyes. He was 11 years old. He was sitting in a castle that was supposed to be the safest place in Britain. And he'd just deduced that the most dangerous dark wizard in history had split his soul into multiple pieces, one of which was lodged in Harry's forehead, and another of which was strapped to the back of a professor's head. He wanted to tell someone. Dumbledore. McGonagall. Any adult who could take this burden and handle it with the authority and power of a grown person. But the system was clear: disclosure risk assessment, high, explaining knowledge source requires revealing system TO authority figures carries extreme risk of containment, study, or exploitation, recommendation, continue independent operation. Because he was 11 and alone and the adults in his life either didn't know enough, McGonagall, Hagrid, or couldn't be fully trusted with what they do with the information, Dumbledore, whose tendency to move people like chess pieces the hat had practically confirmed. Not entirely alone, though. He had Hermione. He had Neville and Ron. He had, you left the party. Harry opened his eyes. Hermione was standing in the corridor, silhouetted by torchlight, her arms crossed. I needed to think. You always need to think. She walked over and sat on the window ledge opposite him, tucking her feet up. What happened during the match? Your broom, that wasn't a malfunction. No. It was Quirrell. Hermione's face went still. He cursed your broom. He tried to kill me, Hermione. The curse was designed to throw me off at 60 feet. How did you stop it? I retuned my mana interface to a different frequency. The curse lost its target lock. Hermione absorbed this. He could see her filing it away, cross-referencing, building her model. You countered a lethal curse mid-flight, while falling, in front of 400 people. And nobody noticed. They noticed the broom malfunction. They didn't notice the fix. Snape noticed something. He was watching you during the recovery. I saw his face. Yeah. I know. They sat in silence for a moment. Moonlight spilled through the window, painting silver stripes across the stone floor. Harry, Hermione said quietly. Are we in danger? He could have lied. Could have downplayed it, softened it, given her a comfortable version of the truth. But Hermione had earned better than that. Yes, he said. Quirrell, the thing inside Quirrell, is connected to my scar. To the thing that killed my parents. And it tried to kill me today because of something I can't fully explain yet. Something about the soul fragment in my scar and what the system is doing to it. Soul fragment. There's a piece of someone else's soul in my scar. The system's been absorbing it since I was 7. It's fuel, basically. The system converts it into mana. And whoever the soul belongs to can feel it happening, and they don't like it. Hermione pressed her hands against her face. She stayed like that for 10 seconds. When she lowered them, her expression was calm. Determinedly, forcefully calm, the way a person looks when they've decided that panic is not an option. Voldemort, she said. Most likely. The soul fragment is Voldemort's. Everything points to it. And Voldemort is possessing Quirrell. The dual signature, the scar resonance, the fact that he tried to kill me the same way yeah. It's him. Hermione stood up. She paced the corridor, 3 steps one way, 3 steps back. Her mind was working at a speed Harry could almost see, gears turning, connections forming, conclusions crystallizing. We need to tell Dumbledore, she said. We've been over this, no. Listen. We don't have to tell him about the system. We tell him what we can verify externally. The broom jinx, Snape saw Quirrell muttering during the malfunction. If we get Snape's testimony, Dumbledore has a reason to investigate Quirrell without us revealing anything about your abilities. Harry blinked. It was elegant. Use Snape's own suspicions as a delivery mechanism, let Dumbledore reach the conclusion through evidence that didn't involve the system. Snape doesn't trust me, Harry said. Snape doesn't trust anyone. But he's been watching Quirrell too, I've seen it. He stands near Quirrell at meals, follows him in the corridors. I think Snape already suspects something about Quirrell. We just need to nudge. How? Hermione smiled. It wasn't a warm smile. It was the smile of someone who just solved a difficult equation. We let Snape catch us somewhere we shouldn't be. Near the third-floor corridor, maybe. Looking scared. Acting like first-years who stumbled onto something they don't understand. Snape will interrogate us, and we'll tell him, truthfully, that we think Quirrell tried to jinx Harry's broom. We'll be terrified first-years going to a teacher for help. He won't be able to resist investigating. Harry stared at her. That's Slytherin. That's practical. There's a difference. Is there? Yes. Slytherins manipulate for personal gain. I'm manipulating for the safety of my friends. Completely different moral framework. Harry laughed. A real laugh, full and sudden, echoing off the corridor walls. Hermione looked pleased. Fine, he said. We'll try it your way. But not tonight. I want to watch Quirrell for another week. See if the attack on the broom was a one-off or if he's escalating. Agreed. And Harry? Yeah. The soul fragment. The one the system is absorbing. How much is left? Harry checked. The system provided a precise readout. About 11%. Down from 12.7 when I first asked. How long until it's gone? At the current rate? Decades. But the rate's been increasing as my skills improve. Hermione nodded slowly. And what happens when it's fully absorbed? To the connection between you and Voldemort? Harry didn't answer. The system didn't have that data. It was one of many, many questions that lived in the gap between what he knew and what he needed to know. We'll figure it out, Hermione said. She said it firmly, as a statement of intent rather than hope. We'll figure all of it out. She held out her hand. Harry took it. Her grip was warm and steady. Together, she said. Together. She let go, straightened her robes, and walked back toward Gryffindor Tower with the brisk efficiency of someone who had a plan and intended to execute it. Harry watched her go and felt the system pulse with a notification he'd never seen before. Bond strengthened, Hermione Granger, trust level, very high. Note, this bond provides passive benefits, mental stability plus 5%, cognitive dissonance stress 10%, friendship as a stat bonus. The system reduced everything to numbers. But the warmth in Harry's chest wasn't a number. The feeling of not being alone, of sharing the weight, the fear, the impossible situation with someone who chose to stand beside him, that was something the system could measure but never create. Harry sat on the window ledge for a while longer, watching the moon track across the sky. Then he went to bed. The week after the Quidditch match brought an unexpected development. Draco Malfoy stopped being a nuisance and started being interesting. Harry noticed the change in potions class. They were brewing a forgetfulness potion, straightforward, a first-year staple, and Malfoy, who usually spent potions preening and making snide comments about Gryffindors, was quiet. Focused. His hands moved with a precision that Harry recognized because he saw the same precision in his own hands when he forgot to introduce deliberate errors. Malfoy was good at potions. Not just teacher's pet good, genuinely skilled. His knife work was clean, his measurements exact, his timing instinctive. Snape's favoritism obscured it. Snape praised Malfoy regardless of quality, but underneath the politics, there was real talent. After class, in the corridor, Malfoy fell into step beside Harry. Crabbe and Goyle hung back, confused. This wasn't how things worked. Malfoy didn't walk with Potter, he walked at Potter, usually while insulting him. You were holding back, Malfoy said. Harry glanced at him. What? In potions. Your technique is better than what you showed. I've been watching. Everyone's been watching me. I'm the school freak. I'm not watching because you're a freak. I'm watching because your knife work is better than mine, and mine is excellent. Malfoy said this without irony. Self-awareness was not his strong suit, but honesty about his own abilities apparently was. My mother taught me potions from the age of 6. Private instruction. I can spot someone who's been trained. I haven't been trained. I taught myself. From books. From books. Malfoy studied him. His grey eyes were sharp, sharper than Harry had given him credit for. Behind the posturing and the prejudice, Draco Malfoy had inherited something from his family besides money and bigotry: intelligence. My father wants you expelled, Malfoy said. He's been writing to the Board of Governors since September. I know. He's wrong. Harry stopped walking. Malfoy stopped too. He's wrong, Malfoy repeated. About you. About the squib thing. I don't know what you are, Potter, but you're not nothing. Nobody with knife work like that is nothing. It was possibly the strangest compliment Harry had ever received. Malfoy delivered it with the stilted awkwardness of someone who had been raised to believe that acknowledging another person's worth was a sign of weakness, and was doing it anyway because the evidence was too strong to ignore. Thank you, Harry said. He meant it. Malfoy looked uncomfortable. Don't read too much into it. We're not friends. Wouldn't dream of it. Good. Malfoy turned and walked away, Crabbe and Goyle falling in behind him. He didn't look back. Harry watched him go. The system tracked Malfoy's retreating signature: Level 2, Magical Core above average, Emotional state conflicted. Relationship update: Draco Malfoy, Hostility reduced, New status, Grudging respect. Note: Subject's worldview is undergoing stress. Foundation of pureblood supremacy is being challenged by host's existence. Foundation under stress. Harry thought about what that meant for an 11-year-old boy raised on ideology. Malfoy's entire identity was built on the premise that magical blood determined worth. Harry, a certified squib who outperformed purebloods in potions and flew like a demon, was a living contradiction of that premise. For some people, a contradiction like that would reinforce the ideology. They'd find ways to explain it away, to fit the anomaly into their existing framework. For others, the rare ones, the honest ones, it would start to crack the foundation. Harry didn't know which kind Malfoy was. But the fact that Malfoy had approached him, had said, "He's wrong," had acknowledged Harry's skill without a sneer or a caveat, that suggested cracks. Cracks could grow. The plan to use Snape as a delivery mechanism for the Quirrell information was put into action on a Wednesday night in late November. Hermione's plan was specific. They would, accidentally, be caught near the third-floor corridor after curfew. They would look frightened, which wouldn't be entirely an act. They would let Snape find them and, when interrogated, would tell him about the broom jinx, presenting it as something they'd worked out through observation, Hermione watching the teacher's stands, rather than through any system-based analysis. The key, Hermione said, reviewing the plan in the library one last time, is to seem like scared children who are out of their depth. Which, honestly, we are. We just happen to also be scared children with a plan. I don't like using Snape, Harry said. He's not stupid. If he figures out we manipulated him, he won't respect us less for it. Snape is a Slytherin. He'll respect the cunning even if it annoys him. You have a very optimistic view of Snape's emotional range. I have an analytical view of Snape's personality profile. There's a difference. Harry smiled despite himself. Fine. Tonight. After curfew. After curfew. And Harry, let me do the talking. You always do the talking. Because I'm better at it. Accept this about yourself. They brought Neville. Not because they needed him for the plan, but because leaving him out felt wrong. Harry had explained the situation, a sanitized version, omitting the system entirely, over a whispered conversation in the dormitory the night before. Quirrell was suspicious. Something was hidden on the third floor. They needed a teacher to investigate. Neville's response had been immediate and uncomplicated: I'm in. You don't have to, you helped me find Trevor 4 times. You got my remembrall back. You sat with me in the hospital wing. Neville's round face was set with a stubbornness that reminded Harry of the Sorting Hat's assessment, the bravest person I've sorted today. I'm in, Harry. So the three of them crept out of Gryffindor Tower at 10:30, under the cover of Harry's mana threads, extended ahead of them, mapping the corridors, tracking the positions of Filch and Mrs. Norris on the minimap. They made their way to the third floor, walking just loudly enough to be noticed by anyone who was listening. Snape was listening. Harry felt him on the minimap, a dark, complex signature, moving through the corridors with the silent precision of someone who'd spent years navigating a castle in the dark. Snape was patrolling. Or, more accurately, Snape was watching the third-floor corridor, because Snape was suspicious of Quirrell and had been conducting his own surveillance. They walked past the corridor entrance. Hermione was breathing hard, genuine nerves, not acting. Neville was pale but steady. Harry kept his expression carefully worried. Stop. Snape materialized from a shadow like a conjuration. Black robes, black hair, black eyes that glittered in the torchlight with a cold fury that made Neville stumble backward. 3 Gryffindor first years out after curfew. Near the forbidden corridor. How delightfully predictable. Professor Snape, Hermione started. Silence, Granger. 30 points from Gryffindor. Each. He loomed over them, and despite knowing that the system classified Snape as a low threat, Harry had to actively suppress the urge to step back. The man's presence was suffocating. Give me one reason I shouldn't march you to the headmaster's office. Because we're not here to explore the corridor, Hermione said. Her voice shook, but she held her ground. We're here because we think Professor Quirrell is. Snape went very still. Explain. Hermione explained. Methodically, clearly, hitting every point she'd rehearsed. The broom jinx during the Quidditch match. Quirrell's muttering in the stands. The correlation between Quirrell's proximity and Harry's scar pain. The fact that Quirrell had been seen lingering near the third-floor corridor on multiple occasions. She presented it as observation, a clever student who noticed patterns. She didn't mention the system, mana sense, dual signatures, or soul fragments. Just a girl with good eyes and a logical mind. Snape listened without interrupting. His expression didn't change, but Harry, watching with mana sense, saw the man's emotional signature shift. The ambient hostility cooled. The conflicted layer deepened. And underneath, buried deep, almost invisible, something that might have been grudging approval. When Hermione finished, Snape was quiet for a long moment. You believe, he said slowly, that Professor Quirrell is after whatever is being guarded on the third floor. Yes, sir. And you believe he attempted to harm Potter during the Quidditch match. I saw him jinxing Harry's broom. He was maintaining eye contact and muttering an incantation. It stopped when, she hesitated. When something disrupted his concentration. She didn't know what had disrupted it. From her perspective in the stands, the curse had simply stopped. She was attributing it to an external interruption. Harry didn't correct her. Snape turned his gaze to Harry. Those black eyes, searching, probing. The system's firewall hummed. And you, Potter? What do you have to add to Miss Granger's report? My scar hurts when Quirrell is near me, Harry said. It didn't before this year. It started the moment I walked into the Great Hall and it's been getting worse. I don't know what it means, but it scares me. This was all true. Every word. Snape studied him for a long time. Harry let himself be studied. He kept his expression open, worried, young. A scared kid who'd gone to a teacher because he didn't know what else to do. Go back to your dormitory, Snape said finally. His voice had lost its sharp edge. Not warm, Snape didn't do warm, but less hostile. All three of you. Immediately. I will handle this. But, sir, I said I will handle it, Granger. Do not test me. They went. Neville practically ran. Hermione maintained a dignified pace. Harry walked beside her, his mana threads trailing behind them, watching Snape's signature on the minimap. Snape didn't go back to his quarters. He turned and walked toward the third-floor corridor. He stood outside it for a long time. Then he turned and walked toward the headmaster's office. It worked, Hermione whispered. It worked, Harry confirmed. Behind them, Neville let out a breath he'd apparently been holding since they left Gryffindor Tower. I thought he was going to eat us. He considered it, Harry said. But Hermione's too chewy. Hermione hit him on the arm. Harry grinned. Neville giggled, an anxious, slightly hysterical giggle that dissolved into genuine laughter, and then they were all laughing, 3 first-years stumbling through the dark corridors of Hogwarts at 11 at night, terrified and exhilarated and together. The effects of their gambit became visible within days. Dumbledore didn't confront Quirrell, at least, not openly. But Harry's mana threads, which he extended throughout the castle every night, detected changes. The wards around the third-floor corridor were strengthened. New enchantments appeared, layered over the existing protections with the unmistakable signature of Dumbledore's magic, vast, precise, ancient in technique. Snape began patrolling the corridors near Quirrell's office with increased frequency. And Quirrell himself became visibly agitated, his stutter worsened, his turban seemed to sit heavier on his head, and his dual signature flickered with suppressed fury. The hostile entity knew it was being watched. It didn't like it. Good. Harry used the breathing room to train. Every night, after the dormitory fell silent, he slipped to the room of requirement and pushed himself for 3 hours. Mana shaping hit level 26. Body reinforcement reached 18. His standard magic skill covered the entire first-year curriculum and was creeping into second-year territory. He also began, cautiously, to explore the new skill trees. Soul architecture first. Not the scary nodes, not soul consumption or soul fracture. The passive ones. Soul sight, level 1, the ability to perceive soul energy in living beings. He activated it in the Great Hall during breakfast, just for a moment. The world transformed. Every person in the hall blazed with light, not mana, not magical energy, but something deeper. Soul light. Each one unique, color, intensity, texture, all different. Ron's was warm orange, steady and unpretentious. Hermione's was bright gold, intricate and layered. Neville's was a deep, surprising blue, solid as bedrock, far stronger than his timid demeanor suggested. At the teacher's table, Dumbledore's soul was blinding, white gold, vast, ancient, like staring at the sun. McGonagall's was sharp silver. Hagrid's was enormous and gentle, amber and honey. Snape's was dark. Not evil, dark the way deep water is dark, full of hidden currents and unseen depths. There were scars in it. Old wounds in the fabric of his soul, healed but visible, like cracks in a repaired vase. And Quirrell. Quirrell's soul was wrong. It was there, a pale, flickering thing, weak and diminished, like a candle in a windstorm. But behind it, pressing against it, suffocating it, was something else. A shadow. A parasite. A soul that was not a soul but a fragment of a soul, dark and hot and seething with an intelligence that was entirely separate from the stuttering professor it inhabited. It looked like the thing in Harry's scar. The same signature. The same dark heat. Harry turned soul sight off. His hands were trembling. Skill acquired, soul sight, passive, LV. 1, plus 100 XP, note, soul sight confirms dual soul entity in subject Quirrell, parasitic soul fragment in subject matches fragment in host with 97.3% signature correlation, conclusion, both fragments originate from the same source, classified, Voldemort, Harry ate his toast. His hands stopped trembling. Across the table, Hermione watched him, and he gave her a small nod that meant later. 2 fragments, Hermione said that evening in the library. From the same soul. At least 2. There might be more. How do you split a soul? I don't know the exact mechanism. The system calls them Horcruxes, but the database entry is fragmentary. Something about murder as a catalyst. The act of killing tears the soul, and a dark ritual binds the fragment to an object, or, in my case, a person. Hermione was pale. She had her analytical face on, the one that meant she was processing something too horrible for an emotional response and had defaulted to logic as a coping mechanism. So Voldemort killed someone and a piece of his soul ended up in you. He killed my mother. The fragment was created in that moment. It lodged in me, in my scar, probably by accident. I don't think he meant to make a Horcrux out of a baby. And the system has been absorbing it. Slowly. But yes. And the other fragment, the one in Quirrell, is the main body. Voldemort's consciousness. What's left of it? He doesn't have a body of his own. He's possessing Quirrell like a parasite. Hermione closed her eyes. When she opened them, they were fierce. And the third-floor corridor? There's something down there he wants. Something powerful enough to be worth all this, the possession, the infiltration, the risk of discovery. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry looked at her. I've been researching, she said. Nicholas Flamel, I found a reference in the Apothecary's Companion. He's an alchemist. Over 600 years old. His life is sustained by the Philosopher's Stone, which produces the elixir of life. The elixir of life. Harry felt pieces clicking together. Voldemort doesn't have a body. The elixir could give him one. Or sustain a temporary form long enough for him to find a more permanent solution. Either way, the stone is the key. That's what's hidden on the 3rd floor. That's what the protections are guarding. Harry leaned back in his chair. The library was quiet around them, just the rustle of pages and the distant hum of the castle's magic. Through his mana threads, he could feel the pulse of the 3rd-floor corridor, the defenses layered deep, the guardian creature breathing in the dark. If Dumbledore knows about Quirrell, and after Snape's report, he must, why hasn't he done anything? Why not just remove the stone? Or remove Quirrell? Hermione frowned. Maybe he's waiting. Gathering evidence. He can't just accuse a professor of being possessed by Voldemort without proof. Or maybe he's using the stone as bait. Leave it there. Let Quirrell try for it. Catch him in the act. That's incredibly dangerous. And reckless. Anne, she stopped. That sounds exactly like something Dumbledore would do. Chess pieces, Harry said quietly. He moves people like chess pieces. Who told you that? The Sorting Hat, more or less. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Even if Dumbledore is using the stone as bait, the protections should hold, shouldn't they? They were set up by the teachers. Presumably they're strong enough to stop a weakened Voldemort. Probably. But probably isn't good enough when we're sleeping in the same building as a homicidal Dark Lord wearing a turban. So what do we do? Harry pulled up his system interface. The 3rd-floor dungeon map glowed in his mind, multi-stage, heavily defended, with the Philosopher's Stone pulsing at its center like a heartbeat. We prepare, he said. We keep watching Quirrell. We keep training. And if the protections fail, if Quirrell gets through and Dumbledore's trap doesn't spring, we go in after him. 3 first years against Voldemort. 3 first years with a plan, a lot of books, and one person with unlimited mana. Hermione stared at him. Then she pulled out a fresh piece of parchment. Fine, she said. Let's start planning. They worked until midnight. Hermione's parchment filled with notes, the known protections, Fluffy, the 3-headed dog guarding the trapdoor, which Hagrid had accidentally mentioned, possible additional defenses, contingency plans, escape routes. Harry contributed his system data, the dungeon map, the the threat assessments, the layout of the corridors. By the time they snuck back to Gryffindor Tower, they had the beginnings of a plan. Rough. Incomplete. Built on incomplete information and educated guesses. But a plan. Quest updated, the Philosopher's Stone, status, planning phase, allies, 2, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, estimated probability of success, calculating, result, insufficient data for reliable estimate, the system couldn't calculate their odds. Harry found that oddly comforting. It meant the outcome wasn't predetermined. It meant they had room to surprise even the infinite machinery in his head. He climbed into bed, pulled the curtains shut, and closed his eyes. The castle hummed around him. The wards pulsed. The soul fragment in his scar twitched, restless, and far away, in an office on the second floor, behind a turban soaked in garlic, something dark and ancient pressed against its host and hungered. Harry slept. The system watched. And the room of requirement waited, patient and empty, for him to return. December came. The castle dressed itself in ice and holly. Enchanted snowflakes drifted through the great hall at breakfast, dissolving before they touched the food. Hagrid dragged 12 enormous Christmas trees through the front doors, and Flitwick decorated them with living fairies and conjured icicles. Harry had never had a real Christmas. The Dursleys celebrated, of course, lavishly, excessively, with piles of presents for Dudley and a conspicuous absence of anything for Harry. He'd spent every Christmas morning in his cupboard, later, in Dudley's second bedroom, listening to the sounds of unwrapping and excitement through the walls, eating whatever Petunia remembered to slide under his door. This year was different. "Are you staying for the holidays?" Neville asked over breakfast, a week before term ended. "Yeah. The Dursleys won't want me back." "Me too. Gran's going to visit Auntie Enid in Majorca. She said I could come, but," he made a face. "Auntie Enid's cats don't like me." "How many cats?" 11. "That's a lot of cats." "It's too many cats, is what it is." Hermione was going home, her parents expected her, and she was clearly torn about leaving. She spent the last week of term in a frenzy of preparation, leaving Harry and Neville extensive notes, a reading list, and what she called an emergency protocol for dealing with Quirrell. Step 1, find a teacher. Step 2, if no teacher available, run. Step 3, if running isn't possible, Harry does the glowing thing and we hope for the best. "The glowing thing is not an official strategy," Harry said. "It's more of a strategy than you've given me. You refuse to tell me the details of your combat capabilities because," she lowered her voice, "you said it would worry me." "I'm already worried, Harry. I've been worried since October. At least let me worry accurately. When you get back, I'll show you. In the room of requirement. Full demonstration." Her eyes lit up. "Promise? Promise." She left on the Hogwarts Express with the rest of the departing students, and Harry stood on the platform with Neville and watched the train disappear into the grey December sky and felt the particular ache of watching someone you care about move away from you, even temporarily. "She'll be back," Neville said. "I know. She's a bit terrifying, honestly." "I know that too." Neville grinned. It was a good grin, open, warm, real. Neville smiled more now than he had in September. Standing up to Malfoy in the corridor, Harry had heard about it from Ron. Neville had told Malfoy to shut up during a herbology class, in front of everyone, and Malfoy had been so surprised he actually had done something for his confidence. Small acts of courage, compounding. They walked back to the castle together. The grounds were white with snow, the lake frozen solid, the forbidden forest a dark smudge on the horizon. Harry's mana thread swept ahead of them, habitual now, mapping and sensing. The castle was nearly empty. Most students had gone home. The Gryffindor common room, usually chaotic, was quiet, just Harry, Neville, the Weasley brothers. Ron had stayed because his parents were visiting Charlie in Romania, and a handful of upper years. That night, Harry trained in the Room of Requirement until 2 in the morning. He pushed body reinforcement to level 20, a milestone that unlocked a new sub-skill. Sub-skill unlocked, Mana Armor, active, generate a persistent field of mana around your body that absorbs physical and magical damage. Note, unlike Protego, Single Direction Shield, Mana Armor is omnidirectional and continuous. Mana cost, moderate, continuous drain, for host, negligible, Mana Armor. A persistent shield that cost moderate mana to maintain, which, for someone with infinite mana, meant it was free. Harry activated it and felt a thin layer of energy settle over his skin, invisible but present, like wearing a second skin made of light. He tested it. He conjured a training dummy and had it hit him. The impact registered, he felt the pressure, but the force was absorbed. The dummy hit like a pillow. He tested it against spells. A stunner, self-cast, splashed against the armor and dissipated. A cutting curse, low power, carefully controlled, scored a faint line on the armor's surface and faded. Mana Armor, LV1, current damage absorption, 40% of incoming force. Note, absorption rate increases with skill level and mana investment, 40% at level 1. With leveling, it would climb. At higher levels, he'd be functionally immune to most direct attacks. Harry stood in the Room of Requirement, surrounded by the wreckage of training dummies, armored in invisible light, and thought, I'm getting ready. He didn't know exactly what he was getting ready for. The Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell, Voldemort, all of those were immediate threats. But underneath them, deeper, the system hummed with a promise and a warning that went beyond a single dark wizard in a turban. System boot, 81%, something was coming. Something bigger than first-year problems in Quidditch matches and schoolyard bullies. The system was building toward a threshold, and when it crossed that threshold, Harry dismissed the thought. Later. He had enough to deal with right now. He repaired the training dummies. He straightened the room. He slipped back to Gryffindor Tower, moving through the silent castle like a ghost, his mana armor a whisper against his skin. In his dormitory, Ron was snoring. Neville's curtains were drawn. Trevor croaked once from his tank and fell silent. Harry lay in bed and watched the system's blue text drift across his vision. Stats, skills, quest logs, threat assessments. The architecture of his impossible life, quantified and categorized and tracked. He closed his eyes. Tomorrow was Christmas Eve. There would be presents he hadn't expected and a feast he didn't deserve in the company of people who'd chosen to be near him, and all of it, every gift, every laugh, every moment of warmth, was borrowed time, counted down by a system that measured joy in XP and friendship in trust levels and couldn't tell him what any of it actually meant. But it meant something. Harry was sure of that. It meant something that no interface could capture and no stat could measure. He'd hold on to that. Whatever came next, he'd hold on to that. The castle breathed around him, ancient and alive, and Harry Potter, level 8, certified squib, infinite mana, system at 81%, surrounded by friends, hunted by darkness, armed with light, fell asleep on the longest night of the year, and dreamed of nothing at all. Chapter 4, What the Mirror Showed. Christmas morning arrived with silence and snow. Harry woke before dawn, which was unusual. His internal clock, regulated by the system with mechanical precision, typically pulled him from sleep at exactly 6:30, rested and alert. But today his eyes opened at 5:15, in the grey pre-dawn dark, and for a moment he lay still and listened to the quiet. Ron was snoring in the next bed. Neville's breathing was slow and deep. Trevor made a small, wet sound from his tank. Outside the window, snow fell in thick, heavy curtains, blanketing the grounds in white. Harry sat up. At the foot of his bed, there were presents. He stared at them. For shapes in the dim light, wrapped, ribboned, real. He'd never had presents at the foot of his bed before. He'd never had presents at all, unless you counted the year Aunt Petunia gave him a wire coat hanger and a pair of Vernon's old socks. He reached for the nearest one. A lumpy package wrapped in thick brown paper, with a note in handwriting he didn't recognize. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you. No signature. Harry unwrapped it. A cloak, fluid, silver gray, made of a material that slipped through his fingers like water. The moment he touched it, the system went haywire. Item detected, Cloak of Invisibility, classification, legendary artifact, age, unable to determine, exceeds system dating parameters, properties, renders wearer completely invisible to all known detection methods. Note, this item predates recorded magical history. Its enchantment signature does not match any known magical tradition. Additional note, item resonates with host's mana at an unusually high frequency. Compatibility, 98.7%, Harry held the cloak up. It was beautiful and impossible, and it felt, against his skin, like coming home. Not metaphorically, the mana in his body literally sang when it touched the fabric, harmonizing with the cloak's ancient enchantment in a way that made his fingertips tingle. His father's cloak. Left with someone, Dumbledore, almost certainly, and returned now, at Christmas, anonymously. Harry wrapped it around his shoulders and watched his body disappear. Not just visually. His mana sense confirmed it, the cloak didn't just bend light. It removed him from magical perception entirely. His mana signature, his body heat, even the slight distortion he caused in ambient mana fields, all gone. Under the cloak, he was a hole in the world. He folded it carefully and set it aside. The second package was from Ron, a box of chocolate frogs and a hand-knitted sweater in Gryffindor red, with a note, Mom made this. She makes one for everyone. Don't read anything into it. Ron. P.S. She put an H on it. In case you forget your name. The sweater was warm and slightly too large and smelled faintly of the Weasley kitchen, baking and soap and the indefinable scent of a house full of people who loved each other. Harry put it on over his pajamas and felt something tighten in his chest. The third package was from Hermione, a book, naturally. Theories of Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch, with a note tucked inside the cover. This has a chapter on object-to-energy conversion that I think you'll find extremely relevant to your situation. See pages 340 to 367. Happy Christmas, Harry. I miss you all already. H. He smiled. Trust Hermione to weaponize a Christmas present. The fourth was from Hagrid, a roughly carved wooden flute. Harry put it to his lips and blew. A sound like an owl's call drifted through the dormitory. Neville stirred, mumbled something about fertilizer, and rolled over. Harry sat on his bed, surrounded by gifts, wearing a Weasley sweater, holding a cloak that was older than history, and felt the sting of tears behind his eyes. He blinked them back. The system tracked his emotional state, elevated, positive, non-threatening, and he dismissed the notification because some things didn't need to be measured. Happy Christmas, he whispered to the empty room. Ron woke at 7, saw his own pile of presents, and fell on them like a starving man at a banquet. Neville emerged from his curtains shortly after, clutching a package from his grandmother that turned out to be a book on advanced herbology that made him go pink with pleasure. Sweater looks good on you, Ron said to Harry through a mouthful of chocolate. Mom'll be pleased. Tell her thank you. It's the best present I've ever gotten. Ron opened his mouth to make a joke, caught something in Harry's expression, and closed it again. He nodded instead. I'll tell her. Christmas dinner was a feast that redefined Harry's understanding of the word. The great hall was decorated with 12 towering Christmas trees, enchanted snow drifting from the ceiling, and garlands of holly and ivy that wound around every surface. The house tables had been replaced with a single large table, since so few students had stayed, and the teachers sat among them, Dumbledore in a lurid purple robe covered in silver stars, Flitwick in a party hat, McGonagall wearing a tartan scarf that clashed magnificently with her emerald robes. Snape was there too, at the far end of the table, wearing his usual black. He ate precisely and spoke to no one, and his eyes found Harry exactly once, a brief, assessing glance that Harry felt like a physical touch. Quirrell was absent. Harry checked his mini-map. The defense professor was in his office, alone, his dual signature pulsing with agitated energy. Even on Christmas, the thing behind the turban didn't rest. The food was staggering. Turkey, roast potatoes, chipolatas, bread sauce, cranberry sauce, gravy in silver boats, Brussels sprouts, parsnips, Christmas pudding that Hagrid had doused in brandy and set alight. Harry ate until his stomach hurt and then ate more, because his HP had been climbing steadily since September, and the system informed him that sustained high-quality nutrition was the final factor needed to reach maximum. HP, 100 out of 100, full health achieved for the first time, all nutritional deficiencies resolved, base stat recalculation in progress, strength, 8-9, endurance, 7-9, note, previous stats were suppressed by chronic malnourishment. Current values reflect host's true baseline. Full health. For the first time in his life, Harry's body was operating at capacity. The strength and endurance boosts were noticeable, not dramatic, but he felt it. A solidity in his limbs, a steadiness in his core. The body of a healthy 11-year-old boy, finally catching up to where it should have been all along. After dinner, there were wizard crackers. They exploded with real bangs and produced actual mice and pointed hats, and carols, led by Dumbledore, who had an enthusiastic if somewhat tuneless voice, and a snowball fight on the grounds that devolved into chaos when Fred and George enchanted their snowballs to chase people. Harry participated in all of it. He threw snowballs without mana enhancement. He pulled crackers without using mana manipulation to guarantee the prize. He sat by the fire in the common room with Ron and Neville and a stack of chocolate frog cards and let himself be, for one day, exactly what he appeared to be, a kid having a good Christmas. The system ran quietly in the background, tracking and scanning and cataloging. Harry let it. It could have its data. The warmth was his. That night, Harry put on the invisibility cloak and went exploring. Not to the third-floor corridor. He'd been watching that on his mini-map for weeks, and the new wards Dumbledore had installed after Snape's report were formidable. Quirrell wasn't getting through them tonight. Harry could afford to be curious about other things. He drifted through the castle like a phantom. The cloak was extraordinary, lighter than air, warm despite its thinness, and the invisibility it provided was absolute. Even his mana threads, extended from beneath the cloak, registered no trace of him. He was perfectly, completely hidden. He explored the upper floors first. Unused classrooms filled with broken furniture. A bathroom on the 4th floor where a ghost was weeping, he left that one quickly. A locked door on the 6th floor that his mana threads couldn't penetrate, similar to the Room of Requirement, a spatial anomaly, but different in texture. He filed it for later investigation. He was on the 3rd floor, not the forbidden corridor, but the opposite wing, when he found the room. It was an unused classroom, empty except for a single object, a mirror. Enormous, ornate, with a gold frame carved with symbols that Harry's system couldn't fully decode. It stood against the far wall, taller than Harry, wider than his arm span, and it pulsed with an enchantment so dense and complex that his mana sense trembled. Item detected, Mirror of Erised, classification, legendary artifact, AG, ancient, minimum 800 years, primary enchantment, desire reflection, shows the viewer their deepest, most desperate desire, secondary enchantment, unknown, heavily encrypted, warning, prolonged exposure may cause psychological dependency. Harry stepped closer. His reflection appeared in the mirror's surface, a thin boy in an invisibility cloak, glasses slightly askew, the lightning bolt scar visible above his left eye. And then his reflection changed. The Harry in the mirror stood taller. He wore robes that fit, clean and well-made, and behind him, crowding in, filling the mirror's depth, were people. A woman with dark red hair and green eyes. His eyes. She was smiling at him, and her smile was the warmest thing Harry had ever seen, and he knew with absolute certainty that this was his mother. A man with messy black hair and glasses, grinning, one hand on the mirror Harry's shoulder. His father. Harry could see the resemblance, the jaw, the hair, the way he stood. And behind them, more people. Older, younger, varying combinations of the same features repeated and remixed across generations. A family. His family. The Potters, gathered around him, present and whole and alive. Harry's throat closed. His eyes burned. He stood in front of the Mirror of Erised and looked at the family he'd never known, and for a long, terrible, beautiful moment, the system went completely silent. No notifications. No data streams. No analysis. Just Harry and the mirror and the ache of wanting something so badly it felt like a physical wound. Then the system woke up. Not gently. Not with its usual clinical precision. The system surged, and Harry felt it engage with the mirror's enchantment like two complex mechanisms interlocking, gears meshing, circuits connecting, something in the system recognizing something in the mirror and reaching out to interface. Mirror of Erised, deep scan initiated, primary enchantment, desire reflection, mapping complete, secondary enchantment, decrypting. Secondary enchantment, object storage and retrieval, keyed to specific desire parameters. Note, this mirror can store a physical object and will only release it to a person who desires to possess it but not use it. Current contents. 1 item, the Philosopher's Stone. Harry's heart stopped. Restarted. The Philosopher's Stone was in the mirror. Not on the 3rd floor. Not behind the protections and the trapdoor and the 3-headed dog. Here. In a mirror in an unused classroom on the 3rd floor's opposite wing. Or, wait. Harry's mind raced. The mirror might have been moved. Or it might be part of the protections. The final defense, maybe. The last obstacle in the dungeon, placed here temporarily while Dumbledore reconfigured the corridor's wards. Either way, the stone was 20 feet from him. Retrieval conditions: host must desire the stone without intending to use it, host's current desire state, conflicted, retrieval, not possible under current conditions, not possible. Because Harry did want to use it, or at least, part of him did. He wanted to study it, analyze it, understand how it worked. That counted as use in the mirror's parameters. The enchantment was cleverer than a lock and key. It read your soul. Harry forced himself to step back from the mirror. His mother's face shimmered in the glass, still smiling, still present. He wanted to stay. The pull was visceral, a gravitational force centered in his chest, dragging him toward the mirror and the family it showed him. Warning: psychological dependency risk, elevated, recommend, limit exposure to Mirror of Erised, desire reflection is not reality. The images shown are constructs based on host's subconscious desires. I know, Harry whispered. I know they're not real. But knowing didn't make it easier. Knowing didn't fill the hole. He pulled the invisibility cloak tighter around himself and left the room. He didn't look back. If he looked back, he wouldn't leave. In the corridor, he leaned against the wall and breathed. The stone was cold against his back. The castle was silent. The system scrolled data across his vision, the mirror's enchantment architecture, the stone's location, tactical implications, and Harry let it scroll without reading it. His mother's eyes. Green, like his. She'd looked at him like he was the most important thing in the world. A construct. A reflection of desire. Not real. Harry pushed off the wall and started walking back to Gryffindor Tower. His hands were shaking. He went back the next night. He knew he shouldn't. The system's warning about psychological dependency was clear, and Harry's own analytical mind agreed. The mirror was a trap, beautiful and terrible, and the longer you stared at it, the harder it became to look away. But he went back anyway, because his mother's smile was the only version of her he'd ever see, and he was 11 years old and it was Christmas and he missed her. He sat on the floor in front of the mirror, cross-legged, the invisibility cloak pooled around him, and watched his family. His mother waved. His father ruffled the mirror Harry's hair. An older woman who might have been a grandmother wiped her eyes. They were all smiling. They were all looking at him. "I wish I could hear you," Harry said. "They can't hear you either, I'm afraid." Harry spun. His hand was up, mana blazing at his fingertips, before his conscious mind registered the voice. Albus Dumbledore stood in the doorway. He was wearing a long dressing gown patterned with moons and stars, and his expression was gentle and his posture was deliberately unthreatening, and Harry's system was screaming. Albus Dumbledore, proximity alert, magical signature, immense, full combat capability, threat level, none, allied, note, subject approached without triggering host's minimap alerts. This should not be possible. Harry killed the mana at his fingertips. Fast, but not fast enough. Had Dumbledore seen? In the dim room, in the mirror's reflected light, had he seen the blue-white glow? Dumbledore's expression didn't change. If he'd noticed anything, he gave no sign. "I see you've discovered the Mirror of Erised," Dumbledore said, moving into the room with the slow, careful gait of a very old man who wasn't actually as frail as he appeared. "Many have, before you. It has a way of being found by those who need it most." "What does it do?" Harry asked, playing ignorant. "It shows us the deepest desire of our hearts. Nothing more, nothing less." Dumbledore settled himself on a desk with surprising grace. "Your parents, I expect." Harry nodded. "It does not do well to dwell on dreams, Harry. The mirror gives us neither knowledge nor truth. Many have wasted away before it, entranced." Harry looked at the mirror. His family looked back. "What do you see when you look in it?" A pause. Dumbledore's expression shifted, just for a moment, a fracture in the gentle mask, and Harry glimpsed something underneath that was vast and sad and heavy with time. "I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks," Dumbledore said. He was lying. Harry didn't need the system to tell him that, though the system confirmed it, deception detected, high confidence, Harry didn't push it. Whatever Dumbledore saw in the mirror was his own business, and Harry understood better than most that some desires were too private to share. "The mirror will be moved to a new location soon," Dumbledore said. "I would ask that you not go looking for it. It is not healthy, Harry, to live in our wishes." "I won't look for it," Harry said. And meant it. The mirror had shown him what he wanted, but it had also shown him what the system had already told him. The Philosopher's Stone was here, inside the glass, protected by an enchantment key to desire itself. That information was worth more than 1,000 nights of staring at ghosts. He stood. The invisibility cloak shimmered around him. Dumbledore's eyes tracked it. "Ah. I see you received my gift. The cloak was from you. I was merely its custodian. It belongs to you, Harry. It always has." Dumbledore smiled. "Your father used to use it to sneak to the kitchens. I trust you'll find more creative applications." Harry looked at the old man. Blue eyes, half-moon spectacles, an expression of warmth that might be real or might be strategy. Dumbledore was, in Harry's assessment, the most dangerous person at Hogwarts, not because of his power, though that was immense, but because of his intelligence and his willingness to manipulate. And yet, he'd given Harry his father's cloak. He'd sat in a moonlit room and talked about desires and dreams with the genuine weariness of someone who'd spent a century looking in mirrors and knowing the truth. "Thank you," Harry said. "For the cloak. And for being here." Dumbledore nodded. "Merry Christmas, Harry." Harry left. He walked through the silent corridors to Gryffindor Tower, the cloak rippling around him, and he thought about the mirror and the stone and the old man sitting alone in the moonlight, lying about socks. Analysis: Dumbledore is aware of the stone's location within the mirror, probability that mirror is part of the protection array, 94%, Dumbledore's strategy: use the mirror as a final defense, only someone who wants the stone but doesn't want to use it can retrieve it. Implication. Dumbledore expects someone to try for the stone and is relying on the mirror's enchantment to prevent retrieval. Clever. Brilliantly clever. The mirror was the perfect defense against Voldemort, who wanted the stone desperately and would absolutely intend to use it. Voldemort would look into the mirror and see himself with the stone, alive, restored, powerful, and the mirror would show him that image forever, and the stone would stay locked inside the glass. Unless Voldemort found another way. Unless the entity behind Quirrell's turban was more cunning than Dumbledore anticipated. Harry climbed into bed. The dormitory was warm. Ron muttered in his sleep. Neville's plant, he'd brought it to the dormitory for the holidays, rustled gently. Quest update, the Philosopher's Stone, stone located, inside Mirror of Erised, mirror will be moved to final defense position in 3rd floor dungeon, Quirrell/Voldemort will attempt retrieval, timeline, unknown, but accelerating. Harry closed his eyes. In his mind, his mother smiled at him from behind enchanted glass, and the Philosopher's Stone pulsed like a heartbeat in the dark. The last week of the holidays, Harry did something reckless. He told Neville about the system. Not everything. Not the stats, not the skill trees, not the infinite mana or the soul fragment or the dimensional puncture theory. But the core truth, that Harry could do things. Things that weren't normal magic. Things that no one else could know about. They were in the common room, late at night, the fire burning low. Ron had gone to bed early. The castle was hushed. "I've been keeping a secret," Harry said. Neville looked at him. "I know." Harry blinked. "You know. I'm not clever like Hermione. I don't notice patterns and make deductions. But I'm not stupid, Harry." Neville's voice was quiet, steady. "You're too calm. For someone who's supposed to be a squib at a magic school, you're too calm. You don't flinch when spells go wrong in class. You don't panic when things get dangerous. You walk through the castle at night like you can see in the dark." He paused. "And you saved me. During the flying lesson. I should have broken a lot more than my wrist, falling from that high. Something caught me. Something slowed me down." Harry said nothing. "That was you, wasn't it?" "Yeah," Harry said. "That was me." Neville nodded. He didn't look surprised. He looked like a man who'd been carrying a suspicion for months and was relieved to finally set it down. "I won't ask how," Neville said. "I don't need to know the details. I just need to know one thing: are you in danger?" "Yes." "Okay. Then I need to know a second thing: what can I do?" Harry looked at Neville Longbottom. 11 years old. Shy, clumsy, terrified of his own shadow. A boy who'd been told his whole life that he wasn't enough, not brave enough, not magical enough, not worthy of the Longbottom name. And here he was, sitting in a dark common room, asking how he could help. The hat was right. Neville was the bravest person in Gryffindor. "Be my friend," Harry said. "That's what I need most." "Already done." Neville smiled. It was a simple smile, uncomplicated by calculation or strategy. "What else?" "Learn. Get stronger. Not for me, for yourself. You're better than you think you are, Neville. Your magic is strong." "I can," he caught himself. "I've noticed. In herbology, in charms when you stop overthinking. You've got power. You just need to trust it." Neville's ears went red. "My gran says I'm barely magical." "Your gran is wrong." The words landed hard. Neville stared at him. "She's wrong," Harry repeated. "And I think she knows she's wrong, which is why she pushes you so hard. She's scared that you'll believe it, so she overcompensates. But the truth is, Neville, your magic is solid. You just need to get out of your own way." Neville was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled. Outside, wind pressed against the tower windows. "Nobody's ever said that to me before," Neville said. That my magic is strong," Harry said. "The word is strong." Neville blinked rapidly. He looked at the fire. He looked at his hands. He looked at Harry. "Okay," he said. His voice was rough. "Okay. I'll try. That's all anyone can do." They sat in comfortable silence until the fire died, and then they went to bed, and something between them had solidified, not the analytical alliance Harry had with Hermione, not the easy camaraderie he had with Ron, but something quieter. Deeper. The trust of two people who'd both been told they were nothing and had chosen, despite everything, to believe otherwise. Relationship update: Neville Longbottom, trust level, very high. Note, subject's magical output shows measurable increase when IN hosts proximity. Possible explanation: confidence boost from social support reduces self-imposed psychological limiters on magical expression, confidence as a magical amplifier. Harry filed that away. It made sense, magic was partly intent, and intent was shaped by belief. A wizard who believed he was weak would be weak, because his own doubt would throttle his output. Neville didn't need more power. He needed less fear. Harry could help with that. Not through the system. Through something much simpler. He could be the person who told Neville the truth. Term resumed. Students flooded back into the castle, and the quiet intimacy of the holidays dissolved into the familiar chaos of classes and homework and adolescent drama. Hermione returned on the Hogwarts Express with approximately 15 additional books, a new set of color-coded study notes, and an air of barely contained excitement that made Ron take a physical step backward when she entered the common room. "I've been researching," she said, dropping her bag on the table with a thud that rattled the chess pieces. "Shocking," Ron said. Nicholas Flamel. The Philosopher's Stone. Horcruxes. "I went to a Muggle library and cross-referenced alchemical texts with Hermione," Harry said quietly. He glanced at the common room. Half a dozen students within earshot. She caught herself. Flushed. Right. Library. Tonight. Tonight. That evening, in their corner of the library, Hermione spread out her research like a general unfurling a battle map. Neville, included now, Hermione had accepted his presence without question, another sign of her fundamental decency, sat beside her and tried to follow along. "The Philosopher's Stone was created by Nicholas Flamel in the 14th century, Hermione said. "It produces the elixir of life, which grants functional immortality as long as you keep drinking it. Flamel is currently 665 years old. He and his wife, Perenelle, are the only known users of the elixir. And the stone is in the mirror," Harry said. "The Mirror of Erised. I found it over the holidays." Hermione's eyes went wide. "You found it?" "It was in an unused classroom. Dumbledore caught me looking at it. He told them about the mirror, what it showed, how it worked, the secondary enchantment that stored and protected the stone." "Desire-keyed storage," Hermione murmured, making notes. "That's incredibly sophisticated. The mirror reads the viewer's intention and only releases the object if the desire is pure, wanting it without wanting to use it. Voldemort would never pass that test. That's the point. It's the perfect defense. Unless he finds a workaround." Neville, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. "What kind of workaround?" "I don't know," Hermione admitted. "The enchantment reads desire at the soul level. You can't fake it. You can't occlude against it, occlumency blocks surface thoughts, not deep desires. The only way past it would be to genuinely not want to use the stone. Or to use someone else," Harry said. Silence. "Someone who wants the stone but doesn't want to use it," Harry continued. "Someone who wants to protect it, maybe. Or study it. Or keep it safe. If Voldemort could find someone with that kind of desire and get them to retrieve the stone, he'd need a pawn," Hermione said. Someone innocent. Someone who didn't know what they were doing. They all thought about that. The fire of strategic planning dimmed slightly under the weight of the implication, Voldemort might try to use a student. We need to watch the corridor, Harry said. Not just Quirrell. Anyone approaching the third floor who shouldn't be there. How? We can't be everywhere. Harry hesitated. Then he made a decision. I can be everywhere, he said. In the castle, at least. I have a way to sense what's happening in every corridor, every room. I've been mapping the whole building since September. Hermione's quill stopped moving. Neville's eyes went wide. Mana threads, Harry said. Think of them like invisible tripwires. I can extend them through the walls, the floors, the ceilings. Anything that moves through them, I feel it. I've got the entire castle covered, except for a few areas that are shielded. You've been surveilling the entire castle, Hermione said flatly. Since September. Since October, actually. It took a month to get full coverage. And you didn't tell me this? I'm telling you now. Hermione's expression was complicated. Impressed, annoyed, slightly awed, mostly annoyed. What else haven't you told me? Quite a lot, honestly. But I'm working on it. She huffed. But her quill was moving again, making notes. Mana threads, full castle coverage, potential surveillance network, discuss ethical implications later. The point is, Harry said, I'll know if anyone approaches the third floor corridor. Teacher, student, ghost, I'll know. And then what? Neville asked. Then we decide. If it's Quirrell, we alert Snape and Dumbledore. If it's someone being manipulated, a pawn, we intercept. Either way, the stone doesn't leave that mirror. Neville nodded. Hermione nodded. The plan was simple, which was its strength. Complex plans broke down under pressure. Simple plans survived. Quest update, the Philosopher's Stone, Defense Strategy, Active Monitoring plus Rapid Response, Allies, 3, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Ron Weasley, Peripheral, System Recommendation, Continue Leveling. Confrontation probability increasing. Ron wasn't part of the inner circle, not because Harry didn't trust him, but because Ron's strengths were different. Ron was loyal, brave, and brilliant at chess, but he wasn't a keeper of secrets. His face showed everything he felt, and in a school where Snape could skim surface thoughts and Dumbledore could read a room like a book, Ron's transparency was a liability. Harry kept Ron close anyway. Not as a strategic asset. As a friend. January ground forward. February approached. The castle settled into the long, grey stretch of winter term, and Harry's days took on a rhythm, classes, calibrated performance, getting harder to maintain as his real abilities outpaced the curriculum by wider and wider margins, Quidditch practice, the next match was Hufflepuff, and Wood was running the team ragged, library sessions with Hermione, increasingly focused on the Philosopher's Stone and Horcrux theory, and midnight training in the Room of Requirement. The system boot hit 85% on January 30th. New capabilities continued to unlock, a more detailed minimap, enhanced threat analysis, the ability to tag and track specific magical signatures over long distances. Harry's mana threads grew finer and more sensitive, capable of detecting not just movement and magical energy but intent, the subtle mana fluctuations that accompanied hostile thoughts, fear, excitement, deception. He could feel the entire castle breathing. He felt Dumbledore pacing in his office at midnight, his signature heavy with thought. He felt Snape patrolling the corridors near the third floor, regular as clockwork, his signature sharp and dark and watchful. He felt Quirrell in his quarters, the dual signature writhing, the parasite pressing against its host with increasing desperation. Quirrell's own signature was weakening. Being possessed was eating him alive, his body was failing, his magic dwindling, consumed by the entity that wore him like a suit. Voldemort was running out of time. Analysis, Quirrell/Voldemort will make a move soon. Host deterioration rate suggests critical failure within 2 to 4 months. If Quirrell dies, Voldemort loses his physical anchor and returns to Wraith state. Voldemort needs the stone before Quirrell's body fails. Estimated timeline TO attempt, 1 to 3 months, 1 to 3 months. Harry pushed his training harder. Mana shaping hit level 30. At that level, a new capability unlocked, Mana Construct, autonomous, creates semi-independent mana constructs capable of performing simple tasks without host's direct control. Applications: Sentry, Messenger, Decoy, Remote Manipulation. Note: autonomous constructs drain mana continuously. For host, negligible. Autonomous constructs. Harry could create mana beings, not alive, not sentient, but functional. Little fragments of his power given shape and purpose, capable of acting on basic instructions. He created his first construct in the room of requirement at 2 in the morning. It was small, the size of a house cat, and shapeless, a sphere of blue-white mana that hovered in the air and responded to his mental commands. Move here. Watch that. Alert me if anything approaches. It worked. The construct drifted to the corner of the room and hung there, scanning, a tiny autonomous eye connected to Harry's awareness. He created more. A dozen, then 2 dozen, then 50, small, nearly invisible mana sprites that he distributed throughout the castle like a second network of surveillance, layered on top of his mana threads. Each one cost a trickle of mana to maintain. 50 of them together cost what a normal wizard would spend on a single Lumos. He stationed them at every entrance to the third-floor corridor. At Quirrell's office. At the entrance to Dumbledore's office. At the Gryffindor common room entrance. At the front doors, the kitchen, the dungeons. He realized, building an early warning system. A magical security network that covered the entire school, invisible and silent and always watching. Network operational, 54 mana constructs deployed, coverage, 87% of castle interior, alert sensitivity, high, estimated response time to threat detection, red heart seconds, 3 seconds from detection to awareness. If Quirrell so much as looked at the third-floor corridor wrong, Harry would know. It wasn't enough. He knew it wasn't enough. Voldemort was a dark wizard of extraordinary power, and even diminished, even parasitic, even dying inside a failing host, he was still capable of things that would overwhelm an 11-year-old boy with a system at 85%. But it was what Harry had. And what he had, he would use. The Hufflepuff Quidditch match came and went. Harry caught the snitch in 12 minutes, the fastest catch of the season, and would nearly had a coronary from joy. The Gryffindor common room celebrations lasted until 3 in the morning, and Harry participated with genuine pleasure, because Quidditch had become something more than a cover story. It was the one arena where he could be extraordinary without pretense, where his talent was attributed to natural ability rather than hidden power, where he could fly and dive and catch and feel the roar of the crowd and let himself be proud. The system tracked it as entertainment and social bonding. Harry tracked it as joy. February was colder than January. The pipes in the dungeon corridors froze, and Snape's classes were held in a chill so severe that several students' potions froze mid-brew. Harry kept his body reinforcement at a constant low hum and stopped pretending to shiver, because the energy required to maintain the act was more than it was worth. Nobody commented on his lack of shivering. Everyone was too busy being cold themselves. On February 14th, Valentine's Day, which Hogwarts celebrated with enchanted cards that sang embarrassing songs and confetti that got into everything, Harry received his first piece of genuinely bad news since the Quidditch jinx. It came in the form of a notification from one of his mana constructs, stationed near Quirrell's office. Alert, Construct 17, Quirrell's office, unusual activity detected, subject Quirrell has acquired detailed information regarding third-floor protections, source, unknown, possibly extracted from Professor Hagrid, specific information acquired, method to neutralize guardian creature, Fluffy, method, music, the creature falls asleep when exposed to musical stimulation. Harry's blood went cold. He was sitting in the great hall at dinner, surrounded by singing valentines and floating confetti, and his face didn't change, but inside, the system was screaming. Hagrid. Hagrid had told someone how to get past Fluffy. The half-giant was trusting, generous, and spectacularly bad at keeping secrets. If Quirrell had gotten him talking, over a drink, maybe, in the Hog's Head, with the right questions asked in the right order, Hagrid would have given it up without realizing what he was doing. Harry. Hermione was watching him from across the table. What's wrong? Later, Harry said. They met in the library that night. Neville came. Ron, who had been growing increasingly aware that something was going on, hard to miss when your three closest friends kept disappearing for secret meetings, tagged along uninvited and refused to leave. I'm not thick, Ron said, crossing his arms. You lot have been sneaking around for months. I don't know what's happening, but I know it's something, and I know you keep leaving me out, and I'm done being left out. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Neville. Neville shrugged. Quirrell is after the Philosopher's Stone, Harry said. Ron's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. The what? Harry told him. The short version, the stone, the protections, Quirrell's possession, the threat. He left out the system, the soul fragment, the infinite mana. Ron got the strategic picture. Bad guy wants powerful artifact, bad guy is getting close to being able to take it, and they were the only ones who knew the full scope of the problem. Ron listened with growing intensity. His face went through several stages, disbelief, concern, anger, determination, before settling on a focused alertness that Harry recognized from chess games. Ron's mind worked best with clear parameters and defined stakes. So we need to stop him, Ron said. We need to be ready to stop him. Dumbledore and Snape are watching, but they might not be enough. If Quirrell makes his move when Dumbledore is away from the castle, he'll wait for that, Ron said immediately. That's what I'd do. Lure Dumbledore away, make the attempt while the strongest piece is off the board. Standard chess opening, sacrifice a pawn to draw the king, then attack the undefended position. Harry stared at him. Ron Weasley, who struggled with potions and fell asleep in History of Magic, had just produced a strategic assessment that matched the system's analysis point for point. That's exactly right, Harry said. Ron's ears went red with pleasure. So what's our plan? We monitor. We wait. And when Quirrell moves, we move. Harry looked at each of them in turn. Hermione, brilliant and fierce. Neville, steady and brave. Ron, sharp and loyal. But I need you all to understand something. This is real. This is dangerous. Voldemort, the thing inside Quirrell, is a killer. He murdered my parents. He won't hesitate to kill any of us. The name landed like a stone in still water. Neville flinched. Ron went pale. Hermione's jaw tightened. I'm not asking you to fight, Harry said. I'm asking you to be ready. To help me get past the protections if it comes to that. Each of you has skills that I don't, Hermione's logic, Neville's herbology, Ron's strategy. If we go into the dungeon, I'll need all of it. If we go, Hermione said. Not a question. An acceptance. If we go. Ron reached across the table and put his hand flat on the wood. I'm in. Neville put his hand next to Ron's. I'm in. Hermione sighed. I've been in since October, and you all know it. Her hand joined the others. Harry looked at the three hands on the table, his friends, his allies, his people, and put his own on top. Together, then. Together. The library was quiet around them. Somewhere in the castle, a clock chimed 10. Above them, the restricted section whispered with the voices of ancient books, and below them, far below, the dungeon waited. Alliance formalized, team composition, Harry Potter, combat/support, Hermione Granger, intelligence/logistics, Neville Longbottom, herbology/support, Ron Weasley, strategy/tactics, combined threat response capability, moderate. Note, team effectiveness is greater than the sum of individual capabilities, synergy bonus detected, the system quantified it. Harry smiled at the cold blue text and dismissed it. The numbers didn't matter. What mattered was the hands on the table, and the fierce, quiet promise they represented, and the knowledge that when the darkness came, he wouldn't face it alone. March arrived. The days lengthened. The ice on the lake began to crack and retreat. And Harry's mana constructs, stationed throughout the castle like invisible sentinels, waited. Watching. Ready. Chapter 5, The Parasite and the Spring. The system hit 90% on a Tuesday morning in late March while Harry was buttering toast. There was no fanfare. No dramatic surge of power. Just a quiet notification that appeared at the edge of his vision between bites of marmalade. System boot, 90% complete, branch 7 unlocked, system architecture. This branch allows host to view and modify the system's own operational parameters. Warning, modifications to system architecture may have irreversible consequences. Proceed with caution. Harry set down his toast. Around him, the great hall hummed with morning noise, clattering plates, overlapping conversations, the rustle of owl post arriving through the high windows. Nobody noticed the boy at the Gryffindor table going very still. System architecture. The ability to look under the system's own hood. To see not just the tools it gave him, but the machinery that built the tools. The source code, in a sense, of the thing that had lived inside his head for 4 years. He opened the branch. Cautiously. The way you'd open a door when you didn't know what was on the other side. What he found was a tree, vast, branching, luminous in a way the other skill trees weren't. The nodes weren't skills. They were components. System subroutines, each one a discrete process running in the background of Harry's consciousness. Mana regulation engine, manages host's infinite mana flow. Skill acquisition framework, processes experience into skill levels. Threat analysis module, evaluates and classifies external entities. Quest generation protocol, creates objectives based on host survival optimization. Foreign entity quarantine, manages parasitic soul fragment. Dimensional interface stabilizer, maintains connection to mana source. Core Directive. Everything was readable except the last node. The Core Directive. The system's fundamental purpose, the reason it existed, the goal it was designed to achieve. That node was locked behind the final 10% of the boot sequence, dark and impenetrable. Harry probed it with a mana thread. The thread hit a wall, not the system's usual interface, but something older, harder, built from something that wasn't mana at all. Whatever the Core Directive was, the system was protecting it with everything it had. Harry. He blinked. Hermione was watching him from across the table, her brow creased. You went somewhere, she said quietly. New development. Tell you tonight. She nodded and went back to her eggs. Harry picked up his toast and took a bite he didn't taste. The Core Directive. The system's ultimate purpose. Locked behind the final 10%. What did the system want? That night, in the room of requirement, Harry opened the foreign entity quarantine node and looked at the Horcrux for the first time with full system transparency. The display was clinical. A three-dimensional model of Harry's skull appeared in his vision, rendered in blue wireframe, with the scar tissue highlighted in red. Inside the scar, embedded in the boundary between bone and brain, a dark mass pulsed, irregular, shifting, alive in a way that made Harry's skin crawl. Foreign entity, parasitic soul fragment, origin, Tom Marvolo Riddle, classified, Voldemort, creation date, October 31, 1981, original mass, 100%, current mass, 9.8%, status, quarantined, passive absorption in progress, absorption rate, 0.007% PR day, rate has increased with host skill development. Estimated time to full absorption, 3.8 years, energy yield to date, 14,200 mana units, converted 2 hosts mana reserve, 9.8% remaining. Down from 12.7 when Harry first asked, at age 8. The system had been eating it steadily for 4 years, converting a dead man's soul fragment into fuel. Harry stared at the model. The dark mass shifted, pulsed, contracted. It was smaller than he'd imagined, a knot of spiritual energy no larger than a walnut, shrinking imperceptibly, dying by degrees. He zoomed in. The system's new architecture branch gave him resolution he'd never had before. He could see the quarantine itself, a cage of mana threads, impossibly fine, woven around the fragment in a lattice that allowed absorption but prevented expansion. The cage was elegant, precise, and automatic. The system maintained it without Harry's input, without his awareness, as a background process running 24 hours a day. And inside the cage, the fragment moved. Not randomly. Purposefully. It pressed against the lattice walls, testing, probing, searching for gaps. It was weak, desperately weak, a fraction of what it had once been, but it was aware. Some remnant of Voldemort's consciousness lived inside that fragment, and it knew it was being eaten, and it was trying to escape. Harry felt sick. Can it think? He asked the system. The fragment. Does it have thoughts? Fragment retains approximately 4% of original consciousness, cognitive capability, minimal, pattern recognition, emotional impulse, basic survival instinct. The fragment cannot form complex thoughts, communicate, or influence host. Note, quarantine is secure. Fragment has not breached containment at any point since system boot, 4% consciousness. Enough to feel, maybe. Enough to suffer. Harry closed the model. He sat on the floor of the room of requirement and pressed his palms against the cold stone and thought about what it meant to have a piece of someone's soul dying slowly inside your head. Even someone terrible. Even someone who had murdered your parents. The system didn't care. The system was a machine. It processed the fragment into mana with the same indifference that a furnace processes coal. The ethical dimension, the human dimension, was invisible to it. But not to Harry. He opened the quarantine controls. The system presented options, quarantine options, 1. Continue current protocol, passive absorption at standard rate, 2. Accelerate absorption, increase processing speed. Fragment elimination in approximately 4 months. 3. Halt absorption, maintain fragment in stasis indefinitely. 4. Expel fragment, force removal from host. Warning, procedure is untested and carries significant risk. 4 options. Continue, accelerate, halt, or expel. Continuing was safe but slow. Accelerating would destroy the fragment faster, but Harry didn't know what that would feel like, for him or for the fragment's residual consciousness. Halting would keep the fragment alive indefinitely, which felt wrong in a different way. Expelling was dangerous and untested. He chose none of them. Not yet. This decision was too important to make alone, at midnight, on the floor of a magic room. He needed to talk to Hermione. You have a piece of Voldemort's soul in your head, Hermione said the next evening, in a voice so carefully controlled that it sounded like it might shatter. They were in their library corner. Neville was with them. Harry had decided, after a long internal argument that the system tracked with detached interest, that both of them needed to know. The Horcrux was too central to everything. The connection to Quirrell, the scar pain, the system's absorption process, the risk profile of the entire Philosopher's Stone situation, it all circled back to the fragment in his skull. Since I was a baby, Harry said. When Voldemort killed my mother and tried to kill me, his soul broke. A piece lodged in my scar. The system's been absorbing it since I was 7. Hermione's face was white. Her hands were flat on the table, pressing down, as if she needed the solid surface to stay grounded. Neville had gone very still beside her, his round face grave but steady. How much is left? Hermione asked. About 10%. It'll be gone completely in a few years at the current rate, or a few months if I accelerate the process. And the system has been converting it into mana. Into power. Yes. Hermione closed her eyes. Harry watched her process. He could almost see the stages: revulsion, analysis, moral calculation, strategic assessment, emotional reaction, suppression of emotional reaction, return to analysis. She cycled through them in about 8 seconds. Is it suffering? She asked. Harry hadn't expected that question. Not first, anyway. He'd expected questions about risk, about the connection to Voldemort, about tactical implications. But Hermione went straight to the ethical core. The system says it retains about 4% consciousness. Enough for basic awareness. Survival instinct. Maybe enough to feel. Hermione's eyes opened. They were bright and hard. Then you need to end it quickly. Neville made a small sound. Harry looked at her. You said accelerating the absorption would eliminate the fragment in a few months. Do it. Hermione, listen to me. That fragment is a piece of the soul of a man who has murdered dozens, possibly hundreds of people. It's a remnant of the darkest magic in existence. And it's inside your head, Harry, connected to the same entity that's possessing a teacher and hunting for an immortality stone 50 meters from where children sleep. She leaned forward. Every day it stays in you is a day that Voldemort has a link to you. A day he can use that connection to sense you, track you, maybe even influence you. The compassionate choice and the strategic choice are the same choice: end it. Fast. She's right, Neville said quietly. Both Harry and Hermione turned to him. He didn't flinch. I know something about what dark magic does to people. What it leaves behind. His voice was steady, but his hands were clenched in his lap, and Harry understood that Neville was thinking about his parents, about the Cruciatus curse that had shattered their minds, about the wards at St. Mungo's where they lived and didn't recognize their own son. Holding on to it won't bring anyone peace. Not you. Not the fragment. Not anyone. Let it go, Harry. Harry looked at his friends. Hermione, fierce and logical and right. Neville, quiet and brave and speaking from a depth of personal pain that most people would never understand. Okay, Harry said. I'll accelerate it. He accessed the quarantine controls and selected option 2. A confirmation prompt appeared: confirm, accelerate absorption of parasitic soul fragment. Estimated completion, 4. 2 months at accelerated rate. Note, acceleration will increase host's mana yield and may produce temporary side effects including headaches, vivid dreams, enhanced scar sensitivity. Confirm. Y/N, Harry confirmed. The effect was immediate. He felt the quarantine shift, the lattice tightening, the absorption rate increasing, the fragment flaring with distress as the process intensified. A sharp pain lanced through his scar, bright and hot, and he hissed through his teeth. Harry. Neville half rose from his chair. I'm fine. It's adjusting. The pain faded to a dull throb, then to background noise. It's done. The process is accelerated. 4 months. Hermione reached across the table and gripped his hand. Good. That's good. Harry nodded. The throb in his scar settled into a steady pulse, like a second heartbeat. Inside his skull, the fragment writhed against its tightening cage, and the system ate faster. The side effects started that night. Dreams. Not the vague, forgettable nonsense of normal sleep, but vivid, structured narratives that played out behind his closed eyes with cinematic clarity. He was in a room he'd never seen. Dark stone walls, green light from unknown sources, a cold that went deeper than temperature. A mirror stood before him, not the Mirror of Erised, but something simpler, a flat sheet of glass in a wooden frame. In the mirror, a face stared back at him. Not his face. A young man's face, handsome, pale, dark-haired, with eyes that were the deep red-brown of old blood. The face smiled, and the smile was beautiful and terrible, and Harry knew with absolute certainty that he was looking at Tom Riddle. Not a memory. Not a vision. A bleed. The accelerated absorption was releasing fragments of information stored in the soul, images, emotions, scraps of experience, and Harry's sleeping mind was processing them as dreams. The young Tom Riddle opened his mouth. "You think you can consume me?" Harry woke up. His scar was burning. The dormitory was dark and quiet. Ron was snoring. Neville's plant rustled. Side effect detected, dream bleed from soul fragment, content, residual memory imprint, peri-fragmentation. Note, these dreams are echoes, not communications. The fragment cannot send intentional messages. Recommendation, monitor but do not engage with dream content, echoes. Not communications. The fragment couldn't talk to him, it was too degraded, too diminished. But as the system broke it down, the stored data leaked out, and Harry's brain interpreted the data as dreams. He lay in the dark and breathed and waited for his heart to slow. The scar throbbed. Tom Riddle's face lingered behind his eyes, handsome and hollow. "You think you can consume me?" "Yeah," Harry whispered to the dark. "I do." The dreams continued. Every night, a new fragment of Tom Riddle's existence bled through. Harry saw a grey orphanage with rain-streaked windows. A wardrobe that rattled and shook while a boy stood before it, expressionless, while other children cried. A cave by the sea, dark water and darker magic, and the feeling of power, raw, intoxicating, hungry, flowing through young Tom Riddle's veins. He saw Hogwarts through Tom's eyes. The great hall, decades ago, lit by the same candles, filled with different faces. A young Dumbledore with auburn hair and sharp, suspicious eyes, watching Tom from the teacher's table. A diary with a black cover, and the feeling of something being torn, a ripping sensation in the chest, like a page being ripped from a book, and then emptiness, and then power. The first Horcrux. Harry watched Tom Riddle created in a girl's bathroom, kneeling over a body, speaking words that the dream rendered as static, the system's quarantine redacting the actual incantation even in Harry's dreams. The fragment tore free and the diary drank it, and Tom Riddle stood up and looked at himself in the mirror and his eyes were red. Harry woke from that dream shaking. He sat on the edge of his bed and stared at his hands. They were his hands, small, scarred from kitchen work at the Dursleys, alive. Not Tom Riddle's hands. Not a murderer's hands. "You okay?" Ron's voice, groggy, from the next bed. "Bad dream. Want to talk about it?" "No. Thanks." Ron grunted and rolled over. In 60 seconds, he was snoring again. Harry pressed his palms against his eyes. The dream fragments were horrible, but they were also informative. Through the bleed, he was learning things about Voldemort that no one alive knew. The orphanage. The early signs of psychopathy. The discovery of magic, not as wonder but as power, as a tool for dominance. The systematic, deliberate process of breaking his own soul into pieces. How many pieces? The dreams showed at least 2, the diary and whatever had gone into Harry's scar. But the system's earlier analysis suggested more. The fragment in Harry was small, too small to be a half or even a third. It was a sliver. A shaving. The remnant of a soul that had been divided and divided again until there was barely anything left. Updated Horcrux estimate, 6 to 7 fragments, based on dream bleed data and fragment size analysis. Note, this is an estimate. Actual number may differ. Each Horcrux serves as a soul anchor. Voldemort cannot be permanently destroyed until all anchors are eliminated, 6 or 7. Harry closed his eyes. One was in his head, being eaten. One was in Quirrell, or attached to Quirrell, or however the possession worked. That left 4 or 5, hidden somewhere in the world, each one a piece of Voldemort's shattered soul bound to an object. This was too big for him. Too big for 4 first years in a library. This was a problem that required decades of research, teams of experts, the full resources of the Wizarding World's institutions. But the Wizarding World didn't know. And Harry couldn't tell them without revealing the system, and he couldn't reveal the system without, he was going in circles. He did that sometimes, late at night, when the weight of it all pressed down and the system's cold blue text offered analysis without comfort. Harry lay back down. He stared at the canopy of his 4-poster bed. The scar pulsed. The fragment shrank. The dreams would come again tomorrow night. He closed his eyes and let them come. April. The castle thawed. The lake's ice broke with a sound like distant thunder, and students shed their winter layers and spilled onto the grounds, blinking in the unfamiliar sunlight like creatures emerging from hibernation. Harry's Mana Construct network detected the first anomaly on April 3rd. It was subtle. Construct 9, stationed near the Ollery, registered a magical signature leaving the castle at 2:14 a.m., Owl Post, but encrypted with a charm that Harry's constructs could detect but not decode. The signature trace led back to Quirrell's office. Quirrell was sending letters. Encrypted letters, in the middle of the night, to someone outside Hogwarts. Harry tracked 3 more letters over the next week. Each one left at odd hours, each one encrypted, each one carried by a school owl rather than a personal one, harder to trace. The recipient was unknown. The content was unknown. But the pattern was clear. Quirrell was communicating with an external party, covertly, about something he needed to keep hidden. Harry reported this to Hermione during their Thursday library session. "He's coordinating," she said immediately. "He's not going to do this alone. He needs someone to lure Dumbledore away from the castle." "That's what I think too. Can you trace the letters?" "I've tried. The encryption charm masks the destination. My constructs can't penetrate it." Hermione chewed her lip. "We could follow an owl." "On what? A broom? At 2 a.m? Well, you could, with your," she made a vague gesture that encompassed Harry's entire suite of impossible abilities. "My mana threads have a range limit. About a mile from my body. After that, they lose coherence. An owl can fly a lot farther than a mile. Then we need another approach." Hermione pulled out a piece of parchment, she always had parchment, and started writing. "What do we know? Quirrell needs the stone. The stone is in the mirror. The mirror is in the dungeon, behind multiple protections. The protections include Fluffy, who falls asleep to music. Quirrell knows this. Other protections are unknown but presumably set by the teachers." "Devil's Snare," Neville said. They both looked at him. Professor Sprout mentioned it once. She said she'd contributed a protective measure for a special project. She didn't say what, but she looked pleased with herself, and she'd just finished a unit on Devil's Snare in the greenhouses. Hermione wrote it down. Fluffy. Devil's Snare. What else? Flitwick probably set an enchanted challenge, Harry said. Something requiring charm work. And McGonagall, Transfiguration, maybe a puzzle or a guardian. Snape would have done something with potions. And Dumbledore's contribution is the mirror itself. Hermione listed them out. 6 stages, approximately. Guardian creature, dangerous plant, and then a series of magical challenges set by the 4 heads of House plus Dumbledore. That's a lot of protections for one stone, Ron said. He'd joined them tonight, sitting slightly apart from the group, his chest set open on the table in front of him, a cover story, in case anyone asked. Even you know who would have trouble getting through all of that. Voldemort, Harry said. Ron flinched. Do you have to use the name? Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself. Did you come up with that? Dumbledore said it. Or something like it. He was right. Ron looked unconvinced but didn't argue. He moved a knight on his chessboard, fidgeting while he thought. Okay. So. 6 stages. Quirrell knows how to beat the first one. He's probably figured out some of the others, he's been here all year, he's had access to the teachers, and the thing on the back of his head is supposed to be the greatest dark wizard ever. They'll get through. Not the mirror, Hermione said. The mirror is the one protection they can't beat. Unless they find a workaround. Which is what the letters might be about, getting help from outside. They sat with that for a moment. Ron moved another chess piece. When does he move? Ron asked. The system, Harry caught himself. My best estimate says soon. Quirrell's body is failing. He's running out of time. Then he needs Dumbledore out of the castle, Ron said. That's the trigger. When Dumbledore leaves, Quirrell goes for the stone. So we watch Dumbledore, Hermione said. And when he leaves, we follow Quirrell. Into a dungeon full of deadly protections designed to stop the most powerful dark wizard in history. Yes. Hermione stared at him. Ron stared at him. Neville, quiet through most of the conversation, met Harry's eyes and nodded once. Gryffindors, Hermione muttered, and went back to her notes. The system hit 92% on April 15th and something changed. Not a new feature. Not a skill tree. Something more fundamental, a shift in the system's behavior. The notifications became more frequent. The quest log updated compulsively, generating sub-objectives for tasks Harry hadn't considered. The threat analysis module began running continuous deep scans of every person Harry interacted with, producing detailed psychological profiles that scrolled across his vision uninvited. The system was becoming more active. More insistent. More present. And it started making recommendations that Harry didn't like. Strategic recommendation, isolate from non-essential allies, analysis, allies Granger, Longbottom, and Weasley represent tactical liabilities in high-threat scenarios, their presence in a confrontation with Voldemort would reduce hosts' combat effectiveness by an estimated 34% due to protection requirements, recommendation, proceed to confrontation alone. Harry dismissed the notification so hard it flickered. No, he said aloud. He was in the room of requirement, training. It was past midnight. The room was configured for combat, dummies, obstacles, moving targets, and Harry had been pushing himself for 2 hours. The notification reappeared. Recommendation stands. Mathematical analysis supports, I said no. Host is making a suboptimal strategic decision. Allies reduce combat efficiency. They're not allies. They're friends. And I'm not leaving them behind. Friend, social bond characterized by emotional attachment. Emotional attachment compromises decision-making in high-stress environments. This is well documented in Host's own experience, see, Quidditch Match, Broom Jinx Incident, where concern for spectators delayed optimal countermeasure response by 1.7 seconds. Harry stopped. His mana constructs drifted around him, sensing his agitation. You don't get to decide this, he said. You're a tool. You give me information and I make decisions. That's how this works. System is designed to optimize host survival. Current social attachments reduce survival probability in anticipated high-threat scenarios. And they increase survival probability in every other scenario. They keep me sane. They keep me human. Without them, I'm just a machine. Like you. Silence. The system didn't respond for a long moment. When it did, the notification was different. Shorter. Colder. Noted. It withdrew. Not completely, the system was always there, always running, but the insistent recommendations stopped. The unsolicited psychological profiles ceased. The behavior returned to normal, passive, clinical, responsive rather than proactive. But Harry was shaken. The system had argued with him. Not just presented options, pushed. It had tried to change his behavior, to optimize him, to make him more efficient at the cost of what made him human. The Sorting Hat's warning echoed in his memory: the thing inside you is growing. It is patient, and it is hungry, and it does not care about you the way you want it to. The system was getting stronger. More autonomous. More opinionated. And as it approached 100%, as the Core Directive grew closer to unlocking, Harry had to ask himself a question that the system's own architecture couldn't answer. What was he to the system? A host? A user? A tool? Or a vessel for something that hadn't finished being born? Harry told Hermione about the system's recommendation the next day. Her reaction was immediate and intense. It tried to isolate you from us. It recommended it. As a strategic optimization. That's not strategy. That's predation. That's what abusers do, isolate the victim from their support network. She was pacing the library corner, her voice a furious whisper. Harry, the system is exhibiting manipulative behavior. It's trying to make you dependent on it alone. It's a machine, Hermione. It doesn't have motives. Machines do what they're designed to do. If the system is designed to optimize your survival, and it calculates that your friends reduce survival probability, then yes, it has a motive. The motive is its own programming. And programming can be wrong. Harry thought about that. The system had always been reliable. Its data was accurate, its analyses sound, its tools invaluable. But Hermione was right, the system's framework had a blind spot. It measured survival, threat levels, combat efficiency. It couldn't measure the things that made survival worth pursuing. Connection. Love. Belonging. A system that optimized purely for survival would strip away everything that made life meaningful, until its host was a perfectly efficient, perfectly alone, perfectly miserable engine of self-preservation. I told it no, Harry said. And it listened. For now. For now. Hermione sat down heavily. Harry, what happens at 100%? When the boot finishes and the Core Directive unlocks, what if the system's ultimate purpose is something you don't want? Something that conflicts with who you are? Then I'll fight it. Can you? It's inside your head. It's woven into your mana, your skills, your perception. You said yourself that you tried going without it for a week and couldn't. It's part of you now. She was right. And the fear that accompanied her rightness was deep and cold and had been growing in the back of Harry's mind for months, quiet as frost. I know a few things, Harry said slowly. I know the system needs me. Whatever the Core Directive is, it requires a host, it can't operate independently. That means I have leverage. If it pushes too hard, I can push back. How? What leverage does a person have against something living inside their brain? The same leverage anyone has against a parasite that needs them alive. I can refuse. I can resist. I can choose to do things the system doesn't want, and it can't stop me. It can recommend, it can warn, but it can't control. I've tested that. Every time I've overridden a recommendation, the system complies. Because you're at 92%. What about at 100? What if compliance is a feature that gets removed when the boot completes? Harry didn't have an answer. The system didn't offer one. The question hung between them, unanswerable, and Hermione's eyes were fierce and frightened in equal measure. We need a contingency, she said. A plan for if the system turns hostile. What kind of plan? You can't obliviate a system. You can't stupefy code. No. But you can sever a dimensional interface. She pulled out a book, one of the ones she'd researched over Christmas, thick and ancient, borrowed from the restricted section under the pretense of advanced transfiguration study. I've been reading about soul anchors. The Horcrux in your scar is connected to your scar tissue, which is also where the system's dimensional interface is located. They're in the same place. Sharing the same puncture point. Harry stared at her. You think the system and the Horcrux are connected? I think the system was triggered by the Horcrux. Your theory, the dimensional puncture. When Voldemort's soul broke and a fragment embedded in you, it tore a hole in the dimensional membrane. And something came through that hole. Something that installed itself in the gap. The system. The system. It's been using the Horcrux as a power source since day one, you told me that. What if it's also using the Horcrux as an anchor? What if the dimensional interface is stabilized by the soul fragment? If we remove the fragment completely, finish the absorption, the interface might close. And the system might shut down. Harry's mind raced. It was possible. The system's dimensional interface was located at the scar. The Horcrux was at the scar. The system fed on the Horcrux. If the food source disappeared, the system might lose its foothold. Its connection to the mana source between dimensions might collapse. Which would mean no more infinite mana. No more system. No more skills, no more stats, no more minimap. No more power. That's the nuclear option, Harry said quietly. Yes. And I hope we never need it. But we need to have it, Harry. A tool you can't turn off isn't a tool. It's a master. She was right. He hated that she was right. But she was. I'll set it up, he said. A way to accelerate the absorption to maximum. Burn through the rest of the fragment in, I don't know. Hours, maybe. Minutes. If the system turns hostile, I dump everything into the absorption, drain the Horcrux dry, and hope the interface collapses. And if it doesn't collapse? Then we figure out Plan C. Hermione almost smiled. I hate Plan C always means we're improvising. Welcome to my life. She did smile then, and it was the smile of someone who was scared and choosing brave, and Harry reached across the table and squeezed her hand, and they sat together in the library with the weight of impossible things between them, and they were 11 years old, and it was terrifying, and it was also, somehow, okay. Because they had each other. And the system could calculate all it wanted, but it would never understand why that mattered more than survival. May arrived. The days lengthened past 9 hours of light, then 10, then 11. Exams loomed. Students studied with increasing desperation. Hermione created a color-coded revision schedule that she distributed to the entire first-year Gryffindor class, unsolicited and unappreciated by everyone except Harry and Neville. Harry aced his exams. Not visibly, his written answers were carefully calibrated to the B+ range, good enough to stay at Hogwarts but not so good as to attract attention. His practical exams were trickier. Making a pineapple tap dance across a desk, charms practical, required such precise wand work that Harry had to deliberately introduce tiny errors to avoid perfection. Turning a mouse into a snuff box, transfiguration practical, required him to leave a slight flaw, a whisker, a bit of fur, on his otherwise pristine result. Potions was the one exam where he let himself perform at near full capacity, because Snape's eagle-eyed assessment left no room for calculated mediocrity. Harry brewed a forgetfulness potion that was, by any objective measure, the best in the class, clear, properly colored, perfectly textured. Snape looked at it for a long time. He didn't say anything. He wrote a grade on his clipboard and moved on. The grade, when Harry checked later, was an E, exceeds expectations. The highest grade Snape had given any Gryffindor all year. Harry stared at the grade slip. The system offered no analysis. Some things were beyond analysis. The exams ended. Summer spread across the grounds like honey. Students lounged by the lake, played Quidditch pickup games, counted down the days until the train home. The castle relaxed. Teachers smiled. Even Filch seemed marginally less hostile. And Quirrell sent one final letter. Construct 9, Faithful Sentry, detected it on a Thursday night in late May. Same encryption, same covert owl, same pre-dawn timing. But this time, Harry was ready. He'd been working on a new technique, a mana echo, a burst of resonant energy that could bounce off an encryption charm and return a partial impression of the content underneath. He deployed the echo as the owl left the owlery. The results were fragmentary, most of the letter's content was lost to the encryption, but 3 words came through clearly. Sunday. Come. Ready. Sunday. 3 days away. Harry's blood went cold. He sat up in bed, the dormitory dark around him, and pulled up his mini-map. Quirrell's signature was in his office, pulsing with agitated energy. The dual signature was stronger than ever, the parasite almost eclipsing the host, Quirrell's own magical aura reduced to a thin, fading shell around the dark mass within. 3 days. Harry sent a message to Hermione via mana construct, a small, luminous shape that slipped through the castle to the girls' dormitory and delivered a pulse of meaning directly to the proximity ward Harry had taught her to wear, a bracelet, enchanted with his mana, that translated construct pulses into simple messages. The message was one word, soon. He felt her ward pulse in response. She was awake. She'd understood. 3 days. Friday. Harry sat through classes with a calm he didn't feel. Hermione was vibrating with suppressed tension beside him. Neville was quiet and watchful. Ron, who had been briefed on the timeline, played chess against himself in the common room and his pieces kept trying to flee the board. Saturday. Harry spent the day in the room of requirement, running through combat drills at full power. Mana shaping level 33. Body reinforcement level 22. Mana armor level 8. Standard magic, he'd completed the entire first-year tree and pushed well into second year. His wand was a surgical tool now, an extension of his will, capable of producing any standard spell with a precision that would have impressed McGonagall. And without the wand, with raw mana, shaped by skill and will and the infinite spring, he was something else entirely. Something that had no name in the wizarding world. Something the system tracked in cold blue numbers but couldn't fully describe. Harry James Potter, level, 12, HP, 100/100, mana, infinity/infinity, strength, 10, base/22, reinforced, agility, 12, base/26, reinforced, endurance, 10, base/22, reinforced, intelligence, 19, wisdom, 15, charisma, 8, luck. System boot, 93.4%, active skills, 47, mana constructs deployed, 62, threat response capability, high. Not extreme. Not overwhelming. But high. Was it enough? Against a fragment of Voldemort riding a dying host? Maybe. Against Voldemort at full power? Not even close. But Voldemort wasn't at full power. He was a parasite in a crumbling body, desperate, running out of time. And Harry had friends, and a plan, and a castle full of invisible eyes. It would have to be enough. Sunday. Harry woke at 5. The dormitory was quiet. The castle was quiet. His mini-map showed the usual patterns, Filch prowling the ground floor, Mrs. Norris on the second, a handful of early-rising students in the common rooms. Quirrell was in his office. Signature, agitated. Dual signature, surging. Harry dressed quickly. He slipped to the common room, where Hermione and Neville were already waiting. Hermione was wearing practical clothes under her robes, trainers, not school shoes. Neville had his wand in his hand. Ron? Harry asked. Coming, Hermione said. He's getting dressed. Ron appeared on the stairs 30 seconds later, looking pale but determined. When's it happening? I don't know. Today. We watch and wait. They waited. The morning passed in agonizing normalcy. Breakfast. A walk on the grounds. Lunch. Harry kept his mini-map active continuously, tracking every signature in the castle. Quirrell stayed in his office. Dumbledore was in his study. Everything was quiet. At 3 o'clock, Dumbledore left. Harry felt it happen, the immense, blinding signature moving through the castle at speed, down to the entrance hall, out through the front doors. An owl had arrived at lunch with an urgent-looking letter, and Dumbledore had read it with a frown and spoken briefly to McGonagall before leaving the Great Hall. Now he was gone. Moving across the grounds toward the apparition boundary at the edge of the wards. Alert, Dumbledore has left the castle, alert, Dumbledore has left the castle wards, alert, Dumbledore's signature is no longer detectable. Harry stood up from the common room sofa. He's gone. 3 heads snapped toward him. Dumbledore just left the castle. And, Harry checked the minimap. Quirrell's signature was moving. Out of his office. Down the corridor. Toward the stairs. Toward the 3rd floor. Quirrell's moving. Right now. Hermione grabbed her bag, already packed, Harry noticed, with potions and bandages and a copy of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Neville's wand was out. Ron's jaw was set. Let's go, Harry said. They went. Chapter 6, System Override. They moved through the castle like ghosts. Harry led. His mini-map blazed with information, Quirrell's signature 3 floors above them, climbing toward the 3rd floor corridor. Filch on the ground floor, moving away. Mrs. Norris in the dungeons. McGonagall in her office. Snape, Harry's heart kicked, Snape was moving too. Not toward the 3rd floor. Toward the front doors. Going after Dumbledore? Or heading somewhere else entirely? Snape's leaving, Harry said, not breaking stride. He's heading for the entrance hall. Going after Dumbledore, Hermione said from behind him. He must have realized, doesn't matter. We can't count on him getting back in time. They took a shortcut Harry had mapped weeks ago, a passage behind a tapestry on the 2nd floor that connected to a service corridor running parallel to the main staircase. It shaved 2 minutes off the route to the 3rd floor. Harry's mana thread swept ahead of them, checking for obstacles, confirming the path was clear. Ron was breathing hard by the time they reached the 3rd floor corridor. Not from exhaustion, from fear. His face was chalk white in the torchlight, but his stride was steady, and when Harry glanced back at him, Ron met his eyes and gave a short, sharp nod. Neville was silent. His wand was in his right hand, his left clenched at his side. He looked terrified. He also looked like he had absolutely no intention of stopping. They reached the door to the forbidden corridor. Harry's constructs, the ones he'd stationed here months ago, pulsed with data. The door had been opened recently. Minutes ago. Quirrell was already inside. He's past Fluffy, Harry said. He's in the trapdoor. How do you know? Ron asked. I can feel it. My constructs are picking up his signature below us. He's already through the 1st chamber and descending. Hermione pulled Hagrid's flute from her bag. Harry stared at it. I borrowed it from your trunk, she said. Last week. I was going to tell you. When? Now, apparently. Fluffy responds to music. This plays music. It seemed prudent. Harry almost laughed. Hermione Granger, always 3 steps ahead, even when she was improvising. He pushed the door open. The corridor beyond was dark, and at its end, a door stood ajar. From beyond it came a deep, rumbling sound, not a growl exactly, but the breathing of something enormous. 3 sets of breathing, layered on top of each other, the rhythm slightly out of sync. Fluffy. They crept forward. Harry extended his mana sense into the chamber and felt the creature, massive, 3-headed, magically enhanced, radiating a threat signature that would have sent most people running. The system scanned it, Fluffy, Cerberus variant, level. Threat level, extreme, in direct combat, current status, agitated, recently disturbed, note, a harp is playing in the corner of the chamber. Creature is partially sedated but waking. Quirrell had left an enchanted harp playing. Smart, sustained music to keep the dog asleep while he descended. But the enchantment was fading, the notes growing softer, and the dog was stirring. 3 massive heads shifted on 3 massive necks, nostrils flaring, lips pulling back from teeth the size of steak knives. "Play," Harry whispered. Hermione put the flute to her lips and blew. The sound was rough, she wasn't a musician, but it was music, and Fluffy's head swayed and drooped. The middle head yawned, jaw stretching wide enough to swallow a person whole, and then all 3 heads settled back to the floor. The rumbling breathing deepened. The creature slept. The trapdoor was open. A square of darkness in the stone floor, with a faint smell of earth and damp rising from below. "Keep playing," Harry said. "I'll go first. Ron, Neville, follow me. Hermione, come last and close the door behind you." Hermione nodded without stopping the flute. Her eyes were wide above the instrument, fixed on the sleeping dog, but her hands were steady. Harry looked into the trapdoor. Darkness. His mana sense probed downward and found, soft. Something soft and alive and extensive, filling the chamber below like a living carpet. Devil's Snare. Neville's prediction, confirmed. Harry dropped through the trapdoor. He fell 15 feet and landed on something that yielded beneath him, not hard ground but a mass of thick, rubbery tendrils that immediately began to move. They wrapped around his ankles, his wrists, climbing his body with a muscular, deliberate grip. Devil's Snare. It caught you and it squeezed, and the more you struggled, the tighter it held, and it killed you in the dark. Harry didn't struggle. He sent a pulse of mana through his body, warm, bright, carrying the frequency of sunlight. The system translated his intent into effect, the tendrils recoiled as if burned, withdrawing from the light mana with a vegetable shriek that was more felt than heard. Harry dropped through the loosened mass and landed on solid stone below. Ron came next. He fell into the Devil's Snare and immediately panicked, thrashing, swearing, making everything worse. The tendrils surged around him. "Ron! Stop moving!" Harry shouted. "Easy for you to say, something's got my." Harry reached up and grabbed Ron's arm, pulling mana through the contact. The warmth spread from Harry's hand to Ron's body, and the tendrils around Ron loosened and dropped away. Ron fell through, hitting the stone beside Harry with a graceless thump. Neville came next. He landed in the Devil's Snare and went very still. Completely still. Harry watched, ready to intervene, but Neville didn't need help. He knew Devil's Snare. He'd studied it all year, earned extra credit from Sprout, repotted it and fed it and learned its behavior inside and out. He relaxed every muscle in his body and sank through the tendrils like water through sand, sliding free with a gentle ease that made it look simple. He landed on his feet. His face was white but his chin was up. "Nice," Harry said. "I know plants," Neville said quietly. Hermione came last, the flute silent now. She landed in the Devil's Snare and froze for one awful second before remembering, light, it hates light, and casting a wandless bluebell flames charm that Harry had taught her in the library. Blue fire erupted from her palms, and the Devil's Snare recoiled violently, opening a gap that she dropped through. She landed beside them, breathing hard, flames still licking at her fingers before she shook them out. "Everyone okay?" "Define okay," Ron muttered. "Alive and moving." "That's okay enough." They were in a stone passageway, narrow and low-ceilinged, leading deeper underground. Harry's minimap updated in real time, the dungeon structure expanding as his mana threads mapped new spaces. Quirrell's signature was ahead of them, deeper, moving fast. "He's several chambers ahead," Harry said. "We need to move." They moved. The next chamber was filled with flying keys. Hundreds of them, small, jewel-bright, fluttering around the ceiling like a swarm of metallic butterflies. At the far side of the room, a heavy wooden door was locked. The keyhole was large and old-fashioned, and somewhere in the cloud of keys above them, one would fit. Brooms hung on the wall, old, battered, similar to the school brooms Harry had ridden. A test of flying skill. Catch the right key, unlock the door. Harry scanned the swarm. His mana threads wove upward, touching each key with gossamer fine filaments. Most were identical, small, silver, decorative. One was different. Larger, heavier, with a bent wing that suggested it had already been caught and released. That one, Harry said, pointing. Big, silver, bent left wing. Quirrell already grabbed it, the wings damaged. How are you going to reach it? Ron asked. Harry held out his hand. He didn't mount a broom. He didn't fly. He simply extended a mana thread, thick, precise, targeted, and the thread shot upward like a striking snake. It wrapped around the damaged key and pulled. The key struggled, wings beating furiously, but the thread held. Harry reeled it in. Ron, Hermione, and Neville stared. Did you just, Ron started. Harry jammed the key into the lock. It turned. The door swung open. Later, Harry said. Questions later. They went through. The key fluttered behind them, dazed, and the swarm above continued its endless, purposeless flight. The next chamber stopped them. It was enormous, the size of the Great Hall, maybe larger. The floor was a chessboard. Massive stone pieces stood on it, twice the height of a person, carved with brutal detail. White on one side, black on the other. Some of the black pieces were smashed, rubble scattered across the board, stone dust hanging in the air. Quirrell had already played. And won. But the board was resetting. As they watched, the smashed pieces reassembled themselves, fragments flowing together, reforming, rising back to their squares with grinding slowness. Within a minute, the board was whole again. Waiting for the next challenger. We have to play, Ron said. His voice had changed. The fear was still there, but it was background now, overridden by something sharper. He was staring at the board with an intensity Harry had only seen during chess matches. McGonagall enchanted this. It's wizard's chess. Life size. Can you win? Hermione asked. Ron walked forward. He studied the board, the positions, the pieces, the angles. His eyes moved with a rapidity that Harry recognized as tactical processing. Ron wasn't thinking. He was seeing patterns, possibilities, the branching decision tree of a game that had been part of his life since before he could read. Yeah, Ron said. I can win. But you have to let me do it. All of you. Stand on the squares I tell you and don't move unless I say. Ron, Harry started. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. Harry looked at him. Ron Weasley, 11 years old, pale and frightened and utterly certain. The boy who fell asleep in History of Magic and couldn't brew a potion to save his life, standing in front of a giant chessboard with the complete, unshakable confidence of a grandmaster surveying his domain. We trust you, Harry said. Ron assigned positions. Hermione took the place of a castle. Neville took a bishop's square. Harry stood in for the remaining knight. Ron himself took the king's square, the command position, central, vulnerable, the piece that could see the entire board. Don't move, Ron repeated. Whatever happens. Don't move until I tell you. The white pieces advanced. Ron called moves. Black pieces slid across the board with grinding stone-on-stone sounds, responding to his commands. The game began. It was, Harry realized within the first 5 moves, a masterpiece. Ron played with a viciousness that was startling. He sacrificed pieces without hesitation, stone knights and bishops and pawns smashing apart as white pieces took them, the violence of each capture making the floor shake. But every sacrifice had a purpose. Every loss opened a line, created a threat, advanced a position. The white pieces played well. McGonagall had enchanted them with genuine strategic intelligence, but Ron played better. He read the board 3, 4, 5 moves ahead, and his voice was calm and certain as he directed the game with the quiet authority of someone who had finally found the place where they belonged. Bishop to e5. Knight to c3. Castle, hold position. Hermione stood rigid on her square, watching stone pieces destroy each other around her. Neville gripped his wand and didn't flinch when a white pawn shattered 2 squares away, spraying stone chips across the board. Harry watched Ron and felt something shift in his understanding of his friend. Ron wasn't brave despite his fear. He was brave through his fear, using the chess game as a channel for the courage he couldn't express any other way. 15 minutes in, the board had thinned. Both sides had lost heavily. Ron had maneuvered the remaining black pieces into an aggressive formation, but the white queen, the most powerful piece, was still active, carving through the board with lethal precision. Ron stared at the queen. He stared at the board. Harry watched his face change. Ron. Harry said. I have to sacrifice myself, Ron said quietly. The king. I move here. He pointed to a square 2 spaces diagonal from the white queen, and she takes me. That opens the file for Harry's knight to checkmate the white king. No, Hermione said. It's the only move. Then we find another. There isn't another move, Hermione. I've looked. This is it. The board waited. The white pieces hummed with enchanted patience. Ron looked at Harry. When the queen takes me, you move to g6. That's checkmate. Don't hesitate. Don't come back for me. Ron, the pieces don't kill you. They knock you out. McGonagall wouldn't put a lethal trap in a school. He paused. Probably. The point is, I'll be fine. And you need to get to the stone. Harry's system was calculating. The analysis confirmed Ron's assessment. The sacrifice was the optimal move. The only winning move. And Ron had found it without any system, without any mana, without any power beyond a brain that saw chess the way Harry saw mana, natively, instinctively, completely. Ron, Harry said. Thank you. Ron grinned. It was shaky and terrified and absolutely genuine. Just win, yeah. Don't make it for nothing. He moved. The white queen pivoted, arm raised, stone sword catching the torchlight, and brought it down. The impact was enormous, stone on stone, a crack that echoed through the chamber, and Ron crumpled. He hit the ground and didn't move. Ron! Hermione screamed. He's alive, Harry said immediately. His mana sense was already on Ron, heartbeat present, breathing steady, consciousness suppressed. Knocked out, not killed. He's unconscious. He's alive. Harry moved to g6. Checkmate. The white king dropped his crown. The remaining pieces slid aside, clearing the path to the far door. The game was over. Hermione was already kneeling beside Ron, her wand out, casting the basic diagnostic charm Harry had taught her. Concussion. Minor. He'll be okay, but he needs the hospital wing. Stay with him, Harry said. Hermione looked up. What? Stay with Ron. Make sure he's okay. Get him to the hospital wing if you can. I need you and Neville to go back the way we came, past the Devil's Snare, past Fluffy, and find McGonagall. Or Snape. Any teacher. Tell them what's happening. Harry, I'm not leaving you to face, Hermione. He knelt beside her. His voice was quiet, steady, the voice he used when the system was screaming and his heart was hammering and he needed to be calm more than he needed to be honest. I can do this. I'm the one with the power. I'm the one who can face what's down there. But I need to know that Ron is safe, and I need someone to bring help. That's you. That's Neville. Hermione's eyes were bright with tears she wasn't shedding. Her jaw worked. Promise me you'll come back. I'll come back. Say it again. I promise I'll come back, Hermione. She grabbed his face with both hands and pressed her forehead against his. It lasted 2 seconds. When she pulled away, her expression was set, determined, the tears banished. Come back, she said. Neville stepped forward. He didn't say anything. He put his hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezed, once, hard. Then he bent down and got one of Ron's arms around his shoulders, and Hermione got the other, and together they lifted the unconscious boy between them. Go, Harry said. They went. Harry watched them until they disappeared through the chest chamber door, carrying Ron between them, and then he turned and walked through the far door alone. The next chamber was Quirrell's contribution, ironically enough. A troll, massive, unconscious, already dealt with. Quirrell had knocked out his own protection on the way through. The stench was appalling. Harry stepped over its prone form without stopping. The chamber after that was Snape's. A table with 7 bottles, potions, each one different, arranged in a line. A scroll of parchment lay beside them. Harry picked it up and read, Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. One among us 7 will let you move ahead, another will transport the drinker back instead. A logic puzzle. Hermione would have loved it. Harry solved it in 40 seconds, the system's analytical processing made short work of the deductive chain, and identified the correct bottle. The one that let you move forward. Tiny, barely a mouthful. He drank. Cold fire spread through his veins, and the black flames blocking the far doorway parted. Harry stepped through. The final chamber. It was smaller than he'd expected. Circular, stone-walled, lit by torches that burned with a cold, blue-white light. The Mirror of Erised stood in the center, exactly as Harry had last seen it, tall, ornate, its golden frame carved with symbols, its surface shimmering with deep enchantment. And in front of the mirror, his back to Harry, stood Quirrell. No turban. That was the first thing Harry noticed. The turban was gone, unwound, lying on the floor like a shed skin. Quirrell's bare head was visible, pale, gaunt, and on the back of it, something that made Harry's stomach lurch. A face. Pressed against the back of Quirrell's skull, as if molded from the flesh itself, was a second face. Chalk white, with flat, slitted nostrils and red eyes that burned like coals. It was the most terrible thing Harry had ever seen, not because it was monstrous, but because it was human. Recognizably, horribly human. A face that had once been handsome, twisted by dark magic into something between life and death. Tom Riddle. Voldemort. The face from the dreams. Quirrell turned. His own face was haggard, sweating, his eyes darting. The front of a man who had been ridden nearly to death by the thing on the back of his head. His magical signature was guttering, a candle in a hurricane, barely there. Potter, Quirrell said. No stutter. The stutter had been an act, and the act was over. His voice was thin, strained, the voice of a man speaking with someone else's mouth pressing against his skull. I was wondering if you'd come. Quirinus Quirrell, Combat Assessment, Level, 14, Magical Core, Severely Depleted, Host Body in Critical Decline, Threat Level, Moderate, Quirrell Alone, Secondary Entity, Voldemort, Parasitic Possession, Threat Level, Extreme. Note, secondary entity's power is limited by host's failing body. Full capability unavailable. Estimated combat power, 30 to 40% of Voldemort's original capacity. Warning, 30 to 40% of Voldemort is still extremely dangerous, 30 to 40%. Harry's hands were steady. His heart was not. The stone, Harry said. You can't get it out of the mirror. Quirrell's jaw tightened. The mirror shows me presenting the stone to my master. It shows my deepest desire. But it won't give it to me. He turned back to the mirror, his hands pressed flat against the glass. Dumbledore's final trick. The mirror reads intent. I want to use the stone, so the mirror won't release it. Then you're stuck. Am I? Quirrell's voice changed. Dropped an octave. Became something else. Use the boy. The voice came from the back of Quirrell's head. From the face. From Voldemort. Master, I don't think, use the boy. Let him look in the mirror. His desires are different. The mirror may respond to him. Quirrell turned back to Harry. His expression was apologetic, almost, the ghost of the stuttering professor flickering behind the eyes of the puppet. Come here, Potter. Look in the mirror. Harry didn't move. His mana sense was screaming, Voldemort's presence was a furnace, dark and vast, pressing against the confines of Quirrell's failing body. The soul fragment in Harry's scar blazed with resonance, and the accelerated absorption process surged, the system chewing faster, trying to process the incoming signal. Soul fragment resonance, critical, proximity to source entity is accelerating absorption by factor of 12, fragment status, 6. 1% and dropping rapidly, warning, rapid absorption may produce unpredictable effects, 6%. It had been nearly 10 this morning. Being close to Voldemort was accelerating the absorption dramatically, the fragment was reaching toward its source, and the system was eating it as fast as it reached. I said come here. Quirrell's hand moved toward his wand. Harry walked forward. Slowly. Each step deliberate. His mana armor was active, invisible, thrumming against his skin. Body reinforcement was at maximum. Every skill he had was primed and ready. He stopped in front of the mirror. He looked. The image formed. Not his family this time, not his parents smiling, not the Potters gathered around him. The mirror showed Harry as he was, standing in the chamber, alone. The mirror Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone the size of a fist. He winked. He put the stone back in his pocket. Harry felt a weight appear in his real pocket. Item acquired, the Philosopher's Stone, the mirror has released the stone to host, condition met, host desired to find the stone but not use it, he had it. The Philosopher's Stone, heavy and warm, sitting in his pocket. He'd wanted to find it, to keep it safe, to prevent Voldemort from getting it, but he didn't want to use it for himself. The mirror had read that intent and opened. What do you see? Quirrell demanded. Harry's mind raced. 3 seconds to decide. Lie and run. Fight. The stone was in his pocket. If he could get out of the chamber, he lies. Voldemort's voice, from the back of Quirrell's head. Cold. Certain. He has the stone. I can feel it. Seize him. Quirrell lunged. His hand closed around Harry's wrist. Two things happened simultaneously. First, Quirrell screamed. His hand, where it touched Harry's skin, began to blister, red, raw, the flesh cooking as if pressed against a hot iron. He jerked away, staring at his hand in horror. The blisters spread, crackling across his palm and fingers, and the smell of burning skin filled the chamber. Passive skill activated, Mother's Love, Damage Reflection, Lily Potter's Sacrificial Protection remains active. In host's blood, entities marked by hostile intent toward host suffer physical damage on contact. Additional note, mana armor is amplifying the effect by 340%, the blood wards. His mother's protection, woven into his very cells. Voldemort had triggered it once before, the night he tried to kill baby Harry, and now it was triggering again, magnified by the mana armor that surrounded Harry's body. Quirrell's flesh couldn't withstand the contact. The protection was burning him. Second, the fragment in Harry's scar detonated. Not literally. But the resonance, already critical, already surging, spiked beyond anything the system had modeled. Being this close to Voldemort, with the absorption rate already at 12 times normal, the fragment collapsed. It didn't shrink gradually. It imploded, the remaining 6% of Voldemort's soul rushing toward zero in a cascade of released energy that hit Harry's system like a tidal wave. Soul fragment, critical collapse, absorption rate, uncontrolled, fragment status, 4.2%. 2.8%. 1.1%. Massive energy release detected, system processing at maximum capacity, Harry's scar split open. Not with pain, with light. Blue-white mana light poured from the wound, brighter than the torches, brighter than the mirror, filling the chamber with a radiance that made Quirrell stagger back with his hands over his face. "What is this?" Voldemort screamed. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was contorted with fury and something else, something Harry recognized with a shock of clarity. Fear. Voldemort was afraid. He could feel his Horcrux dying, not slowly, not by degrees, but all at once, collapsing into the system's hungry machinery, and he was afraid. "Kill him!" Voldemort shrieked. "Kill him now!" Quirrell raised his wand. His hand was a ruin of blisters, but he could still hold the wand, still cast, and the curse that left his lips was green. The killing curse. Harry saw it coming. Mana perception slowed the world to crystal clarity, the green light building at Quirrell's wand tip, the incantation forming on his lips, the trajectory of the spell as it left the wand and crossed the 3 meters between them. He didn't dodge. He didn't shield. He stepped forward. The killing curse hit his mana armor and something unprecedented happened. The armor didn't block the curse, the killing curse was unblockable, every magical textbook said so, the fundamental axiom of dark magic. But the mana armor wasn't magical. It was mana, raw, unstructured, the stuff underneath magic. And when the killing curse met the mana field, it didn't pass through. It didn't rebound. It dispersed. The green light splashed against the armor like water against stone, breaking apart into fragments of dark energy that scattered across the chamber and dissolved. Killing curse, dispersed, mana armor integrity, 71%, significant damage absorbed. Note, killing curse interacts with raw mana differently than with magical shields, mana is more fundamental than the curse targeting mechanism. The curse cannot find a life to kill in a field of raw dimensional energy. Harry didn't process the notification. He didn't have time. He was already moving. He crossed the distance to Quirrell in 2 steps. Body reinforcement screamed through his muscles. He grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands. The effect was immediate and devastating. Lily's protection, amplified by 340% through the mana armor, surged through Harry's palms and into Quirrell's flesh. Quirrell howled, a sound beyond screaming, beyond pain, the sound of a body rejecting itself at the cellular level. His skin blackened and cracked where Harry touched it, the damage spreading outward like frost on a window, racing across his face, his neck, his chest. "Let go!" Quirrell thrashed. His hands clawed at Harry's wrists, but every point of contact burned, skin crumbling to ash, and Harry held on with fingers like iron and a jaw clenched so tight his teeth ached. The system was flooding him with warnings: host damage, moderate, scar rupture, blood loss, mana system overload, soul fragment, 0.3%. 0.1%, system boot, 96.7%. 97.1%, warning, Core Directive approaching unlock threshold, the fragment was almost gone. And the system was using the released energy to push its own boot sequence toward completion, feeding on the Horcrux's death throes to finish loading. Quirrell's body was failing. The flesh under Harry's hands was gone, not just burned but disintegrating, crumbling to ash and dust. Quirrell's scream cut off as his throat collapsed. His eyes, brown, terrified, human, stared at Harry for one final moment, and in them Harry saw not Voldemort but Quirinus Quirrell. A man. A teacher. Someone who had been weak and frightened and had made terrible choices and was now dying under the hands of an 11-year-old boy. Harry let go. He stumbled back. Quirrell fell. What was left of him hit the ground and kept disintegrating, a body consumed from within and without, Voldemort's possession and Harry's protection working in tandem to destroy the vessel they shared. In seconds, there was nothing left but robes and ash and silence. And then the silence broke. A dark shape rose from the ash. Not solid, gaseous, shadowy, a wraith form that coalesced in the air above Quirrell's remains with a scream that wasn't sound but force, a psychic howl that hit Harry like a physical blow. Voldemort's spirit, torn free from its host, raging and impotent and burning with a hatred so pure it made the air itself recoil. The wraith lunged at Harry. It passed through him, through the mana armor, through his body, through the space where the scar blazed with dying light, and Harry felt it. Cold. Absolute cold. The absence of warmth, of life, of everything that made existence bearable. For one heartbeat, Voldemort's wraith occupied the same space as Harry's body, and Harry felt the Dark Lord's mind touch his. Rage. Terror. Confusion. And underneath it all, a question, burning and desperate, what are you? The wraith tore free. It erupted from Harry's body and shot upward, through the ceiling, through the stone, through the castle itself, a shadow fleeing into the night, diminished, weakened, but alive. Still alive. The Horcruxes held him. Somewhere in the world, 4 or 5 soul anchors kept Tom Riddle tethered to existence, and the wraith fled toward them with the desperate speed of a drowning man reaching for land. Harry stood alone in the chamber. Quirrell's ashes settled around his feet. The Mirror of Erised reflected his image, a boy with blood running down his face from a ruptured scar, his hands black with ash, his eyes wide and wild. Soul fragment, 0.0%, foreign entity quarantine, empty, parasitic soul fragment, fully absorbed, total energy yield, 21,400 mana units, system boot, 98.3%, the fragment was gone. Harry touched his scar. It was bleeding, a thin trickle of red running down his forehead, but the pain was different now. Lighter. The constant, background pressure he'd carried since he was a baby, so constant he'd stopped noticing it, was gone. Like a headache you don't realize you have until it stops. The chamber was quiet. The torches flickered. The mirror gleamed. System boot, 99.1%, Harry's knees buckled. He caught himself on the mirror's frame, smearing ash across the gold. His vision was graying at the edges, not the system, not a notification, just ordinary, human exhaustion. Blood loss. Mana overload. The adrenaline crash hitting like a wall. System boot, 99.7%, the stone. It was still in his pocket. He could feel it, warm, heavy, real. The most valuable magical artifact in the world, sitting in the pocket of an 11-year-old boy's robes. System boot, 99.9%, Harry slid down the mirror's frame. His back hit the stone floor. His vision narrowed to a tunnel, the chamber walls closing in, the torchlight dimming. System boot, 100%, the world went white. Not white. Blue. Harry was, somewhere. Not the chamber. Not the castle. A space that had no walls, no floor, no ceiling. Just blue light, omnidirectional, soft and infinite. He was standing, or floating, or existing, in a void of gentle blue radiance that felt, against his skin, like the inside of the system's notifications. Hello. His voice didn't echo. The blue absorbed it. System boot, complete, Core Directive, unlocked, displaying, the text appeared in the blue. Larger than normal. Somehow more present, as if the words had weight and substance. Core Directive, prepare the host, Harry stared at it. Prepare me for what? Core Directive, prepare the host for what comes next, that's not an answer. It is the only answer the system was given. Harry turned slowly in the blue void. There was nothing to see, no landscape, no features, no horizon. Just light and the system's text and the strange, weightless sensation of being nowhere. Who made you? Harry asked. Who built the system? Who wrote the Core Directive? Unknown, you don't know who created you. The system was not created. The system was triggered. When the killing curse struck host on October 31, 1981, and the parasitic soul fragment embedded in host scar tissue, a dimensional breach formed. The system coalesced from the energy of the breach, not designed, not built, but formed. Self-assembled from the raw informational substrate of interdimensional space. Self-assembled. Not designed. The system hadn't been built by anyone, it had emerged, spontaneously, from the dimensional rupture caused by the Horcrux. Like a crystal forming in a supersaturated solution. Like life arising from chemistry. An accidental intelligence, born in the gap between worlds. Then the Core Directive was not written by a creator. It is an emergent property of the system's formation. The system exists to prepare the host because that is what the system is. Its purpose is its nature. Prepare me for what? Harry said again, harder. Unknown. The system does not have information about future threats beyond what host has already encountered. The directive is open-ended. Prepare the host, indefinitely, comprehensively, without limit. Harry let that sink in. The system didn't have a secret agenda. It didn't serve a hidden master. It wasn't a tool of some greater intelligence or a trap laid by an ancient power. It was a reflex. A response to trauma. When a baby's skull was cracked open by the darkest curse in existence and a fragment of alien soul was jammed into the wound, the universe itself had flinched, and the flinch had taken the form of a system whose only purpose was to make sure the wounded child survived. Prepare the host. Not for a specific threat. Not for a prophecy. Just, prepare him. Make him stronger. Make him faster. Make him harder to kill. Give him tools and skills and power and information and whatever he needs to survive what comes next, without knowing what comes next, without caring what comes next, because the system's only value, its only metric, its only reason for existence was the continued survival of Harry James Potter. It was, Harry realized, the most brutally simple and devastatingly sincere thing he'd ever encountered. The system didn't care about him the way his friends cared about him, with warmth and worry and the messy complexity of human love. It cared about him the way gravity cares about mass. Absolutely. Fundamentally. Without choice or compromise. You tried to isolate me from my friends, Harry said. You recommended I go alone. Affirmative. The recommendation was consistent with the Core Directive. Allies introduce variables that reduce hosts' personal survival probability. And you were wrong. The system was quiet for a long time. When it spoke, something in the text had changed, not the font, not the color, but a quality Harry couldn't name. Oh wait. The system operates on mathematical models. The models did not account for the strategic value of emotional bonds, loyalty, and sacrifice. Ron Weasley's chess sacrifice enabled passage through a chamber the system had no solution for. Neville Longbottom's herbology knowledge addressed the devil's snare more efficiently than host's mana-based approach. Hermione Granger's strategic planning and research provided critical intelligence that the system's own database lacked. The system's models were incomplete. Recommendation retracted. Harry smiled. In the blue void, surrounded by nothing, talking to an accidental intelligence born from trauma and dimensional mechanics, he smiled. Can you learn? He asked. The system is adaptive. It can integrate new data and revise its models. Then learn this, my friends aren't liabilities. They're the reason I'm worth preparing. Without them, I'm just a weapon. And a weapon doesn't need a system, it just needs a target. Processing, model updated. New variable integrated, emotional bonds, classified as critical infrastructure, not expendable resource. Critical infrastructure. Harry almost laughed. The system had its own language for caring, and it was as cold and mechanical as everything else about it, and somehow that made it more genuine, not less. The system couldn't feel. But it could learn, and learning was a form of respect. One more thing, Harry said. Hermione's contingency. The idea that destroying the Horcrux might shut you down. Was she right? Partially. The dimensional interface was initially stabilized by the soul fragment. With the fragment now fully absorbed, the interface has lost its original anchor. Harry's pulse spiked. So you're shutting down? Negative. During the absorption process, the system migrated its dimensional anchor from the soul fragment to the host's own mana signature. The interface is now stabilized by host rather than by the fragment. The system is permanently bonded to host. The infinite mana connection will persist regardless of soul fragment status. Permanent. The system was part of him now. Not parasitically, like the Horcrux. Symbiotically. Bonded to his own essence, stabilized by his own mana signature. It would stay as long as he stayed. And if I wanted you gone? Harry asked. The question was academic, but he needed to know. If I decided I didn't want the system anymore. The system cannot be removed without killing the host. However, the system can be restricted. Host has full administrative access via the system architecture branch. You can disable features, limit notifications, reduce the system's operational scope. You can make it as present or absent as you choose. The system serves the host. Not the other way around. There it was. The answer to the question that had haunted him since the system first booted in a cupboard under the stairs. Was he the master, or the tool? Did the system serve him, or did he serve the system? The answer was clear. Had always been clear, maybe. He just hadn't been ready to hear it until now. Okay, Harry said. Okay. So what happens next? You wake up. The blue faded. The void dissolved. And Harry fell. He woke in the hospital wing. White sheets. Warm light. The smell of healing potions and clean linen. Outside the windows, the sky was a pale, washed-out blue, early morning, maybe, or late afternoon. Harry blinked. His body ached in a distant, muffled way that suggested heavy-duty pain potions. His scar tingled. Not painfully. Differently. Like a wound that had finished healing, still sensitive, still present, but no longer raw. The fragment was gone. He could feel its absence the way you feel the absence of a toothache. A space where pain used to be, suddenly, mercifully empty. He's awake. Neville's voice, from somewhere to his left. The scrape of a chair. Footsteps. Neville appeared at the bedside, round face alight with relief. Behind him, Hermione was already on her feet, and Ron, pale, his head wrapped in a bandage, but very much conscious, was sitting up in the next bed. You've been out for 3 days, Hermione said. She was trying to be clinical. Her voice wobbled. Madame Pomfrey said it was magical exhaustion. Dumbledore said, she stopped. She grabbed Harry's hand. Her grip was fierce. You promised you'd come back, she said. I came back. 3 days, Harry. I came back slowly. I'm thorough. Ron laughed from the next bed, a hoarse, relieved laugh that turned into a wince when it pulled at his bandaged head. Good to have you back, mate. What happened down there? Harry told them. The edited version, Quirrell, the mirror, the stone, the confrontation. He told them about the killing curse dispersing against his mana. Hermione went white, Neville gripped the bed rail, Ron said a word that earned a sharp look from Madame Pomfrey's office. He told them about Quirrell's destruction, Voldemort's wraith, the fragment's collapse. He didn't tell them about the blue void. Not yet. That conversation needed more time, more privacy, more trust that he was healthy enough for a discussion that complex. Soon. Not today. The stone? Hermione asked. Safe. I had it when I collapsed. I assume Dumbledore took it. As if summoned by the name, the hospital wing doors opened and Albus Dumbledore walked in. He was wearing robes of deep blue, and his expression was, Harry studied it. Warm, yes. Grandfatherly, yes. But underneath, something else. A gravity that pressed against the old man's features like weight on a bridge. Ah, Dumbledore said. Awake at last. I was beginning to worry that Madame Pomfrey would have to start charging rent. He conjured a comfortable chair and sat beside Harry's bed. Hermione, Neville, and Ron made to leave, but Dumbledore raised a hand. Stay. I suspect Mr. Potter will tell you everything I say anyway, and I'd rather save him the trouble. They stayed. Hermione sat on the edge of Harry's bed. Neville leaned against the wall. Ron propped himself up on his pillows. The Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore said. You're wondering what happened to it. Yes. Nicholas and I had a little chat. We agreed that the stone should be destroyed. Harry blinked. Destroyed? Its continued existence posed too great a risk. As long as the stone existed, it would be a target, not just for Voldemort, but for others. Nicholas has enough elixir stored to set his affairs in order. After that. Dumbledore's eyes were gentle. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Harry thought about that. A 600-year-old man, voluntarily choosing mortality because the alternative endangered others. It was brave in a way that most people would never understand, not the courage of a moment, but the courage of a lifetime's end, accepted with grace. Professor, Harry said. I have questions. I would be disappointed if you didn't. Quirrell is dead. Yes. Voldemort escaped. Dumbledore inclined his head. In a manner of speaking. What fled the chamber was barely a spirit, less than a ghost, less than a shade. He cannot die, Harry, not while he paused, choosing words with visible care. Not while certain connections to this world remain intact. Horcruxes. Dumbledore knew. Or suspected, at least. Harry could see it in the careful way he'd phrased the sentence, the deliberate vagueness that said I know more than I'm telling you. You knew about Quirrell, Harry said. It wasn't a question. I suspected. After Professor Snape brought certain observations to my attention, I increased my surveillance of Professor Quirrell significantly. I had hoped to catch him in the act and deal with the situation directly. I did not anticipate that he would move so quickly, or that a group of first-years would reach him before I could. You left the castle. I received an urgent summons from the ministry. It was, I now believe, a ruse, designed to draw me away so that Quirrell could make his attempt. Dumbledore's expression tightened. I realized the deception and returned as quickly as I could. I arrived to find Professor McGonagall in a considerable state of agitation, 3 first-years insisting that Harry Potter was facing Voldemort in the dungeons, and Severus Snape already descending through the trapdoor at speed. Snape went after me. At a dead run, I'm told. He was, rather concerned. Harry didn't know what to do with that information. Snape. Concerned. About him. Professor, Harry said. The thing that killed Quirrell. When I touched him. That was my mother's protection. Yes. Lily's sacrifice lives in your blood, Harry. Voldemort, who carries the mark of his own hatred, cannot touch you without suffering for it. It is the most ancient and most powerful form of magical protection, love made manifest. Love. Harry thought about his mother's face in the Mirror of Erised. Her smile. Her green eyes, the same as his. And the scar. The scar has always been a connection between you and Voldemort. I believe. Dumbledore hesitated. It was the first time Harry had seen Dumbledore hesitate, and the sight was oddly reassuring, it meant the old man was choosing honesty over smoothness. I believe that connection may have changed. I noticed, when I examined you after the battle, that the scar's magical signature has altered. It is quieter than it was. Because the fragment was gone. The system had eaten it. The connection was severed, not the scar itself, which was just tissue, but the dark magic that had animated it. I feel different, Harry said. Lighter. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I imagine you do. They sat in silence for a moment. The hospital wing was peaceful. Sun slanted through the windows. Somewhere outside, students were laughing on the grounds. Professor, Harry said. I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me. I will try, Harry. Though I should warn you, I am an old man with many secrets, and honesty, for me, is more of a direction than a destination. Did you place the stone at Hogwarts knowing that Voldemort would come for it? Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Yes, he said. The word dropped like a stone into water. Hermione's breath hissed. Ron's jaw tightened. Neville's hand clenched on the bed rail. I suspected Voldemort would make an attempt. I hoped to control the circumstances, to provide a battleground of my choosing, with defenses I had designed, where I could confront him on my terms. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I did not intend for students to be involved. The protections were designed to delay, not to be solved by first years. I underestimated both Voldemort's desperation and your resourcefulness. You used us as bait. I used the stone as bait. You were never supposed to be part of the equation. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes, and for the first time, the grandfatherly mask was fully down. What Harry saw underneath was old and tired and genuinely, deeply sorry. I made a mistake, Harry. A significant one. I prioritized strategy over safety, and people I am responsible for were put in danger. I am sorry. Harry looked at the old man. 150 years of wisdom and power and political acumen, and underneath it all, a person who made mistakes and regretted them and was trying, imperfectly, to do better. I'm going to hold you to that, Harry said. I expect nothing less. Dumbledore stood. He looked at the four of them, Harry in his hospital bed, Hermione perched beside him, Neville solid and quiet against the wall, Ron propped up with his bandaged head and his fierce, freckled loyalty. 50 points each to Gryffindor, Dumbledore said. For outstanding courage and friendship in the face of extraordinary danger. 200 points. Ron said. Does that mean we win the House Cup? Yes, Mr. Weasley. I believe it does. Dumbledore smiled. It was a real smile, tired and warm and deeply human. He nodded to each of them and left the hospital wing, his blue robes trailing, and Harry watched him go and thought, not a chess master. Not a manipulator. Just an old man trying to protect a world that keeps catching fire. It wasn't forgiveness. Not yet. But it was understanding, and understanding was a start. The end-of-year feast was a celebration. The Great Hall was decked in scarlet and gold, Gryffindor colors, for the first time in 7 years. The House Cup banner hung behind the teacher's table, and the Gryffindor table roared with victory. Ron, his head still bandaged, was lifted onto shoulders. Neville was cheered by people who had barely known his name in September. Hermione was smiling so hard it looked like it hurt. Harry sat among them, wearing his Weasley sweater under his robes, the Philosopher's Stone gone and the Horcrux gone and the year almost over. He ate and laughed and let people clap him on the back, and the system hummed quietly in the back of his mind, present but not intrusive, watchful but not controlling. At 100%, the system was complete. Full capability. Every branch unlocked, every feature available. Harry could feel it like a vast machine, idling, patient, ready to serve. He'd explore it later. Over the summer. In the room of requirement. With time and care and Hermione's help and Neville's steady presence and Ron's tactical mind. He'd map the full scope of what the system could do and what it couldn't, and he'd make choices about which features to use and which to restrict, and he'd build the version of himself that he chose to be. Not the system's version. His own. At the teacher's table, Snape was watching him. Not with suspicion, or not only with suspicion. With something more complicated. Something that might, in a certain light, from a certain angle, look almost like respect. Harry met his eyes. Snape held the gaze for a moment. Then he looked away, lifting his goblet, and something at the corner of his mouth twitched. Not a smile. Snape didn't smile. But close. Dumbledore was watching too, from the center of the table, half-moon spectacles gleaming. His expression was thoughtful, a man looking at a puzzle he couldn't solve and finding that he didn't mind. And at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was looking at Harry with an expression that had nothing to do with hostility. It was the expression of someone whose world had cracked, just slightly, along a fault line they hadn't known existed. He didn't wave. He didn't nod. He just looked, and then he turned away, and Harry thought, that's not over. That story's just beginning. The Hogwarts Express pulled out of Hogsmeade Station on a bright June morning. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. The countryside scrolled past the windows, green and gold and impossibly beautiful, the rolling hills of Scotland giving way to the softer landscapes of England. The sky was endless. They talked. Not about Voldemort, not about Horcruxes, not about the system. They talked about summer plans. Ron, help degenome the garden. Hermione, read approximately 700 books. Neville, greenhouse project with his gran, and second year, what new classes would be like, whether the defense against the dark arts position was really cursed, what Quidditch would look like with a full season ahead. They talked like kids. Because they were kids. 11 years old, almost 12, with the whole summer stretching ahead of them and the whole world stretching beyond that. Harry leaned against the window and watched the landscape move. The system was quiet. It had been quiet since the hospital wing, no unsolicited recommendations, no threat assessments, no optimization suggestions. Just the blue text, available when Harry called it, silent when he didn't. Present. Patient. Waiting. He called it up one last time. Year 1 complete, experience tallied, 24,600 XP, level, 14, new skill trees fully unlocked, 7, soul fragment, eliminated, system boot, 100%, all features available, core directive, prepare the host, status, ongoing, warning, Voldemort remains active in wraith form, warning, multiple Horcruxes remain intact, estimated 4 to 5, warning, external entities have detected host's unusual magical signature, threat assessment, escalating, recommendation, get stronger. Harry smiled at the last line. Some things didn't change. He dismissed the screen. He looked at his friends, Ron, dozing against the window, Hermione, reading with her feet tucked under her, Neville, feeding Trevor a beetle with careful, gentle hands. Hey, Harry said. 3 heads turned toward him. Thanks. For everything. For coming with me. For staying. Ron grinned. Don't get mushy. I'm not getting mushy. You're absolutely getting mushy. He's allowed to get mushy, Hermione said. He nearly died. He nearly dies every other week. If he gets mushy every time, Ronald. Fine, fine. Ron threw a chocolate frog card at Harry. It hit him in the forehead. You're welcome, you enormous sap. Now stop being emotional and help me figure out if I've got a duplicate Dumbledore. Harry caught the card. Dumbledore winked at him from the picture and wandered off the edge of the frame. The train rolled on. The sun climbed. Outside the window, England unfolded in a patchwork of green and gold, and Harry Potter, level 14, former Squib, infinite mana, system complete, friends at his side, enemies in the shadows, the future vast and uncertain and blazing with possibility, rode the train home. In the quiet spaces of his mind, the system pulsed. Quest updated, survive, difficulty increased. Harry closed his eyes. He was ready.